What is up, everybody? Welcome back to another fantastic day here of the Elite League qualifiers. We are in the Eastern European region, of course. Well, not physically, more mentally, as we have a ton of great games lined up here today. And honestly, one of my favorite games to start things off. But before we get to that, let's go and talk about a few other things. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics, the man Zach himself. Oh, God, you got a jump scare on the side there? You all right, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good. The weather's making sure I'm ready for Dota. We
Oh,
woke up
my
early for this.
God.
Massive blast of thunder just hit, and my screen flickered. Hopefully, we stay through this whole thing.
Holy heck, dude. No way. Yeah, it's been pouring over here, so, I guess we're not too far away.
Yeah, good time to stay inside, play some Dota, watch some Dota. We're not playing. We're doing the watching. We're doing the talking. I'm ready to watch some Dota. How about you?
I'm excited, man. I think this series, specifically the one that's coming up, is the one I'm probably most excited for, just because of the kind of the fun, I would say, rivalry, a little bit of Ramses and his former team, of course. So we'll get to Liga versus Nine Pandas in a bit. Big shocker, though, as everyone probably, maybe they didn't notice, but probably did. There's still no patch. We have past Thursday, and there has been no patch today, so a little unfortunate, but that means we are looking forward to the patch next week, of course. But let's go ahead and look at our teams, as I'm sure that's going to be good to know. So this is where we currently stand. So we are still in the upper bracket. Yellow Submarine versus One Win will be happening over on the mainstream. We have Nine Pandas versus Liga Team happening right here. And then later we will have the elimination matches in the lower bracket. It does reverse seed, so you and me will be covering Nemiga again for the third time versus the loser of Yellow Submarine and One Win.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I feel like we're really getting to see Nemiga changes the team throughout this. We've been covering
Right?
every single one of their games, so looking forward to that. And then I believe maybe the winner of that plus the winner of the other lower bracket will be the third one. Not fully sure, but you'll all find out with us once we get there.
Yeah, it should be the lower bracket semifinals, I believe. And we are going to be actually, well, we're starting exactly on time, it looks like, but maybe some lobby issues. Either way, I'm sure it's fine. I guess we could take a look at the two teams we've got coming up first here, which are Liga, of course, and Nine Pandas. We've covered a little bit of each, which has been nice. We got kind of lucky with our placement here on the second half of the bracket. I personally feel that way. Zach, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, just making sure. Sometimes I'm like, what happened here?
Yeah, looks like we're having some lobby issues, guys, but don't worry, we'll get this sorted out. Yeah, we saw Liga yesterday. Looked pretty good overall, I would say. Game one, they had a really nasty draft, very tempo based around like an Undying Beastmaster and then a last pick Alchemist that did really well. That was a cool one to see. Game two, I think they struggled a little bit more. They were playing against Nemiga Gaming. I think that one went to like an hour just about, again with an Alchemist. But they did manage to close that one out. So now they're here, bringing it to Nine Pandas.
Yeah, and we'll see what they can do. I mean, Nine Pandas made quick work of next up in their first series, and it's shouldn't come as too much of a surprise. I think a lot of people expect a lot out of this team. Obviously, there was some changes, of course, to their carry and their off lane, but the core of the group is still there, right? You still got Kiyotaka and Taros and Solo, and I think those guys all bring a lot to the table. So I think without further ado, it is time to jump into the draft of these two teams as we are getting closer and closer to the game. Maybe we're not jumping into the draft. I think we are.
There we are.
10 seconds remaining.
All right, what do we got here? Ooh, Alchemist taken out. They saw yesterday's games. They know Ramses is an excellent Alchemist player. No, thank you. We don't want that to happen to us. The rest of the bans look pretty normal, I'd say. Got to take away Chen from any Chen playing teams, which is most of them nowadays. We got Batrider, really strong support. Dragonite, offlane, mid, just very, very safe first pick. Centaur's been a great pick. Terrorblade, That's a cool one because not every team will do it, but if a team has a very good Terrorblade carry player, and then a support who's like, oh yeah, I'll totally do that, then Terrorblade as a sometimes in the first phase, sometimes maybe in that early second phase, he can confuse the enemy. Like, what do we got to deal with this Terrorblade flex? It's fun. I know not everyone likes a Terrorblade support, but I've been hoping to see more. Looks like it's not going to happen this game, though.
Yeah, I will say, I think a lot of teams maybe just aren't prepared enough to deal with the Terrorblade being flexed as a support. As for the Alk pick, it's like 9Pandas knows that Ramses will just sit in there and demand that he gets this Alchemist. So they're probably like, okay, well, let's just remove it because we've played enough games with him to know that Alchemist is his go-to carry. So put him on something different. I think it's smart. They get the Timber Saw in the opener by banning out the Doom, something which doesn't come as a surprise, right? You leave Timber Saw in the pool, I feel like the first pick team is going to grab it.
Yeah, he's been a really strong pick. They did leave in some other picks that didn't get banned, but for example, like Primal Beast and Kunkka, we've seen a lot of first phase picks. But like right off the bat, when you give up the Timber Saw, it feels a little awkward to pick them because you could run a mid Timber Saw, and that would just straight up counter your mid response pick on any of those other broken heroes that kind of made it through. They're instead going to go for a Crystal Maiden. So if this is a Timber Saw off lane, then Crystal Maiden will bring a lot of early magic damage, something Timber Saw is weak to, that Frostbite in particular, preventing the Timber Chain. That can actually help you kill Timber Saw in those first couple levels where he's weak. And she's also just been a very popular support lately.
Yeah, I think people are realizing just how fast Crystal Maiden can farm from the support position as a 5, which is kind of rare, especially having as much presence in the lane. So she kind of just checks a lot of boxes. Like being able to scale is kind of, it's annoyingly essential currently. I think one of the only heroes that comes as an exception to that is things like Undying, which I thought might be in their wheelhouse here for the response to the Timber Saw, but guess not. It's one of those things where it's like maybe it's okay in the lane, but then in the mid late game, if Timber Saw sees you, you're just instantly deleted, right? So you go for the Crystal Maiden instead. I think it's okay.
Yeah, Crystal Maiden will also have that Crystal Clone so that when Timber Saw comes in to kill you, you can maybe dodge him a little bit, but also you'll root him as he kills that Crystal Clone. So pretty cool development for Crystal Maiden. Not a lot of people were buying the Shard, but it's been getting buffed to get people to buy it. And then there's been several mobile heroes who are popular, such as Timber Saw, or we talked about that Primal Beast. Puck's been good, right? They all try to jump into the fight, and suddenly they're hit with the Frostbite from the Crystal Clone, then the actual Frostbite from Crystal Maiden, and they're just kind of stuck in the fight. Then you can pair that up with the Techies. So Techies, he's going to blast off, chain any of that crowd control, and then the Mines. Oh man, the Mines just do so much damage. We've seen that a couple times already.
The Mines are just so good. It's a great tool for Timber, right? You do need just that overwhelming magic damage. We're going to see the Lion Undying pulled out here from 9Pandas. This is probably one of the most comfort heroes for solo. As for Antares, his Techies is actually incredibly good. And so I wonder if Liga team are looking at the Techies as a little bit of a deny pick because Antares is one of the best Techies players in the world. So it's pretty smart to do that, to go that route. And then they will grab themselves a Wind Ranger, a good flex hero both for mid and safe lane. And into Timber Saw, once you have your Javelin, you could pretty easily deal with this guy. So I like this as a potential carry pick here.
Yeah, I think you get that flex too because Liga team actually gets the last pick, so they'll get to see where Timber Saw goes. I think an offlaner here, someone who can play around that Undying, perhaps an Enigma who's made it through these bans. No, okay, gonna go for the Brewmaster instead. That's a lot of damage combined with the Techies. Undying is a little bit annoying to deal with, as is, any melee hero into that Undying, but Brewmaster is actually really fast with his passive. And you can kind of like run around that Undying. And then later on, once you actually get to your ultimate, you won't be that worried about Undying. But Sven, a very popular carry lately, Cleave actually just does not care about the Brewlings. Once you get farmed enough, you actually just kill all of them at the same time, which is a very nice response to
10
Brewmaster.
seconds remaining.
It's funny, like I've seen it a couple times where like Primal
Radiant
split
team
comes
back.
out, and Sven like just double taps like the first Bruling that comes out, and like 3 of them are dead instantly, and then the last one's trying to run away. I'm a little bit curious how Dark Lord's going to play this. I was trying to do some research or hunting
10
or
seconds
something to
remaining.
find some info on this guy. There's like part of me that
5
thinks this
seconds
might
remaining.
be the player that some people have
Radiant
referred to as
team back.
Satanic, which is he's like a prodigy kind of in the
I
Eastern
think
European
Satanic
scene.
is on.
But
I think Satanic's Yellow Submarine, unless
is
there's been
he?
like a swap up.
Okay, he is on Yellow Submarine. My apologies. So yeah, I don't know who this Dark Lord person is, but
10 seconds remaining.
he looked pretty good in some of their previous series. So, or in
5
their one
seconds
previous
remaining.
series, I suppose you could say. So, we'll see how he looks here today. He's got to prove himself against his 9 Panda's former carry.
Sven's a good hero to prove yourself on. He's nothing too crazy. The execution, strong laner. You farm up, you show up to the right fights. I think that's probably the hardest part about Sven is knowing when to join a fight, when to just keep farming. Tough choice for all carries, but Sven doesn't have too much complicated micro. I suppose when to BKB and actually commit your ultimate can also be a little tricky for the hero. But he's just been a very stable pick. I think he's a good opening game of the day, right? Sometimes you need a little bit of warm up. Nothing too crazy to start your day off.
All right. Well, the Coddle Puck. I actually
10
really like the Coddle
seconds
Puck
remaining.
bans here. I think for the most part, we've seen Coddle be pretty
5
disruptive in a
seconds
lot of
remaining.
games. Puck just generally probably one of the best mid laners in the game. And I think we are looking at Ramses taking the Wind Ranger here. So I'm curious what the mid lane pick is going to be for Liga. But they do have the last pick, right? 24 pick. So they could still put the Wind Ranger mid, pick a new carry matchup against the Sven. If you go that route, are you worried about something like a Faceless Void here?
Faceless could be annoying. They don't have any saves. We've seen like Shadow Demon be a good response, but with both your supports picked, that wouldn't really be available to you. So Faceless Void could definitely be annoying. There's a lot of magic damage to throw in there with the Crystal Maiden, the Techies, even Wind Ranger. She could just focus fire someone on the edge. So I could definitely see that. Maybe I still want to see. Oh, I see it. Lifestealer was banned. I didn't notice that. But I still want to see more Lifestealer. We did get to see him in one of our games yesterday after just not really seeing him in the entire Western European qualifiers that you and I watched. So he's looked like a great hero, and I'm just interested in like who beats Sven. You know, he's looked like just such a good carry. So who is that safe pick? Every time you see Sven, is like, oh, here's the carry I can think of playing against him. Which Wind Ranger, there's like some tools you have against Sven, but we've actually seen a lot of Sven picks against the Wind Ranger, like in this game. So I kind of think they might want a different carry. But now with the Kunkka picked,
5 seconds
I guess actually they
remaining.
can still flex it both ways. Both these heroes, Timbersaw and the Kunkka, play mid and off lane.
Yeah, exactly. And I think at this point you're probably just looking for a mid pick here that can play like pretty well into the Kunkka. I like the Huskar ban. I think it's not even a great Huskar game, right? You have overwhelming damage from Sven, you have overwhelming damage from the Timbersaw as the game goes on, but I think they want to be able to play a pretty quick tempo here on 9 Pandas, and the Huskar shutting down that mid laner for at least the first 15-20 minutes might have been too much. So they'll go for Alina. This is actually quite good. I like this a lot. So mid lane, it wins both these matchups. It will be up against Kiyotaka on the Kunkka, which, I mean, Kunkka is a pretty stable lane hero, right? Like this hero doesn't really struggle too much against a lot of lanes. Lina is a little bit of a difficult one. It's very easy to just push the wave and also harass the enemy mid lane. So we'll see how he's able to make the Lina work. But I think the big question will end up kind of being that Sven versus Wind Ranger matchup, because eventually Sven gets the Ags, and then suddenly your Wind Run is not that great of a tool until you get to your level 25 talent. So it's kind of like this weird back and forth.
Yeah, I think they'll feel comfortable with Sven. I do like this Lina pick as well. It'll help you kill the Tombstone. Wind Ranger
True.
is a ranged hero, but oftentimes you want to focus fire single target, and that means, you know, outside of focus fire, your attack is actually just like, it's okay. But Lina will be attacking really fast with a really long attack range, so she can help deal with the Tombstone. And like you said, in that laning stage, she should come out okay, which means she should hopefully bring some early magic damage to really bring it to like this Timber Saw. You don't want to just taking over the game right off the bat. So maybe just being able to nuke him out of orbit, right? That would be fantastic for their team.
Yeah, I'm excited. I think this is going to be a very fun game one. I think this is going to be a very good series in general. So for those of you that are tuning in, you chose the right place to be, I'll be honest. Liga Team versus 9 Pandas, game number 1 in this upper bracket. The winner goes to the upper bracket finals, not the grand finals, of course, as there is only one team qualifying. They will be moving to the upper bracket finals, where these two teams might end up meeting again. You never know. It's hard to say.
We'll have to see after this series. You're right. You could run into any of the teams again, thanks to that lower bracket. Looks like both teams smoked out, but nothing crazy too far. Everyone's getting their wards down.
Yeah, it's always funny, like the kind of like mid ward meta that's developed, which is like both teams smoke out and heroes go to each side of the mid lane to try and like pop a smoke and scout like any ward getting placed. But somehow everyone just gets their wards placed anyway, and no one gets the D wards most of the time. It's it's good stuff. 2 wards though in the mid lane here for 9 Pandas, so definitely trying to focus up on just a little bit more of the potential rotations or protecting their triangle here potentially. So
yeah, I think all 3 of these cores can do stacks really early, and especially Kunkka having to deal with that Lina counter pick. I wouldn't be surprised to see him doing a lot of early jungling, especially once he hits like level 3 to level 5. That's where you just kind of go to your stacked camp, hit it with the Tidebringer, back off, wait for that cooldown, just repeat that cycle, and do a lot of your own stacking. So protecting your triangle, Kunkka, one of those mid laners who can do those ancients pretty quickly, that'll help him still get through this early lane, even if this Lina does pop off.
Now, I don't remember the exact timing on Kunkka's torrents, but I know you can stack the camp with torrents, right? Actually, up to like 5 or 6 times. As it does have that 1.6 second delay, and then it pops him into the air. So he might, I think if you throw it at like 57 and some change or something, it works. But I've done it before. I just haven't played. I haven't played the Kunkka in a while, so sometimes
sure,
it's good.
Sure, Kiyotaka has. So we'll see when he does it this game.
This Wind Ranger and Crystal Maiden bottom, actually a lot of damage opening up with Frostbite. So it's just Frostbite into a full channeled power shot every single time.
Such a pain.
Is a lot of damage. Speaking of damage, top lane, we are going to see them get aggressive here onto the Brewmaster, and Techies will make the space thanks to that Sticky Bomb and the Blood Grenade. But the level 2 timing, honestly, for Liga Team, I think is way stronger, because you're going to get Blast Off to combine here with that like Cinder Brew Thunderclap, and I think you have to be a little bit worried about that.
Yeah, I think it sort of depends on who goes first. If that Tombstone comes out first and starts building up zombies before you can blast off, you might just die to the zombies. But if they hit level 2 first on Liga, and like you said, that blast off, the Cinder Brew, that's so much magic damage. We could definitely see a first blood top as Solo just hits level 2. We'll see who decides to go first.
They're looking for the Sven more than anything here. Like, the Techies is just constantly putting damage into the Sven, and I think that's what you want to do. You're not going to bring down this Undying. He's going to be decay spamming. He's got tons of mangoes, which he's actually down to only 1, but The Sven definitely killable. And they got a good pull here, so this is going to help reset the wave a little bit.
It's almost counterproductive to kill Undying at this point. One, it's so hard, like you said, with all that decay, but two, he uses all his mana to decay spam you, and he's getting pretty low, so he's going to have to start eating through mangoes. If you kill him, he actually just comes back full resources and just repeats the process. So, yeah, they definitely want to focus Sven here and kind of just ignore the Undying as much as possible. Whereas Undying, of course, wants the opposite. He's going to keep running at you so that you can't just ignore him.
I feel like that's the... Oh, well, there's the Tombstone. He gets himself a really good 2-hero decay into the Tombstone as 1J will clean up these zombies. Solo. Gotta be careful. Yep, you can't last hit with the decay here at level 1, so... Really good play, though. Does make a lot of space. 1J, though, with a salve, should get right back into this.
I think they were trying to play aggressive with that creep whale. Timbersaw in the bottom lane. Getting very low.
Yeah, that is first blood for Ramses. Really well done. And now they're looking for Antares. There's a frostbite, but no mana. And this is what I was talking about. I actually really like what they've done here. She went for a point in Arcane Aura at 2, which we see a lot of times. People kind of go the 1-1-0 and then get their Arcane Aura at 3. But they've just been frostbite spamming into Power Shot the whole lane. So that Arcane Aura early ends up paying off.
Yeah, the right-click harass on a Timbersaw doesn't usually get you too much. So I like that idea of just, let's just use spells, apparently.
Yeah.
Dude,
Power Shot is a ridiculous ability.
Yeah, I mean, we see it just now, too. It does half his health with that Frostbite combo.
And he has his Javelin. He actually just rushed the Javelin after that first blood, has the Bracer. So Timbersaw's lane is really difficult now.
He'll just have to survive through till around level 6 when he really picks up with that ultimate.
Yeah. But it's still like you're against a Wind Ranger who can pretty easily just dodge any of your abilities with Wind Run, and chances are like you will max Power Shot, but you're still gonna have like multiple points in Wind Run on this hero.
Yeah, we see him deciding he's saving that skill point at level 4. No, just kidding. He puts in Wind Run. So yeah, like you said, very fast. You can definitely dodge some abilities.
Yeah, I really like what Ramses is doing. This is a really cool way of addressing the Timbersaw. We haven't really seen this pick counter quite yet.
1J in trouble.
Yeah. Really good chase down here from Solo, and a worthy rotation in from Kiyotaka mid as the X will find himself the kill onto the techies. That helps out quite a bit because he is struggling mid a little bit. Not a ton. Lina does have the XP advantage as she's kind of just shoving the wave, kind of forcing a little bit more regen out of this Kunkka matchup, but we'll have his level 6 here fairly soon now as he grabs it.
See Lion getting on those stacks nice and early. Already got a triple stack of Ancients. Yeah, triple stack of Ancients and the hard camp.
I'm surprised they managed to do that. At the river, the X-Boat comes out. Crystal Maiden will get chased down. Blood Grenade even committed from the line. And now a rotation from Solo. I don't think he's going to make it, and they might turn it around onto the Undying, and they absolutely do. Good save there from the techies. As the power is top, it's an amplify damage as well.
Yeah, Solo was trying to save that for Kunkka, so he actually left it even though he walked past that. Didn't expect to be turned and killed like that. So actually now, amplify damage to Lina. That is pretty scary. She'll probably save that. Not at all. She's going to use it right away because she wants the mana. But I thought maybe she could save it for when her ultimate was up to give herself a lot of burst. But I guess prioritizing the farming speed right now, making sure she has enough mana to just use her spells and get to jungling.
Fourth set of stacks here being made in the Dire Jungle. And again, they're at a situation here in this offlane Timber where he has no game, not in any capacity. It is so bad. He barely hits level 5 on his way back out since he grabs the Wisdom Rune. But this Ancient stack will eventually be his. He just needs his Chakram.
Yeah, both offlaners maybe a little bit on the losing end for their team, but Brewmaster definitely doing better than Timbersaw. And he does have his level 6, so no one really wants to come up here anymore. Whereas Timbersaw still level 5 and still doesn't really threaten Windranger as much. Like, if you have a better lane, I think you can, especially when Windranger does not have her Focus Fire. But now if you go on her, and in fact they're looking for him, they want to use Focus Fire with this Javelin right there. That's exactly why you don't want to end up under level compared to the Windranger who's having a good game, because now you're the one being kicked out of the lane, which is that's not usually what happens to Timbersaw.
Yeah, and I honestly, like, this is kind of a foregone conclusion, like, based on how this lane started to develop from that first blood, is like he comes back to the lane with a Javelin like 3 minutes faster than he should probably have his Javelin. So yeah, just really solid stuff here out of Ramses and this safe lane Crystal Maiden. These guys are absolutely crushing this. Your Windranger is at 4,600 net worth, just around 8.5 minutes. Like, that is absolutely incredibly well done.
Yeah, they're having a good time down there. And I think they can probably start leaving that Windranger alone. She start handling the lane. Maybe they'll look for like one more kill with the Crystal Maiden and then get out of here. But with that Brewmaster 6,
smoking.
Well, yeah, maybe Windranger having too good of a game.
Dude, Brew knows. They're actually going to smoke back
like
right into him. Brewmaster is here, and they're like, wait a minute, guys. Did I just see a Primal Split come through? Your Windranger, very healthy. They're forced to drop the Tombstone. They're trying to chase down Kunkka, protected for the moment, as even Alina's going to come in. They'll clean up this Tombstone, but Kiyotaka pulled back by the Void Panda, and a Wind Run on the backside, just chasing down the Timbersaw, Undying, pausing the game, being like, guys, let's take a breather real quick. Maybe we overestimated how strong this rotation bottom was gonna be.
Yeah, Alberca probably gonna fall here as well. Maybe having some lag issues. That's unfortunate. He's probably dead anyways. Either way, maybe he can get this Crystal Maiden if he gets one more Timber Chain off. But yeah, very nice. I don't even know. Was that a read? Because was that just coincidence? That smoke was definitely coming down here, and I don't see that they have an observer.
They don't
deep.
Yeah.
So maybe just seeing Kunkka leave the lane and predicting that Kunkka has his boat. He wants to make a play with it. Who's having a good game? Our Windranger. She's also pretty low health. You know, rush that Maelstrom before the power treads. So not a lot of stats. Could definitely be killed by Timber. Okay, there we go. Clean him up. She could definitely have been killed by that combo without some help. So very nice read. They bring everyone. And oh no, they might steal these stacks.
I mean, I don't know if it's a might
stacks
anymore. That was gone so fast. You have 4 points in the Cinder Brew. 4-point Dragon Slave, 4-point Power Shot. These, or I guess 3 in Power Shot. You win 0-3-3. But yeah, I mean, this is usually how it goes, right? When you're playing the core Windranger, you get these early points in the Wind Run. That 5 seconds of duration is just so difficult to deal with. And she did opt for a raindrop early, so the boat, when that came in, ended up absorbing a decent chunk of the damage. So yes, Windranger not incredibly tanky, but nowadays, being universal, getting the bracer, and that really smart pickup of the raindrops, Ramses was a little bit more durable, I think, than they thought. And Brewmaster, it was so funny, man. Like, he goes for the X play, and he just sees the Cinder Brew get tossed from the tree line, and he was like, oh god, run.
Oh no.
They're like, wait a minute, guys, that's a Brewmaster.
Yeah. Quick call by them for the retreat, but yeah, already a very fast response by Liga. That stack steal as well. Oh, Crystal Maiden? Oh no, that's not Crystal Maiden. She's teleporting. That's Techie's dying in the mid lane. That really stack steal as well hurts a bunch. That might have been worth more than the 2 kills they got, having that many camps stacked and you just steal that away. They're now going to commit for the Ancient stack, which I believe that was 4, maybe 5 stacks there. So they're very happy that did not get stolen, and that's going to help Timbersaw recover a little bit, but we still see he's still quite low in the net worth. Sven doing pretty well for himself. He's the one who's just been left alone in all of this. Even Brewmaster left the lane to go rotate over. So Sven is a hero. You know, you can't sleep on him. He gets his items, he gets that crit, and then, uh-oh, he just cleaved our whole team. So I think they'll definitely want to take a look at that Sven, maybe start trying to take away some of his map.
Like the whoa, we're dead.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Brewmaster's working on that Radiance, maybe halfway more to that Sacred Relic. He already has the evasion, so maybe that's when they'll feel they have more power to really start invading that map into the Sven, because he is a tough kill, and you would be diving into like a Kunkka who could rotate over, and it's very scary. You get X marks on the retreat. It's easy to feed if you go too far, so they want enough power before really attempting that.
I really like the read from the Lina this game. So the spellcaster Lina is obviously very good, but you're looking at a Kunkka, Sven, and Timbersaw. So your scaling potential out of magic damage, Lina, is not as good this game because they will eventually just have enough health to where you run out of spells. And so she's opting to go more of the right-click Lina build. So we're going to see a Gleipnir eventually. She's rushing a BKB, which I think is a little bit surprising because this would be a very fast Gleipnir if you were to finish it. So opting to go BKB, a little bit of a different idea, different strategy, but should line up pretty dang well with this Brewmaster Radiance, which is only about 1,000 gold away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, you also know all three of these cores, not only are they tanky, but they're very likely to get a BKB fairly quickly. So, yeah, I agree. Great call from Lina. In the top lane, looks like Techies not going to have a great time here. Oh, they're committing boat. Maybe you're calling that out to your team. You know, Tombstone and boat once I'm up. Maybe we can think about fighting. Those are some big spells. And never mind. Brewmaster, he's getting close to that relic. He's like, no, I don't want to fight. I want to finish this Radiance. Don't bring me into anything.
I think that's like perfectly okay for both teams. Like if you're 9 pandas, you're like, we need to get gold somehow, somewhere, and like getting a kill on the techies, you just take it. And at the same time, Liga team's like, yeah, we managed to force the spells, and yeah, we're good. No boat, no flesh golem, no tombstone. That being said, we're gonna look at this 14-minute wisdom rune. Crystal Maiden is here. She has a freezing field. You gotta be careful. Finger of death though on to Ramses. He's the one who realizes he needs to cut and run. 5 heroes coming in from 9 pandas. They will get a Crystal Maiden for their troubles.
That seems like an overcommitment. That was the carry Wind Ranger and the Wisdom Rune, but 5 heroes for this is a lot. Wind Ranger getting away as well. I think you're perfectly happy with that on Liga, and you immediately shove in the mid lane and shove in that top lane, which it hasn't really taken much tower damage. It's pretty hard to push into a Sven because he just clears the wave just as fast as you do, but now with everyone having left, Brewmaster is getting to work. It'll finish his Radiance, and maybe even take this tower without having to use that Radiance. Although I say that, they've just been beelining their way right back to this top tower.
I was going to say, they got their kill, and Undying and Timbersaw have ran completely across the map without slowing down at all just to get up here. Brewmaster, though, has his Radiance completed, and suddenly trying to take a fight into this guy is going to be really scary, obviously. So you need to be careful.
Let's see if they realize, because they just saw him without the Radiance. Maybe they're thinking, hey, maybe we kill him before he gets that Radiance?
Guys,
maybe we make
he
a
doesn't
smoke
have
play?
it yet.
Yeah, exactly. He's weak. This is the time. It's true. It's very good when you see people rushing these big items. You haven't seen them buy anything. Getting those kills at that point, it is good. But right here, going to reveal that the Radiance is in fact done. They're still smoking for this. They do have a good amount of burst. This is a very early Ags from the Kunkka.
Wow, okay,
Can
yeah,
they
you're right.
chain stun the Brewmaster before the split comes out?
Oh, no.
Might end up with a
Are they
Techies. That's
just
not
gonna
really
get
the...
Techies?
Ooh, yeah, that's not
Dude,
really
he gets the blast off away. Good stun out from Antares. All right, very well done. So they get Techies. That's something. His corpse will stun up a few. Again, another big rotation, and all you get is a support. I mean, Liga team have been able to dodge everything out at the moment. They're not falling that far behind on 9 pandas, though. I mean, Timbersaw has definitely recovered. He is level 10 all of a sudden. and has his Blade Mail. He's going to go for the Eternal Shroud next. And you haven't taken too much structural damage, right? Only bottom tower fell, which was a while ago here to Ramses on this Wind Ranger. But we are about to see double BKBs be completed on both the Lina and the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I think in game 1 yesterday against Nemiga, we saw them hit a very nice timing together. They lined up the items, and then we saw them push the bottom tower around 20 minutes. They took like the tier 2 Tormentor Wisdom Rune, like this whole sequence. It was a very nice. I wonder if we're going to see something similar as these double BKBs, both on the way. Lina's is done, so yeah, everything's lining up. Radiance, 2 BKBs. Let's see if they start grouping and doing stuff. 9 Pandas doing the same themselves right now, pushing this bottom tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I would like the idea of them pushing for that Tormentor, actually, now that you mention that again. It's like, you're going to get this top tower. I think you just go through Portal, you defend your bottom, potentially. Or, I mean, they're just going to walk into Roshan. Never mind, Lina has an Arcane Rune, so lots of spells, and eventually Focus Fire will make quick work of this. Oh, Brewmaster can also just tank with Brood Up and Drunken Brawler.
They took this tier 1, they can get Aegis, and if they want to make that same play, they can head on through the Twin Gate and start sieging up that tier 2. The mid tower still up as well if they want to go for that. Let's see.
Smoke is available. They will see...
They
They really don't see anything at the moment. They have no aggressive wards currently placed. Everything kind of in the river here to scout any rotations into their own side of the map, but we might see that change now that they have an Aegis, 2 BKBs, and that Radiance. I'm curious where Brewmaster goes from here, because I think that's one of the interesting things about this hero. Like, he greeds out for these first items, like, very heavily. Kiyotaka. Just going to do what damage he can to chip down the wave. Lina does finish up the tower, though, very easily. Ward Sentry dropped. Crystal Maiden's like, oh god, they're all here. So she's dead. Finger Death comes out onto Lina. That's a good kill. She has an Aegis, but can you do this twice? Brewmaster, he's coming in. The big bad boy looking for this Undying, protected by the Beast for the moment. The Lina with the BKB trying to clean up. They just mana drain and kill the Brew. He doesn't pop the split at all, and the Lina dies as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, a little bit of a misplay from Liga, to put it lightly. They were building up a very nice timing there with all the items and an Aegis, but so they had no vision. I thought it was okay to maybe play a little safe until you see what the enemy team is up to, but I think I saw Techies TP bottom while 4 people started to move mid, but they were split up. So Wind Ranger and Brewmaster were a bit behind the Lina Crystal Maiden, and all of 9 Pandas, Sven was on the way, but the other 4 were ready to go, so they kill off the Aegis and the Crystal Maiden. At that point, they've already got the advantage, and they take a very nice fight from there. Brewmaster can't get his ult off. That's the timing, kind of out the window now.
I mean, that is really out of the window. I don't even know. Like, I'm trying to think, like, what the game plan was there. It kind of just looked like a die with your friend syndrome type of scenario. Like you said, the Techies just had left completely. Your Crystal Maiden dies before the fight starts. So you're 3v5 in mid. And boy, that is about as bad as that fight could have gotten. Your lead completely gone now as Sven takes the top net worth, and he is on his way to an Aghanim Scepter, and it's not going to be long before he has this.
Yeah, he'll disassemble that Echo Saber, so probably just another minute or 2 before that Aghanim comes up. And Wind Ranger does have her BKB, so she doesn't have to be too scared of the Dispel yet, but I mean, once that BKB's down, Wind Run will not help you.
Lion's going to steal their 21-minute wisdom.
Radiant's top tower.
They are not ready for this. Someone's pinging it now. Crystal Maiden is, but too little, too late.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Do you just go again, I guess, is the question, because they were definitely lining up for that timing, and it didn't go so hot.
This is kind of where I'm unsure of not getting the Gleipnir on this Lina, because if you have it, you have a decent amount of control to play around and try and set up kills earlier, as opposed to just kind of sitting back and farming for the BKB, and that's kind of like a weird like byproduct, I guess. They're gonna realize their Wisdom Rune's already gone. They're gonna settle for the Tormentor here, but yeah, if you have like, I guess like taking the pressure off of the Timbersaw really costs them, because he suddenly is right back in this game and about the same net worth as your Brewmaster, but I feel like it's easier for Timbersaw to put out damage, and especially when he gets a Whisper of the Dread.
They might be starting to drag this out. Oh, good pickup in the mid lane. That is your BKB, though.
Yeah, interesting solo kill.
Yeah. The Brewmaster went for Boot to Travel, has Octarine queued up. We've seen this little greedier playstyle from the Brewmaster. He is a hero who scales extremely well. So maybe with that slip up in timing, they're starting to think about going later.
And Tara's... He gets the blink. Okay.
Gets the shard for his troubles too. It's nerfed, but it's still pretty decent if you, especially if you can get it for free.
Yeah, I mean he gets rewarded for like heavily here, right? Because he goes blink first, has an Eye of Vizier even as well. So now having shard is pretty huge, and now he can just mana drain freely into this Brewmaster. There's nothing that anyone can do about it.
Yeah, we saw that come into play in that fight. Losing the mana, especially with this Torrent Storm. Brewmaster not a hero who gets BKB, so if you Blink Hex stun and then some more Torrents come out and you're just mana draining that whole time, there's a good chance he just does not get his ultimate off. Though he's got a Greater Healing Lotus and a fully charged wand. Maybe he'll save those to make sure that does not happen to him again. All right, they scout this out. Yeah, with the Techie Mines. Great part of that hero, which you need good map awareness for, so the pros, they get full advantage of it. Maybe the pubs, a little less so. They dodge this out, thanks to those mines. I think, looking back at that fight, if they had been all together, I think it works out. You let Lina just hit stuff, and I think that's why she went BKB, because you can't really initiate on her, but you need the whole team there ready so that when they do go on her, you get the blast offs going in. Crystal Maiden's not being killed off first, right? She should be behind the Lina. Brewmaster would pop the ult right away, run into the fight. Wind Ranger just gets to like pick the right target and then focus fire. I think that would have been the way they want to execute that timing. Maybe having a bit of a misread on where Nine Pandas was, thinking they could kind of push the way they did. Maybe they thought Nine Pandas was somewhere else on the map, but they definitely got caught off by that, and it seems like now they've pivoted to, let's go late. We gotta wait out some of these timings. But I don't know. Sven's pretty scary in the late game too. I mean, so is Lina, so is Wind Ranger, and I just said Brewmaster's really good at scaling, but I don't know if I necessarily think they are that much stronger in the late game. I mean, do you have a different take on that, Ricky?
I think we are going to be here for about 60 plus minutes. I actually think that's what's going to happen here. I don't think this game is going to end anytime soon unless one of these teams like kind of botches a team's fight and they botch the team fight like at their high ground. I don't know, because realistically, like, this Undying is a hero that just doesn't scale as well as other supports, and because of how much gold is on the map, you actually, well, I think what I'm noticing more and more is that support scaling sometimes matters more than core scaling in some of these matchups. Like, if both teams have like decent cores, like for the most part in the late game, you look at your supports and you're like, well, one's an Undying, this hero does not farm super well, versus a Techie's Crystal Maiden, which are two of the fastest farming supports. Not fastest, but two very good supports when it comes to farming and getting stuff done on the map. So I feel like those two are quite good at going to the late game. Wind Ranger is, kind of bar none. She is incredibly scary. Is as like a level 25 hero with an Aghanim Scepter. You can pretty much never find this hero, and Sven will never be able to kill you because you will have permanent wind run up. I don't know.
Radiant's bottom
I
tower
feel
is
like
under
if you're a
attack.
Liga team right now, you're either hoping that 9 Pandas takes a bad fight into you, or you're just dodging them out for the rest of the game. I legitimately don't feel like they want to fight, because Lina is going this right-click build. They kind of botched their first fight, and she wants to get to, like, an MKB. Which, I mean, she's getting there, and it will be doing a ton of damage. It's not like you're dodging out some sort of evasion this game. It is just a super damage-efficient item on Alina. Okay, well, you have a power rune now. That's an amplified damage. They're going to look for the Undying, as in comes the focus fire. Kiyotaka takes a lot of damage on the backside as well. The Techies is down. The Yules comes through. Here comes Fendo. He's looking to get his hands on these Pandas, and he does! He cancels the split just in time, but Ramses gets dunked on, and the Lina never hits a hero. They're going to kite back through some mines here, and Torres maybe realizing he needs to turn around. Your Lina didn't hit anything. Oh my god, don't get bashed. Holy shit. Crystal Clone is out. Crystal Maiden is down.
I think that's a bit of a misplay from Liga. They had very good mines set up around the Twin Gate, but then they tried to fight beyond that. And I think if they just stay near the Roche pit and they force the Roche on, 9 Pandas will feel the pressure to run in through the mines or to do a long wraparound, which you can still be set up for, rather than chase further
Wait a
out.
minute. They're going to go in. Dark Lord does have the BKB. Decent mine placement there from the Techies, and he is down, but the Aegis claimed by the Lina's BKB. She gets the cheese as well. Torrent Storm is out. Sometimes all you need is a well-placed Cinder Brew, and all of the enemy's team spells to be down.
Is that a misplay by 9 Pandas? I feel like they should have had someone outside to spot that and prevent that from happening.
Do they have any wards on their supports either? Yeah, they did on solo. Like, you definitely could just ward the fountain area, right? The Lotus Pool.
Yeah,
but
maybe he had one. There's a gem on Brewmaster, so I'm not sure if it got removed. But even if it got removed, then you know it's happening.
You know it's coming.
So, yeah. Huh, okay. Well, in the middle of talking about Liga's mistake, they come in and swipe the Aegis cheese right back from 9 Pandas. So, successful Roshan?
yeah, I don't think you had any business getting that Aegis for the Radiant, I'll be honest. The thing is like they get this amplified damage rune and they're like, go in, go, go, go. And Ramses goes. But the Lina is not nearly as fast as a Windrunner with like Blink and Windrun. So she goes in, she focus fires the Undying, and then sees a Kunkka at like half HP, and then just completely retargets to the Kunkka. So Solo lives as a result, right? Like she stops trying to attack him to go for someone else.
Ramses top?
Yeah, Ramses just gets picked off top by a Blink Lion, and
Dark Lord finds the solo Techies kill too. Or the Antares Techies kill. Or not Antares, sorry. I'm so used to him playing the Techies. Just 1J Techies. There we go. You're getting the words right.
You know they have a ward here. You have to. You just took a fight into that exact area where they definitely had vision. And yeah, he gets caught. He's gonna need a Lincoln Sphere really bad on the Lina or on the Wind Ranger this game. It scales very good for your hero, being that you are universal. But for now, he's got a Nullifier queued up, so he wants to be able to get rid of these things like the Yule Scepters, the Ghost Scepters, Glimmer Capes, which I don't even think they have a Glimmer, right?
No, but they do have the Ghost Scepter. And there is the Sven Warcry.
Lina. She's got an Aegis. She'll be okay mid lane. Pops the Arcane Rune. I mean, she does damage. She is super farmed. She is now actually substantially in front of her own carry. As it's not that surprising considering, you know, she hasn't died in any of the recent engagements, and she's kind of just been farming. Goes for a TP bottom, gonna regret it as Dark Lord now turning his attention on over to 1J. He gets the kill, but they will find an exchange, and of course your Lina mid lane, they get the Aegis.
I think if Liga can push this more, they'll be perfectly fine with that,
Yeah.
since they didn't even lose. They lost the Aegis, which maybe they would have liked for the sieging, but you essentially trade Aegis for Sven, and so you got 70 seconds. Sven doesn't really want to buy back right now. Let's see if they get up to anything.
Dire's middle tower is under
They gotta get towers here, man. You gotta. So Lena's
My
working
question
on
is,
mid.
will they try high ground,
Dire's
or will they
top
I
just
don't
go to other
think
towers?
so. I think I'd rather get like 2 tier 2 towers, to be honest. Like opening up multiple lanes, I think is really important right now. And the Lina bottom will find Solo with that focus fire, but he immediately dies instead. Did he just go in with no HP? I actually have no idea. He did. He just went in with only 800 HP and died.
I guess caught off guard by the Timber Saw coming in. But, I don't know, maybe kind of expected when you're diving a tier 2?
I don't really know how he dies there, if I'm honest, but that's not worth it. Obviously, as you lose your Windrunner for a 5-position Undying. I think he's just severely underestimating how tanky this Undying is with like the Solar Crest and the Holy
1J?
Rocket. Holy heck.
Very close.
Glimmer Cape
Trying to do the
save him.
Tormentor. Tormentor's the greatest threat to supports.
Radiant's middle
It's the
tower
greatest
is under
threat to
attack.
like Eastern European teams, if I'm honest. I think more than any other region. Oh, them and
I think
Duraggio.
that's true.
Radiant's
Uh,
middle tower is
Tormentor.
under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
He's part of the plays for a Western European team now, but he came from Eastern European, so maybe the first statement's right.
Maybe it's still accurate.
Yeah,
Oh,
Shard.
man.
Shard for Ramses is pretty nice.
Yeah.
It'll really help kite the Sven around once BKB is down. Just anything, like you said, there's maybe some extra deaths going on for Liga, but they are approaching the late game, and the BKB charges are going down on that Sven. He's now down to like the final 6 seconds where he'll have it for the rest of the game. So kiting out a Sven with the 2 very long-ranged, fast heroes like the Lina and the Wind Ranger, as long as you don't get, Superman insta-crit, you can just run around this Sven.
Dire
So
scanning.
that probably will be their game plan going in late. And, I mean, we've definitely missed that early game timing. See if they can find anything now, though. Techie's scouting this out.
Nice attempt there. The tidal wave doesn't quite connect. There's going to be the primal split. Ramses goes in, gets the shackle onto the Sven. The
Dark
saves from Solo. Can he get the BKB to turn around? Perfectly timed blast off Dark Lord. He gets his Satanic off. He's looking for Ramses. He's got him. 3 dead on Liga. Make it 4. Oh, boy.
Ooh.
Well,
Moving,
Techies,
guys,
wait
stop
a minute. Hold. Hold.
Guys.
Stop. They're like, please stop. I mean, good play
right.
here to just focus up and hold here for this Brewmaster, the Earth Panda, right? Well,
Amazing fight. Okay, Vindicator's axe
I was just
actually
about to
won
say
that
that,
fight.
dude.
He was chain stunned so long, and to your point earlier about, these are tanky heroes, so the burst doesn't make sense. Even with this right-click physical damage build, this
Radiant's bottom
20
tower is
extra
under
armor, and I don't know if he got Warcry off or not, but he was so tanky. That was Wind Ranger and Lina and a Techie's blast off. It was everything onto the Sven. They almost got it. Pop Satanic, God Shrink BKB, full healed right after that.
Radiant's
I'm trying to figure out what happened to the Lina in this fight. She
Radiant's
just
bottom tower has fallen.
died 100-0 from Timbersaw and Kunkka's Torrent Storm. So I don't know when she BKB'd. She definitely BKB'd in the fight, but
I think they both popped BKBs trying to kill Sven. They had the
Yeah.
chain stun going, so they figured, hey, if he's dead, we're good. They're probably right. Like, someone probably dies to Kunkka and Timbersaw, but you're very likely to have the damage after Sven's out of the picture to win the fight. But just, yeah, this Vindicator's axe, man, so good. Such a good item in the right games.
I'm not 100% sold on this Lena's build now, because it is one of those things that like the MKB is a decent item, but now you're going back for a Shadow Blade into a Silver Edge. It is pretty decent against the Sven, obviously, because if he Storm Hammers you, you can just press Shadow Blade. Oh, and Taurus! You gotta be very careful about those Techies mines. We're looking for him. Nice Glimmer move into the trees, and 1J will make it out. But yeah, what I'm getting back to is like the Lina, it needs to have more damage than she does for being 22,000, 23,000 net worth, right? Like you want a Daedalus on this hero, like legitimately. If you're gonna go this route, you want to have BKB Gleipnir, you should have a Daedalus as your next damage item, so you can start doing enough damage to try and kill these heroes. Otherwise, you were just better off having your magic build.
Yeah, I would have liked the crit as well. The Shadow Blade utility, and then like into the Silver Edge break, it is kind of nice. And maybe, I guess something we'll see is that maybe it allows him to kite a little better in these fights where you're like avoiding people with invis, but the invis can be dispelled. Oh no, wait, Glimmer Cape can be dispelled.
Glimmer. Yeah. That's the thing is like against a Sven, if he goes to Stormhammer and then she Shadow Blades it, it's an undispel. It's the only form of undispellable like invis items, right?
Okay.
So you can't actually remove it.
So maybe that's some of the idea of like just kite this guy out, and it does give some damage, but you're right, it's just a lot less than what the Daedalus would give you.
Yeah, it's like if you were going to go for the Silver Edge, I feel like your MKB needed to be a Daedalus. Or at least just a Chrysalis, for like a casual Chrysalis, you know? Because Lina does a lot of damage. I think people also underestimate the late game Revenant's Brooch on this hero, and that's why you need the Daedalus, because she is one of the best Revenant's Brooch carriers because of how fast she can attack. With the Laguna Blade, when you put out that... Well, he actually went the supercharge stacks as well, so his Laguna Blade now immediately provides 15 stacks of Fiery Soul. So it is a ton of attack speed. It's like 450 attack speed or something. Like, that is absurd. So it's like you see a hero, you LSA, you throw the Laguna Blade, use that Revenant's Brooch, and a hero will die, right? But you need that crit damage, I think, a little bit to help. Mid lane, Primal Split being used to chip here on these tier 3s. They're going to leave this Earth Panda. Okay, they learned. They actually just know. He's running it into the tier 4s. He's like, wait a minute. He's like, this is a problem. They're not killing it, guys. We saw this happen the other day. I think it was DM's Brewmaster, and they killed it for some reason, and it respawned him on the other side of the map. So I think 9 Pandas, they know a little bit better to leave the Earth Panda alive. 1J scouting out Roshan, but they know he's here. And they've got him on the Torrent into a very nice tidal wave. The X to follow it up, and the Finger of Death will help secure the kill. So it goes away of Kiyotaka. He did get the Minefield sign placed, so quite annoying. We'll slow
delaying
them down.
And it actually matters a lot because both mid and bottom are right at their base. Both these towers are getting really low.
I mean, Kunkka X'd himself away. They're just...
Wait a minute here.
Kunkka has no TP. Like, at all. We know he has no TP. So, that is a full lane of barracks. Well, almost a full lane of barracks. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't just commit for one lane, but they've got the Brewmaster
like
on the backside. Hex comes out.
I mean, if you get out, it's not too bad.
Crystal Clone is there. We'll catch the Timber, and with that CM, looking for the TP, but a good Hex out from Antares. Really well played here from his Lion.
Wait, win range.
Dude, Ramsey's gonna go back for the throne, or for the base.
Yeah, do it. Just blink and focus fire.
I feel like he could, but
it's really risky. I mean, we have the full vision. I understand why he doesn't want to do it.
It's just the Kunkka he's worried about. But
his window is kind of gone now.
Yeah.
He'll cut this wave and then he'll probably get out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought maybe they could get even more out of that. One set is not bad, but 9Pandas will definitely try to equalize it here now that they have the Aegis. There was an Aghanims on that. Where did that go? I saw Undying pick it up to just like grab it and get back. Oh, he did end up actually taking it as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alrighty.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Well,
Radiant structures are fortified.
your high ground in trouble. Another Hex tidal wave, and a Crystal Maiden goes down. Here comes the Primal Split. He's trying to find some options here with the Void Panda. He wants to just kind of... I actually have no idea where his Void Panda is going. Maybe he doesn't have it micro.
Misclick?
I think it might be a misclick. Well, either way, that full lane of barracks is gone. The Lina working on top will get forced back, as now they have their eyes set for Ramses. They're just trying to cut waves, and they can't. And guess what? Your Lina's been found. Her BKB and a cheese is at the ready. But with Dark Lord leaving, it's now
Maybe you
time
can
for
come back and take the
Ramses to
fight.
find something.
Radiant's middle tower is
He
under
won't, though.
attack.
Good retreat from 9Pandas.
So
did get
Solo
the
got the
full set
Roshags?
bottom.
Is that what happened?
Yeah. I'm a little surprised because Lion actually has quite a few Finger of Death stacks, but it will help your Undying get pretty tanky, and it synergizes nicely with your ultimate so that you can't just be killed easily. We mentioned earlier he doesn't scale the best, but I mean, getting a free Aghanim certainly helps you stay alive in these fights.
Yeah. Kiyotaka with the Torrent Storm boat. See if he can find maybe a freebie onto the techies, but will not happen. Minefield signing going to go down in the mid lane as well.
Dire are
He
scanning.
needs that other cosmetic from yesterday.
Yeah, right. You couldn't even see that thing.
All right, let's see. How long left on Aegis? A minute 48. Yeah, they can at least get this tier 2, and they'll probably attempt the high ground one more time, see how that goes. And if it goes well, that might... I mean, Sven's got the damage to end the game, but I don't think it's that easy.
Back to split pushing as Brewmaster's bottom, smoked up, cutting the wave. Lina mid cuts that wave. Ramses thinking of going for the top one. That being said, Lina will see the line. He actually gets the Hex. Do they have the chain stun is the
here.
question. They're trying to bring in some heroes. The Antares Lion is dead. All right, Crystal Maiden will stop the rest of the TP chase. You did... Okay. I will say Lina, during all of this farming, did manage to get her 25, so she does have the crit from Dragon Slave, so that is nice, but she still needs more damage items for sure.
Well, Brewmaster does finish the AC. That'll help with their damage and survivability. Pretty nice for him
6
there.
Lotuses in that pool. Is he gonna pick those up? Come on. That's a lot of healing.
Save it for that block of cheese, guys.
Your techies would appreciate it. So Kunkka has finished up a Wind Waker as well. Mid lane, the techies, he's in trouble. A little bit of trouble, I would say, as Dark Lord.
Places a mine.
Yeah,
I
9
thought he
seconds
placed
left
this
on the Aegis.
sign.
Yeah, I thought he did too. He started
Maybe not.
building it, I think, and then canceled it.
Yeah.
It is
faking
a long
him out a little.
cooldown, I think. Oh, it's only 60 seconds. Never mind.
All right, with that kill, they'll force down mid, maybe, or I guess they lost Aegis. I wonder if they want to wait
Dire's
for
middle
it.
tower is under attack.
Brewmaster's
coming
gonna get mid tier
back?
3.
No.
Structures are fortified.
Well, he was gonna get mid tier 3.
I think he might still get it here.
Dire's middle
Last
tower
attack.
has fallen.
Good old demolish. 250 bonus building damage.
Radiant are scanning.
All right, so the way things seem to be going is that Liga is just planning to rat this one out. All the direct fights have not seemed to go their way. Even though I think they have ways to take it, it hasn't quite worked out this game. So just trying to rat their way into this game. And I mean, it's only 9K at 44 minutes, so it's relatively close.
Well, they made an attempt for the Tormentor with only 2 people. And I have maybe surprising information. You can't do that. 2 people is not enough for Tormentor at this point.
Not anymore. Not after the nerfs.
They are mining up the base quite a bit. And not like the high ground, the immediate high ground. This is like the deep base. Techies doing a decent chunk of damage here. They look for the Undying, but the Hex comes out onto the Lina. She needs help and fast, but she's just instantly dead. Oh, no. You farmed so long to get to these items, and now you can't even take down Kiyotaka. The bow buff is too much, and now the Brew split. It comes out. He's going to try and do his damage here onto this vent, but another Hex, and Dark Lord just cleans up the pandas. They're just teddy bears at this point. Sven still...
BKBs are down.
Oh my god, it's like potentially you can get on top of him, but the good Stormhammer to safety, and now the X. They're looking for this Brewmaster. He's got to be careful. They did buy back on this Wind Ranger, but I don't know if he can actually get into this fight. Another Blink Hex out from the Timber Saw. The double Chakram is there. The Techie's doing what he can. The mines are a lot, but it's still not enough. Your Wind Ranger can't get in this fight at all. They force buybacks, they get lanes of barracks, and they don't lose a single hero.
So as a relatively new team, it's not surprising if this stuff is hard, but from what we've seen this game, it feels like individually, Liga all played quite well, especially through the laning stage, and picked up an early lead. But the times where things have gone wrong seems to be that team element of how you enter a fight, which heroes are up front, which are in the back, make sure we're all ready for the fight before anyone goes in. But that part is just not quite there, and it feels like every fight we've seen has started with one person's a little too far up, getting killed, and it's like the wrong hero. It's not like the tanky Brewmaster up front. It's like a support or Lina up front, you know, being caught. So I think 9 Pandas with a bit more experience, they've been much more disciplined about how they approach these fights, being quick to all get together. And
Ramses might be.
Yeah, I feel like that's why they're winning this game so far. Ooh, big crit. No.
Gets away. Crystal Maiden gonna sacrifice herself for the carry. That being said, Timbersaw can chase, and if he finds one of these heroes, all right, they will make it out. He did not get a crit on either of his first 2 attacks. He doesn't have an Echo Saber anymore either, so. Which I'm a little bit surprised about, honestly. For Sven, you kind of want that double hit, but it's okay. We're looking at the Brewmaster, again, just trying to, I guess, split push on this hero. He's got a ninja gear, so it's really easy for him to just Cinder Brew the wave and then just turn on Radiance for a second and then run away. Which is exactly what he's doing.
Nearby with a Hex. Gotta make sure he doesn't reveal himself.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios where you need your Brewmaster to be up front with a Lincoln, or with a not a Lincoln's, an Aeon Disc, right? So that if they go in for this like Blink Hex, you can Aeon Disc and still get the ult. Whereas your Lina, you know, she's level 26. She's probably your actual primary damage dealer. If she's dead, you're in trouble. The Wind Ranger has damage and has farm, but from what we've seen recently, she can't even kill a support. So that's a very deep ward sentry.
Oh.
They actually don't have a gem anymore. Wait, where's their gem? Okay, wait a minute. If they get Antares, it's not bad, but they're just going to drop everything, go right onto the high ground, and Ramsey dies back immediately. Just 2-tapped by the Sven. Doesn't get a chance to do anything, and the Lina on the backside, completely surrounded again, trying to just fight into Undying and can't do it. He stands his ground. He's like, what are you going to do? I got 5,000 HP. GG comes out, and 9 Pandas looking very good in this game number 1.
Yeah, I like that play. They X-mark that lion, run him in to pop that minefield sign, and then I don't think they were planning to go right away after that, but they saw an opening and they just went with it to close out that game. They had a pretty big lead there towards the end, and I think really the deciding factor of this game was the experience of these teams. And well, I won't say it's that. I don't know what goes on inside the teams, but when it came down to taking the fights, finding the pickoffs, and then moving into those bigger full-on team fights, Nine Pandas had a much cleaner approach. That they made sure they were all together, made sure we kind of know our jobs. Like, these are the people we're looking for. We're popping the minefield sign. He's getting back, putting the tanky heroes in front to scout things out. Like, all of that was very well done by Nine Pandas. And I imagine it kind of is the experience of the players there. We have a couple newer players, especially like Dark Lord and Alberca joining the more experienced team. But the other three all played together for quite a while. And so I'm sure they can share that experience then down to the two new players. Like, hey, here's how we do it. And these are how we win our fights. And it paid off here.
Yeah, and I mean, Dark Lord played a fantastic game. He finished at 12-1-14, and his game is a lot more straightforward to execute, right? Like, he's playing the Sven, he's into that counter match of the Wind Ranger, which we talked about earlier. If you're a Liga team, once Sven gets the Ags, you're kind of playing for Wind Rangers level 25. And to be honest, Ramsey should have gotten it. He had about 3 deaths in that mid game, kind of that at the Roshan and following, that really slowed him down. He went back for a nullifier thinking maybe this will be my way of killing these heroes, but they just tanked up on everybody. Lion, of course, with so many Finger of Death stacks, he got the 70 health per stack talent at 15, and then Undying gets a free Ags from Roche. He has his Solar Crest and ends up going back for an AC. So you're just looking at these heroes and you're like, yeah, we can't kill anybody. Like, we actually just can't. And the Lena's your actual primary damage dealer. She's dying basically at the start of the fights. It's just the worst case scenario for them. I think patience was their biggest issue when it came down to that first Roche. If they had just waited where they had set up, like you talked about, if they just waited around the Techie's mine, waited to scout the Roshan, they'd take the fight on their own terms, and it could be a completely different game. So maybe they'll look back at that as, maybe holding off, maybe not being too easy to jump the gun on it. But again, I think the experience played a big factor. Like you said, Nine Pandas looked very good in this.
Yeah, and there were some itemization stuff that we thought maybe is weird, I guess, but like at the same time I can see how it works. And I think especially in that early game, they were winning. They were winning the lanes, and they had a pretty nice item timing lineup that we saw them have in the last game. They got that early Roche, but kind of dropped the ball a little bit as they started to group up with that timing. And I think that maybe threw them off for the entire rest of the game. So going into game 2 here, I think draft-wise, they're pretty good. I didn't really have any complaints there. The laning, clearly fine, but maybe a quick talk on getting together as a team, like what that needs to entail. That stuff's a little tricky to do maybe in like a 10-minute break, but I think that's probably what they have to spend their time on right now.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Like you said, they got a 10-minute break to try and fix things. It is just the upper bracket, though, so they're not out if they lose this. But we are going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with Game 2 of Liga Team versus Nine Pandas. Stay tuned for more here on the Elite League Eastern European Qualifiers. We'll see you in a bit. What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to the Elite League, brought to you by, of course, ESB and Fissure. We are on our way to game number 2 between Liga Team and 9Pandas, as 9Pandas, man, looking as strong as ever. It looks like this team has not really lost any tempo. They obviously have struggled a little bit since kind of moving their rosters around, but honestly, they look very good here so far in these qualifiers, not dropping a single game, which, I mean, they're 3-0. There's still a lot more games they got to play, but it's impressive nonetheless.
Yeah, I think looking at that last game, you probably don't have to change too much, but maybe look at your laning stage a little bit, or maybe you think it's draft-wise, because, I mean, we saw that Crystal Maiden Wind Ranger response to the Timbersaw, and they just Frostbite Power Shot. Like, that's kind of why that bottom lane went so poorly, but maybe if they think, oh, it's because the 4 support wasn't good for that, or we shouldn't have done that with Timber and left these heroes open. You know, maybe it goes back to that. But they did win the game, so maybe it's exactly what they expected. So I think the requirement to change is on Liga, right? They kind of have to look at what they have to adapt. And we were saying just before that break, I don't really think it's the draft. You can adjust a little bit, because I think if I was going to highlight one thing on the draft, it's that Lino Wind Ranger, a bit similar, and then they built kind of both like this hybrid, like kind of survive, kind of do damage. You have a Brewmaster who doesn't really initiate, supports don't really initiate. So that part felt a little off, but I think it kind of makes sense if we go back to that initial timing of winner lanes, double BKB, Aegis. Then you don't really need to initiate. You just like force things down before they're ready, and that works with the lineup they have. That timing got missed. They have to go to the mid to late game. You don't have like any real initiation at that point, and it's just so awkward. It's tough. So I don't know what they want to adjust, but getting into the draft here, I guess we'll find out.
Well, they removed the Timbersaw to start things off, so I think that's a pretty decent take. It does leave some other options, though, as the Centaur is removed. We're, of course, going to see the Alchemist, however, this time. First banned again from 9Pandas, as they know this is just something Ramses feels very comfortable on. So, yeah, I like all the bans so far. I think Primal Beast getting first phase ban makes a lot of sense. If you are not banning Shadow Demon here and picking DK, are you even playing this patch, is my question.
Radiant Team 9
Oh,
Pandas.
patch players? Patch players. Great call, Ricky. It's just so strong. DK, he just does like the same build. I mean, sometimes the Mage Slayer and Blink, it's like you choose whether you need them or not. But at its core, you go for the Manta, the Aghanims. It's so good in the team fights. You can rat buildings. You can split push. It just gives you so much. And that's why Shadow Demon has become so popular, because we need our own DK at home, you know, just disrupt, copy the illusion, the real hero. And then, you know, then we have it. That's our response. So when you leave it open and you ban out Shadow Demon, here's another possible response. That Terrorblade Reflection. It's a little more awkward to use than Disruption potentially, but you also get your own Dragon Knight copy.
Yeah, and the other thing too that's like kind of funny is Disseminate is actually a pretty sick spell against the DK. So it's like you Shadow, you Disruption, then Disseminate, Demonic Purge, and he's not going anywhere, and he's actually just doing so much damage to anybody near him, or just instantly killing his own Manta illusion. So it's a cool counter to the DK. I really like the Terrorblade though, like you said, and it was first phase banned out last game if I'm not mistaken. So it slips through here. We'll see what they decide to do with this, whether that be the carry for Dark Lord, or if they want to run this in the support position for Antares. I don't think this is really a solo hero like for position 5, but it could be. I mean, think of it as like a Undying at home type of scenario, right?
Yeah, it's not usually the type of thing we see solo play. He plays a lot more like lane dominators and more sacrificial heroes like an Undying. So
I can't believe he got
that. I mean, that still works. Yeah, you have Terrorblade in the lane versus Dragon Knight, not really It's okay, but it's not as hard of a counter as
10
Undying.
seconds
The
remaining.
bigger counter of the Terrorblade is the reflection later on. So
5
I like this.
seconds
Stick
remaining.
Undying in that bottom lane where it could be a Dragon Knight off lane. If it goes Dragon Knight mid, that's okay. You actually have last pick on 9 Pandas. So if they want, they can save that flexibility for there. They might save the flexibility for this Terrorblade to see if they actually want to run carry Terrorblade or not. I think now that you see this Enigma... we see a lot of gyrocopter responses to this because you can flex the gyro and flat cannon's really good at Eidolons. But I guess if you do that, you
10
reveal the
seconds remaining.
Terrorblade. And actually a lot of the responses to Enigma
5
would
seconds
force
remaining.
the reveal, like a Rubik, for example. That's a
Yeah.
really cool pick of the Enigma because you can always just run Enigma support. So I guess you got to reveal one more hero, and we'll see if... what 9 Pandas thinks from that.
That is actually a really cool. Oh, excuse me. No, I was gonna say I agree with what you're saying. I think it's a really cool way to try and force what 9 Pandas is doing. They grab the Hoodwink, so not revealing at all where this Enigma is going, because we usually see it as either the 3 or the 5. So Hoodwink being the 4, it could be the Dragon Knight in the off lane, and it will just be the Gyro. So this I'm perfectly fine with. I think it makes sense. That being said, you could still run like a Terrorblade 1 and then just put the Gyro in whatever lane the Enigma goes. So I think this is the best response you could possibly have.
Remaining.
The main reason being is like if they put the Enigma 5, Gyrocopter's a
5
perfectly
seconds
comfortable
remaining.
4. You have Terrorblade as your carry. If the Enigma is your off lane, Gyrocopter 1, your Terrorblade as your 4. So it's kind of a... It's weird, like you were saying, like the Enigma forces the response, but if there was any combination of heroes, Terrorblade and Gyro is probably the best, I think, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good overall here. Nothing's coming to mind for me, but I wonder if in their draft prep if they have a hero, because I mean we kind of saw the Gyrocopter coming. It's been a common response to Enigma, so I wonder if they now have a carry pick that they're really happy with against both Gyro and Terrorblade.
It's a very good question. Sven. Is it just Sven? I don't know.
Sven has been very good. Well, 9 Pandas will probably reveal a mid or an offlaner here, and actually you can probably pick someone who just does both. It seems like there's quite a few heroes who do that.
Radiant team pick.
Doom. Okay, pretty good versus Dragon Knight, and then, very fast pick. They already know. Ooh, Medusa. Okay, so Medusa will not care about Doom, which I think is kind of okay, because I think Doom's job here was for the Dragon Knight and Enigma. You will get your own Medusa copy from this Terrorblade, but
10 seconds remaining.
I do see how she kind of works versus... Like, you need to kill Tombstone, no big deal. I kill Tombstone, and I still do damage to everyone. I kind of do the same thing as Gyro with Flak Cannon, but just all the time. And if it is a Terrorblade core, I think that's the part that's a little annoying for you, because Terrorblade could get a Diffusal and outrange you with meta, but at the same time, you have your ultimate, so as he's trying to hit you, you just, like, run in at him, and he has to move away or just get stone-gazed, in which case you might be able to, like, then chain something together with your team to kill him.
I like the Medusa pick so much here. I feel like I was already feeling like it was already pretty decent against the Terrorblade Gyro Undying, and then the Doom comes out, and I'm like, okay, well, this is a free Deuce game, like actually. So the question is, what do you go mid? They actually ban out the Arc Warden, which is pretty cool because you have absolutely no way of dealing with this. And that makes me feel like it is a Dragon Knight mid, because there's few heroes that slow down Dragon Knight and prevent him from taking your tower. It's Coddle and it is Arc Warden. Those are the literal best two. So if we see a Coddle ban here, it actually would kind of make a lot of sense. That being said, Liga team could also kind of pick a Coddle themselves. There's the Coddle ban. Okay. I was like,
yeah,
Coddle
I think
could
they
be
need
picked instead, because you have the Medusa, you take the DK off lane, and then you have an immense amount of pressure. So
Radiant team.
Really neat
Yeah, I
drafts
think-
from neat bands here.
Yeah, that coddle ban I think is necessary because it brings a lot of early tempo, and you have an Undying, so you might still want to play that way on 9 Pandas, but also that synergy with Medusa is just so good. Because Enigma and Hoodwink can both get
10
arcane
seconds
boots.
remaining.
Medusa will probably get them. We see her almost always do. So that's 3 arcane
5
boots plus a
seconds
Keeper of the Light,
remaining.
right? That's so much mana to your Medusa. I think it's just a safe bet to take away. They'll have one more ban here, so I think they could use another playmaker. Dragon Knight is less of a playmaker than he used to because of that Manta build he likes to do. He still can initiate,
Radiant
but
team
one more
pick.
initiator.
Oh, they
I
ran
think
out of
would help.
time.
Pandas turn to pick.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure they wanted to ban the Pango, and because I was like, the only other mid hero that builds Diffusal that is relatively good is Pango. Or maybe
well, it's not that
it's not
bad.
bad for them
Seconds
either,
remaining.
but
get Huskard. Earthshaker. Interesting.
Antares Shaker. It's an Antares Shaker. Oh, it is Kiyotaka's. What? Okay. Actually, I do remember this. I actually remember this quite a bit last year. They picked a mid shaker a few different times for Kiyotaka, and he kind of popped off on this. It will be Antares on the Terrorblade, so that safe lane gyrocopter, as we expected. I have to say, I'm a little bit confused by a few things from the 9 Pandas draft. Like, I think the idea is you wanted the gyrocopter into the Enigma lane, but now you don't get that. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. This draft was really interesting. I really like the Enigma pick, and then I was so curious. Did they want Pango? Was that a misclick and it was supposed to be a ban and you ran out of time? I don't know, but I guess I'm looking to Kiyotaka. He intentionally took the Earthshaker, knowing it's a Pango mid, and Earthshaker does tend to be really good versus other melee heroes. He was nerfed previously. We used to see him more in the mid lane, but in the right matchups, I mean, you can still be really strong. And then something you've talked about before, where it's like when you just bring a lot of raw damage, that kind of bypasses the mana shield on Medusa. And Core Earthshaker with his totem actually hits so freaking hard, especially when you're then copying Medusa as well with a Terrorblade. I mean, it's pretty cool. I like the idea. So I'm looking forward to seeing it play out, but it's been a while since I've seen Earthshaker mid.
I want to say the last time I saw it was in Kiyotaka's hands. I feel like that was him.
That's
that
probably
played the core
true.
mid shaker. Now, that being said, I'm pretty sure the build for mid shaker is still max aftershock and into a a immediate blink dagger. Oh, I think he saw him. So very high chance there's a ward there. But yeah, usually when I see mid Earthshaker, it's people are maxing the aftershock, and then they go for a very early blink dagger, and they just like go echo someone on the corner of the map, and that's kind of been the play. Antares will get the D ward in mid. Nicely done.
30 seconds to go.
Looking at the positioning of some of these heroes, DK comes through the twin gate to the top side.
Guess he's looking to body block the creeps to get the lane to push out into him. Do some shenanigans versus this Undying. They don't have any camps blocked up here, but I imagine 1J on the Hoodwink has a sentry. Maybe after these bounty runes, we'll see him head over there to block. DK gonna try to get the steal on the bounty rune. Very nice. This may reveal what he's up to, though. I don't think he'll be able to body block now, and in fact, he's going to take a lot of damage for this.
Yeah, I also... Well, I guess this is your core gyro. So he's going flat cannon level 1. I'm a little bit unsure as to the reasoning behind that. It's gonna
Agreed.
shove the wave quite a bit, and you're not really like a lot of that right-click damage doesn't stick on Dragon Knight, but maybe the idea is in these first couple levels, you want to just stick as much damage into him as possible and try and give yourself a good game. But I mean, I don't know. I guess it's better than
Starting to feel
the other options potentially.
Yeah, I do think it'll shove out the lane, and that's a little bit of the worry, but I think you're right. The logic is maybe put a lot of pressure. You know he doesn't start with Dragon's Blood level 1 most cases, and especially because he stunned your support at the bounty. So you know he doesn't have that passive. Maybe you can get a lot of damage in. It will push the lane, but maybe you can, I don't know, you can prioritize getting a camp to spawn and then do a pull. But it's really hard to do that when the enemy doesn't want you to. Ooh, Hoodwink. Courier gonna get killed. She's gonna go for the creep drag. Solo's trying to match this. Oh, that hard camp spawn just saved this creep drag, actually.
Solo's trying to re-aggro. He's like, come on! Get over here! Come on! Oh, man. Mid lane, let's talk about the Earthshaker versus Pango matchup. A very fun one. So, there was some pretty heavy nerfs to Enchant Totem mana cost, if I'm not mistaken. That was the way of kind of quote-unquote, balancing the Earthshaker mid, right?
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think they increased the mana cost on this by like 10 or at all levels, maybe more. Because it was just too easy, like to just spam and not have to worry about anything else. Is, you know, being able to deny with 100 damage, bonus damage is quite nice. Yeah, really cool first blood in the bottom lane here. You just reflection, you get level 2, you have Scorched Earth. He doesn't even have like a special ability. That being said, Albert, he's gonna be okay. The Eidolon's very slow. This was just a slow, painful death for him. I'm pretty sure Antares just walked at him with a Windlace and clicked him over and over.
Aeroblade support so strong. Man, that wasn't even level 2 with meta. They're going to be able to do that again in just a moment. Enigma is not the strongest laner. He really has to play around the Eidolon, just going forward, denies to control the lane, and then fighting with the Eidolons. But meta can match that. Like when you have only 3 Eidolons and they can't split, meta will out-damage.
I think you just... Okay, Antares is going to start dragging. I was like, I feel like you're strong enough to play around the level 3 timing of Doom. Like, if you go 2 points Scorched Earth, and if your Terrorblade gets his level 2, then you should have no problem finding a kill, like, between Meta, Reflection, and Scorched Earth, because this Enigma is super slow. He goes down to, like 260 movement speed, you know, when you catch him with the Reflection, but... I guess you don't have a blood grenade, so maybe it's not super easy.
Creep dragon going on all these lanes, man. It's all over the place.
Well, my Dota just crashed.
Oh no! Don't worry, nothing exciting will happen, I'm sure. Everyone loves farming. Which so far, Kiyotaka definitely putting the pressure onto Ribal on the Pango. He's really up on CS. 24-9 to the 10-2. I mean, this is exactly why you pick the Earthshaker, to just body an enemy mid laner. I do think top is maybe going a little better than expected. I say that 21-7 to 12-2, but at the same time, like the creep dragging, which then got messed up by the camp, right? They really wanted to deny the Dragon Knight. Ooh, Tombstone being committed, blood grenade. 3 zombies. Oh no, 1 zombie, 2 creeps. Okay, actually nothing comes out of that. I think you're pretty happy with that for Liga. Usually that timing of the tombstone can be a kill straight up. So getting out of that, I think you'll take that. Yeah, things in the bottom. Medusa is farming very well. Actually, I just realized. He's 31-9 to the 13-0 of this Doom, who is now under a lot of pressure as he gets Malefist Blood Grenade with 6 Eidolons on him. Goodbye, Doom. that lane... Is that how that's supposed to go? That seems...
A little something extra.
I don't think Enigma is that strong compared to the
Radiant's middle tower
Terrorblade.
is under attack.
Terrorblade gonna place a D4 to spot Pango. Thinks Kiyotaga's putting so much pressure on him. Oh, but they're actually gonna gank him. Malefice, 3 Eidolons. Tank the tower for the dive. Getting real low, bushwhack off the mark. I think he's okay from here. Unless he's kind of walking back in. Okay, no, he's fine, he's fine. Lucky acorn shot? No, no luck. Believe it or not. Throwing it into a full creep wave. Oh, wait, bushwhack? Oh, man, this is close. I think 1J's going to die for this, though. There's a windlace on this Terrorblade. Okay,
Hey
no, he's
there,
back with
how's
the,
it going?
Hoodwink. He's okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, what's up?
Yeah, you know, sometimes you're just, you know, having a good time, casting some Dota, and then your internet provider's like, what if we forced a restart on your modem to send an update?
What if indeed?
What if? Gotta love it. I'm so glad I pay like $300 a month for that internet. It's great.
Big oof.
Yeah. Okay, so what did I miss? Anything interesting?
Some kill attempts, nothing too much. The main thing to note here is that the CS department is very skewed this game. 3 cores are doing well, 3 very much not so.
Yeah, you're right.
So currently favoring 9 pandas, which Gyro Earthshaker. Yeah, I mean, I think this will be a good split. Of course, you're sad that Doom's not having a great farm, but like if any offlaner would not have a lot of farm, Doom is like the best you could get for that because of Devour.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that this lane is going as bad as it is for the Doom, to be honest. Like,
Agreed.
it shouldn't be this bad. Like, obviously you don't kill the Medusa, but you should have had multiple opportunities to just kill the Enigma in this lane. So, yeah, a little bit bizarre.
The way they played around the Terrorblade confused me a little bit, but I just noticed there's a lot of stacks here, so maybe they have a different game plan in mind where they put more emphasis on these stacks.
He's actually just going to
That'd
echo
be really
these.
cool.
Yeah,
Haha.
incredible. This is...
How much? Should have seen how much gold he had before. I'm curious.
Yeah, he just echoed like a, 4-stacked hard camp and a 4-stacked ancient camp. Now, the weird thing is he went for... I don't think he had the 3rd point in Aftershock when he went for this, did he? Maybe he did.
Paste. Gonna find Antares. Fortunately, the stack is mostly done. Gonna dodge him out here.
Got
No
him
such
rolling
luck.
under.
Okay, at least they finished the stacks just in time, so I don't think any XP was even stolen, and they're like, oh, we're stealing their hard camp, but little did they know they just missed out on a 4-stack, which I actually think is also worth committing roll to steal if you wanted to do that on the Pango.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's happy about that. At least on the Shaker, he is continuing to push his net worth. I mean, he's top on the CS, of course, after taking that camp. It's not keeping up with the Medusa, per se, but I think getting to that early Blink Dagger, like I said, is still the most important thing for a mid Earthshaker. Because as soon as you have the Blink, you can start threatening heroes pretty much anywhere. And you really need to get, like, the Aghanim Scepter shortly after. So,
We'll see a gank Terrorblade. Or, sorry, the Dragonite up top.
that
A lot of
call
magic
down.
damage
My
coming from
God.
Dark Lord.
Yeah, that'll do it.
At the same time, they tried to pressure Alberca, but the move speed from Scorched Earth and his boots now finishing the phase. He just walks away.
Yeah, Undying Tombstone, Decay, the slows from a call down. That's more than enough damage. That was wild. I mean, Gyro literally did 400 damage with just call down. He didn't hit him with a single other ability.
A new call down is really good, especially if someone is trying to run away down their own lane, right?
And
you
they're
can
slowed
potentially
already.
hit 3 rockets which is insane damage. But odds are you hit like 2, still really good. Like 500 magic damage before resistances. That's insane.
Yeah, very good ability. I loved the rework. I thought that was super cool.
Yeah, he was pretty much ignored prior to that rework.
I've played a couple support gyro games, especially just because it's fun. Like, I just really enjoy it. And I had a couple games that went really long, and you get to your like level 25 talent on the global cooldown. Bruh. The minus 30-second in global cooldown is so good. It's like, you only ever see it really get to the 25 talent as a core, and you definitely go the flak cooldown, right? But, oh my god, if you're playing like a magic gyro, it is great.
All right, we'll just have to wait to see if Dark Lord hits level 30 this game to see that.
All right, he just needs to get to 20. He should just go commit to the 25 and just go.
Oh yeah,
gyro.
okay. Yeah, forget the flat cannon.
Yeah, he doesn't need it. Did you ever play mid gyro, or did you ever see like the mid gyro when the Rocket Barrage got reworked and like stuff like that? Did you ever play it at all?
I did not play it, but I do remember seeing it.
Yeah, I played a lot of the mid gyro. I had a lot of fun with that. It was a little broken.
Blink Dagger on Kiyotaka is done. I think he's trying to hide it. No one's showing yet. Oh, just kidding.
He actually missed. That is
awkward.
So awkward. That's your blink reveal, and you don't even kill a support with the Echo and level 4 Aftershock. Honestly, I think Antares killed like 1 or 2 extra creeps when he was going for this blink play, and he was just out of range. Because they massively increased the Aftershock range, or the Echoes, right? Like, it's huge now on Echo Slam, which is what was like kind of the ways of buffing the hero after the nerf to Enchant Totem. But boy, does that feel really bad.
Yeah. Well, I mean, misplays happen. I can't believe there was not a tip from 1J after that, though.
Yeah,
How
right?
Can you not do that?
Yeah, nice blink reveal, buddy.
Dire's top tower
Maybe
is
they're
under
friends.
attack.
No, I definitely would have tipped a friend.
Yeah,
100%. All right, he's just focused. Focused gamer, not that kind of guy.
Probably too busy like pinging the blink dagger and telling his whole team Echo down, you know?
Too busy
Dire's
laughing.
middle tower is under attack.
All right, that
Stacks
sucks,
for the
but I mean,
Shaker.
Earthshaker's still having a very good game overall. Just be a few hundred gold richer. Clearing out another stack, so maybe just really. Oh, this time Pango does steal quite a bit of it.
He stole all the big ones.
Yeah.
Invis
Or they
room.
scout out
He's gonna
the
find
ancient
solo.
stack too.
I mean, this is just a freebie. There's just nothing he can do about this. Mid lane, mid lane,
Need the
mid
roll.
lane, mid lane. Okay, we're not gonna see it, but kill onto
Dire's top tower
the
is under
Undying. Pangolier with that invis ends up finding some good stuff there.
They got
I
6
promise
Eidolons
you.
here too, taking the mid tower.
Dire's middle tower has
They saw
fallen.
the ancient stack. I wonder if they'll try to make a play for it. I mean, Medusa could do it. She's got a Manta. I think it'd be really cool to just bring everyone in there and go. They've got Rolling Thunder. They've got Black Hole. I'd love to see this.
I think you just smoke your Pango, Medusa, Enigma in, and there's just nothing you
Okay.
can actually do about it.
Well, she's decided to go for her own stack. It's definitely the safer play, but I think that would have been a really cool steal and a big economic hit to 9 Pandas. Roll coming in the mid lane. Maybe they don't knock him out
Kiyotaka
of the...
might just be dead.
Sharpshooter.
Yes, he is. Antares
Nice.
was trying to get there for the Sunder, but he's not gonna make it. And Dark Lord, he's the one who TP'd on over. He's like, okay, I gotta protect my stack here, as they're starting to threaten it. So Gyro will grab it, drops the call down, ends up kind of throwing it the opposite direction, but still gets quite a bit of damage out, and we'll finish it with the second flag here. So that's huge for the Gyro. His game is looking quite good now after this stack. Top net worth nearly, or kind of neck and neck with the Medusa.
Yeah, I certainly don't know the timing. I'm sure there's some efficiency thing where you like pull it out and then launch it to get all 3 hits. But I mean, he clears it all in the end, right? So it's not really a huge deal. Smoked up. Blink reveal from the Doom, but doesn't get the slows out. I think they'll still finish. Oh, wait, maybe they won't finish this Hoodwink. He's a sharpshooter. Okay, Kiyotaka, he's here with the fissure. Not quite what you wanted out of a smoke gank, just the position for Hoodwink. You'll still take it, I suppose. That was the blink reveal, I believe, on Doom, though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Would you get a defusal on Gyrocopter this game, since it's such a good item versus Medusa?
I think you can opt for a disperser. I think it's definitely viable. I don't know if you need it, is the thing. Like, you might just go straight dataless and BKB, and then after that, maybe consider it. Because if I'm 9 pandas, my game plan here is ignore the Medusa. I literally don't care about this hero, and I'm killing everybody else. Right? I think this is a scenario where you're like, you doom the Pango, you kill the DK Enigma with the rest of your team, and then like Medusa's 1v4, and then she can't really do anything. Mid lane, Undying. Nice pick off once again here. Good blink reveal from this Dragon Knight. Actually, I don't know if that was the reveal, but very worth it. They're looking for more. Kiyotaka, he's gonna get caught. This is a great kill. He will go down for the second time on his Shaker. His game is actually looking really rough. He does have a Sunder available here on Antares, trying to juke out the Pango. He does manage to get it, so will keep himself alive.
You're still very happy finding that Earthshaker kill, who did win the lane, but we haven't really seen him be able to impact the game from there. I'm not that familiar with Earthshaker mid nowadays, so I don't know if he feels like he needs his Aghanims and needs other items. He is a hero who gets like pretty crazy as he picks up some of these items, but definitely feeling more impact from the Pangos so far.
He should have his Ags by now. Like, legitimately. He should, like, Shaker mids usually, and especially a 24 pick, should have the Blink Ags by 17 minutes. So he's about 2,000 gold behind where he wants to be.
He did miss that kill
goes
earlier.
For the Echo, hits the Medusa. She's gonna get doomed. The rest of the team coming through. Can they just... I mean, she still has 20 stick and a Lotus. There's the black hole. They're going to turn it right back around. There's your problem of going onto the Medusa. And boy, oh boy, is it costly. 2 dead. Now the Dragon Tail's going to catch the Undying. Solo will go down as well. This is... Yeah, that is probably as bad as it gets. She didn't even have to pop the Greater Healing Lotus.
I mean, she gets to save it to keep growing that as she picks up more Lotuses, and they're going to just run into the Roche pit, grab this Aegis. Okay, things going pretty well for Liga so far. This is a little bit what we saw last game too, where, you know, maybe the laning stage was a little rougher, but they did pick up an early lead. They actually got a very similar timed Roshan last game. I think it was even sooner. But that is where they then kind of slipped up. So... very interested now to see how they change their play. These are very different heroes from last time, so I wouldn't be that surprised if they take it kind of easy. Medusa is a hero who usually still farms up a little more than this, so maybe she'll just keep farming and the others will make the plays.
Yeah. And to be honest, like, Hoodwink is scaling now as well as she's going towards her Maelstrom. We haven't really talked too much about the 5 position Enigma, who has his Vlads. I think drums are coming out on Courier as we speak. Yes, they are. So he's very farmed. And yeah, Solo, I mean, he is on his Undying. He is very good at this hero. He is going to get scouted here in the trees. Needs to be a little bit careful. The Blink the Dragon Tail comes out, and with Malefice holding him in place, Solo should escape just barely, and a nice D-ward from Enigma.
Oh wait, the Eidolons have him trapped.
Top lane, Kiyotaka goes in for a play. Does not manage to find the Hoodwink. He actually holds the Echo this time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So, the thing with Shaker mid is your first Echo has to net you a kill. It really does. And I think that is the biggest problem with him, because it is an over 2-minute cooldown. His game was absolutely hamstringed by that first Echo Slam.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And then now sitting
Yeah,
at
if we
3
add
deaths.
things up, maybe 300 gold lost on that kill. Ooh,
Oh,
redeems himself here, kills that hoodwink. It is going to reveal that they have an observer in this area, but definitely
Dire's top tower
you want
is
this
Doom bottom lane.
Aghanim, so I think you still take it.
I mean, getting the Dragon Knight here is way better, though. So
Radiant's
Doom
bottom
commits
tower
that,
is under
and
attack.
he's super
Dire's
happy.
top tower is under attack.
I promise you, there was a Doom bottom lane committed to kill the Dragon Knight. Just take my word for it, guys.
Dire's top tower is under
You're
attack.
getting close to that blink. But yeah, the 300 from the hoodwink earlier had some of his stacks stolen. That's probably another like 300, and then died twice. And if he hadn't died, he could have farmed. So yeah, certainly could have had that blink much sooner. Or sorry, the Aghanims. But it is almost done here. I don't know if you fight into the Aegis and Black Hole at the same time. You can't just like sit forever. Gyro's pretty strong, so I think they can make some plays around him. Let's see who gets the shard. You definitely want it on Undying.
It'd be very funny if Antares like sundered his gyrocopter
Pango
there.
going for the steal?
That would have been so sick, but Rolling Thunder's still gonna be able to hit this gyrocopter quite a bit. Solo trying to just keep himself alive on the backside. This Pangolier is in deep, and it pays off as he managed to take down the Terrorblade on the front side. Doom now on the run, has to pop the War Stomp. BKB eventually comes out from Dark Lord, just to get out, but also to secure that Aegis, and now Doom is gonna go down. What a sick play, and Kiyotaka, I don't know where the plan was on this one, but jumps in aggressively, maybe to try and find the Enigma. Can they finish the kill? He's a blink in 1 second, but he gets out for a moment.
Woo.
Nicely done.
Very
okay, so
close.
base the Black Hole ends up being very good for them.
Dire's bottom tower.
Antares went for an aggressive blink swap. I think he was like pretty low after that Tormentor, but their team was just not all there ready for that. Maybe hoping some flak shots came over to finish him off.
He's gonna blink echo the Enigma real quick. He doesn't have shard. Oh, that's so awkward. And now Antares gets caught onto the backside. He will eventually finish the kill, but Kiyotaka, he has to echo a couple Eidolons and a Medusa and just dies. And now your big gyrocopter without a BKB staring into the abyss indeed. As they are crumbling one by one, Doom comes out, will end up hitting the DK, and that's a kill. Solo is the unsung hero of this fight. 52 stacks of the K. Unbelievable contribution from the support Undying. As the high ground Tombstone as well doing some big work. I mean, this could have been so much worse if it was not for that Tombstone.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, and we're seeing all these kills just take a little longer because of how far behind they are. It's now up to 8k, a little less before this fight, but if 9 Pandas had a bit more damage, if Liga team had a few less items because they're a little poorer, then we could definitely see how 9 Pandas could have come out ahead of these fights. But all of it just adding up from earlier, they are gonna have to find different fights. Like, none of these big engagements are going their way. They need to find some pickoffs.
Dark Lord also
Or
going
some
back
massive
in there without
echo.
the BKB.
That's true.
Yeah, he kind of just felt forced, right? Like, your Kiyotaka Shaker commits. He's, like, stuck in a weird spot there to get the Enigma. And Dark Lord's like, all right, well, we're going in. Let's go. And ends up losing your Gyrocopter. This puts Medusa so far ahead of everybody. Her Butterfly is on the way out. She has her Disperser Mantle, like we've already seen. And suddenly, game's starting to look a little bit rough for... I mean, not suddenly. Game is looking rough for 9 Pandas. I'm just curious what they're going to do here. Dragon Knight having a very different build from what we're used to, right? We usually see like a early Mage Slayer, then your Manta. He actually just rushed Blink, and now he's going BKB, so he's not wanting to play like this kind of late game split pushing at all. He wants to just
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
team fight. He feels like he has enough damage from the rest of his team.
Radiant's top tower is under
Medusa, 25 minutes. She is almost at 20k. She has 3 major items done in the Manta Disperser Butterfly. So this is something I feel. Oh my god, the blink Pango roll, almost getting that Earthshaker. Medusa, or sorry, Liga team as a whole, from the games we've seen, seem to go for these fairly early timings, and they try to line their heroes up. So the Manta Ags build from DK does not really come online till level 18, but this timing here, Blink BKB, lines up very nicely with a Medusa where you've invested a lot of your net worth into, and I think that's the game plan here, is that they're going to start putting a ton of pressure and try to open up this game.
Solo gets the high ground tombstone. That's what you wanted, but there is a ward up here ready to go, and they will clean it up very easily. So the question is, can you get anything else? Bushwhack connects onto the gyro. The chain stuns are coming, and Torres has to sunder him, and Torres actually lost a decent chunk of health before going in. And Dark Lord with the BKB, there's no chance you're making it out. What hit the... I mean, I don't know what hit him. I don't know where the sunder like didn't bring him back up. It was very bizarre.
Yeah, I'm not fully sure where he took damage beforehand either. I was wondering if they were just gonna push because the creeps are here and Gyrocopter's dead for quite a while, but they seem to be backing off to play it safe. Maybe thinking about the Roche timing about to come up here in a few seconds and still finishing off another item or two on the Medusa. I think they maybe could have poked that, but I guess Earthshaker Echo is something always scary to push into until you feel ready.
Oh boy. Speaking of Earthshaker Echo, he just goes ahead and commits it here to find the kill onto that Hoodwink, but it's going to cost you your life once again. And it's just well done from the Pango. Trust me, there was a little bit of a fight in the bottom lane here as Shaker goes down. Again, just take my word for it.
Earthshaker pick not really working out. The lane definitely started off the right way, but just a couple mistakes. I don't know if we'll see it again next game. At the same time, I think with a little better execution, it could do what they envisioned it to do. But I don't know. It's always an interesting spot for teams that we as casters and viewers have really no idea on what they feel about it. Of like, when you pick something non-meta and it doesn't work, it kind of feels extra bad, and it's easy to say LMAO so bad, should have picked like whatever, right? One of the meta heroes, easier to execute, but I mean, you also have to like believe in your players of like, hey, I want this like weird meta pick, like I know I can do it, and then you mess up, but it's like, no, I still know I can do it. I just messed up that last game, right? It would have been no different if I made a mistake on a meta hero. So I'm curious if they do close this out on Liga team here, for which looks good. They have a very strong timing coming up here with this second Aegis. Who took the cheese actually? I thought for sure cheese would go on to Medusa. Okay, he'll use it if he needs to, and otherwise maybe pass it over when the Aegis expires. But if we go into game 3, I'm very curious what 9Pandas will like adjust.
Yeah. Honestly, I think their draft was fine. I honestly am going to keep harping on that first Echo Slam, which that actually hurts Kiyotaka's game so much. I also just don't think it's the right hero to Echo Slam. The thing is it's fine if you get your blank, you Echo a support, and just go right back to farming, because then you're like, all right, I just got like 300-400 gold, almost no commitment. You have to be wrapping around on the backside here. They're going for the DK. They get the Doom off. A great call down as well to try and zone them off. Kiyotaka's found the Enigma. He's not going to finish the kill, though. He just pops the black hole, and Earthshaker's in trouble. Up onto the high ground. He does not make it out. And DK, he's just hiding here.
Doing up here?
He's like, they don't see me, guys. They don't see me. And I don't know if you've noticed, but Gyro versus Pango, not looking super hot for the Gyro, but a Sunder save from the Terrorblade will keep him back in this. And Ward will be scouting the Enigma, but guess what? Your base under siege here from this DK, from this Medusa. Pango almost got the cheese off, too.
Oh, that would have been good for him. Dragon Knight got doomed, so he wasn't able to ult first. He was just kind of like standing around waiting for it to expire, but fortunately the rest of his team is super strong, and although 9 Pandas do find a pretty nice kill in the Pango, it's not really enough to stop what we see going on right here, which is that Medusa working down 2 sets of barracks and gonna play it safe. They probably could have just forced the next set as well, but with your Pango dead and the other 2 heroes getting close to being up, you're just gonna back off, reset, and Aegis still has 2.5 minutes. So they're just gonna start marching down to that last lane. I think they scouted this amplified damage rune, so I imagine Medusa's gonna head on over. Maybe we wait for a bottle to be passed over to her as her mid laner respawns. Well, actually, Kiyotaka might grab it first.
Kiyotaka getting this is pretty sick. Oh,
Pretty sick.
You see some heroes, he's like, oh, wait a minute. Fissure does actually manage to catch the Enigma. The call down's gonna hit. He's trying to get away, but the damage is there. The amplified damage has done its work. They've taken down the Terrorblade first, and Gyrocopter, he needs help. The dataless damage from this Medusa, too dang much, and guess what? Pango's roll gonna keep chasing him. Just deleting these guys on the back line, and your Shaker, well, he did take the supports. He still has a BKB and the amplified damage running, but a Blink Dragon Tail's coming. Do you actually just turn onto this guy? I was, as he's gonna try, forced a BKB, but the bash is from the Pango. He's got a blink in a second. Do they find him? He needs a bash!
Are you kidding me?
That is unlucky for the Pango. 6 instances of damage do not trigger the bash.
Was it 6? 1 auto attack. He did the swashbuckle shield crash. And I think he did like another attack, right?
Yeah.
Yo, some mathematician in Twitch chat, put up the odds for us. What were the chances of that? No bash.
It might have been exactly 4. Yeah, because the shield crash is 2 instances, right? So either way, that is unlucky. Ramsey's giving his Aegis away for free.
25% chance? That's supposed to be 100%, isn't it, Ricky?
What?
Isn't that how math works? NA math? Well, with that, you're still feeling strong enough to go high ground. Medusa just up here. The cheese was passed over to her, which is essentially a second life. With these decays, she's only at 250 health, actually.
Oh no, I've been doomed. What do I do? Medusa. It's fine. She's gonna pop a cheese.
I don't think she even needs to, actually.
Yeah, she doesn't even need to.
Okay, actually, maybe with this reflection, she will. Oh, Medusa.
Okay, actually a problem, somehow.
Oh no, I've been doomed!
That is incredibly surprising, as they will now find the Dragon Knight as well. So, maybe getting a little bit too cocky on Liga team here. I mean, granted, they did manage to take almost 3 full lanes of barracks. There's 1 melee barracks remaining. Yeah, maybe should have popped the cheese.
Maybe caught off guard, not only by the burst and stun that came out at the end, but maybe not realizing how many decays were on her, so thought she had some health to work with before using the cheese.
Dude, black hole him.
That was, yeah, honestly.
Yeah, he's gonna go for it. I'm like, you can just go for the black hole. They get it at Tara's mid-sunder animation. Cannot save that Earthshaker and Dark Lord. BKB's on cooldown, and honestly, these 2 heroes do a ton of damage. Doom up on the high ground. Swashbuckle way off the mark. Okay, he gets dunked on.
Okay, Liga team, hold on. You gotta chill. Don't. If you too many kills, you could throw this a little bit.
Yeah, Dark Lord's got a rapier queued up. He's tired of messing around.
He realizes the situation they're in. Which, yeah, with that rapier, I mean, if Liga throws another fight, you could definitely see Gyrocopter just running it down, taking the base, or at least, you know, 1 or 2 sets to balance things out. With that said, they don't even have all the tier 1 towers, and every tier 2 tower is up. So you're going to have to clear these up to actually take racks, but 13k only now, which I think you were feeling a lot better prior to this. 13k with 2 sets down is actually not as big of a lead as you might think you should have. So Liga team definitely wants to just reset, get everyone back together, then move it down. Let's get these megas. From there, the game gets a lot easier, but do not keep taking these like small skirmishes where the 9 pandas are picking up these kills and getting back into this game.
Yeah.
Dire
I
are
mean, it's still
scanning.
a tall order. Your Medusa is enormous, but a couple mistakes here and there, and the hero can definitely die.
Radiant
So
are scanning.
we'll see. As she's going to get started here on the Tormentor. Clean that one up. Goes the way of the Enigma. So he's happy. Gets himself the Malefice Shard. Fantastic for split pushing. Not that they really need it now that they have 2.5 lanes of barracks, but one thing I'm also noticing, this Hoodwink ended up going for a Scythe of Vice.
Pretty sick.
Very sick.
Yeah, the Malefice, even if you're not split pushing, it creates so many Eidolons, which are really useful for scouting, actually. You just, like, scatter them across the map, and it's pretty nice.
You know, I saw you playing Broodmother the other day, and I saw you do the whole, like, clicking across to, like, scout. I need to talk to you about how to set up that hotkey, because I've never looked into it. I have no idea how that works.
It's a good trick to have if you play any micro heroes. There's a command you have to put in, which is now fully legal. There's a little bit of a question mark on it when it starts to develop, but Valve made it an official thing. So
yeah, I
if you
thought
play
they made
any
it like a
micro heroes-
setting you have to turn on or something, but I don't know.
I can't fully remember if it's I think there's a value you need to change like through the console command, and that way when you tab over units, you can send an individual order as opposed to like an entire order to that entire control group. So that's what lets you split things up like Eidolons, Treants, Broodmother Spiders.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's definitely out there. If you play any micro heroes, highly recommend it. It's fantastic for scouting. We'll see if he uses it now that he has the shard at any point.
Divine Rapier is available. Monka W. Here we go. Dark Lord doesn't even lock it. That's how confident he is. He's like, I'm going to kill them. Okay?
Straight smoke too.
They call me Dark Lord, the bringer of death. I don't know. This guy is, he's scary. All right, this is a must-win fight, obviously. If you lose this fight, this game's over. However, they are walking potentially right into Ramses. That would be absolute best-case scenario. Ward Sentry gets dropped. It still just barely misses the Medusa onto the right side. He's going to try and maybe scout out some more. Tombstone's down. They see the Medusa. In comes the Doom, but who does he find? He actually can't figure it out. There comes Kiyotaka, the Echo. The Medusa is so dang low, and Dark Lord, he's just now entering the fight. The Medusa, the buyback is there. There's the black hole from the Enigma Gyro. He needs help, but will he get it? No. He's going to hit the deck as well as this Divine Rapier. Pango, though, you actually got to need to get out. They're TPing in. They got the outpost here. Pango, can they find it? They're like, we need to get this Divine back, right? Meanwhile, Kiyotaka's chasing the Hoodwink. Oh, no. It is all over here for 9 Pandas if they can't get out. Earthshaker, he gets caught, and that will do a triple kill for the Pango. And that is going to be the GG.
Called. I mean,
Dude,
started pretty decently.
Dire's bottom
Yeah,
barracks are under
it started pretty decently, and all things considered, a good effort there. But that part of the map is pretty difficult to fight into, especially with a Pangolier and an Enigma black hole. There's a lot of choke points, so we saw some good ults come out. Medusa bought back, rejoins the fight. I think by the time she joined, he was already dead anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, just a very tough fight when you're already like 20, 30k behind on 9 Pandas. So great game 2 from Liga. A good adjustment from game 1. That's bringing us to game 3. Who's gonna win? Ricky, thoughts?
I honestly don't know. I think both teams have had a little bit of some hiccups here. Obviously, game 1, Liga team just looked a little bit scattered on their game plan. Much better here in game 2. I actually think 9 Pandas draft here for game 2 is perfectly fine, but some hiccups in the early game actually cost them quite a bit. I think the Doom lane also went disastrously when I don't think it should have gone this bad.
Me neither.
And we'll have to see. I think overall, the team that kind of tightens it up and plays the cleanest game 3, I think is the team that's going to win. So it could be either one. I don't really know.
Yeah, it feels less about the draft. I mean, maybe they have separate thoughts. They want to nitpick stuff. I'm sure the viewers are, but it does feel like an execution thing, right? Maybe you don't get so cute with your Shaker mid. Maybe you do want to stick to more meta, but like you said, I think it was overall fine. Just maybe how the lanes went and a little bit of the execution, but should be pretty good. Some back and forth games here. Let's see what game 3 brings, right?
Absolutely. All right, everyone, stay tuned for more. We've got a ton of more games lined up today, but for now we're going to do a short. Wow, that was a bubblegum mouth right there. So we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 3 of Liga Team versus 9 Pandas. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit. What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to the Elite League as we are getting ready to go into game number 3 of Liga Team versus 9 Pandas. And honestly, a very interesting series so far. One dominant game from one team and then a dominant game back the other way. So anything could happen in game 3 is what I'm getting at here. Zach, what do you think's got to change?
Draft-wise, I think we're kind of good. If they want to adjust things, totally fine. I did like that Enigma pick into that opener. Like, I thought the openers were really cool, but it does feel like these games are kind of being decided more on execution rather than the draft, at least from our take. Teams always have, a little more insight on what they think's going on. But yeah, I think draft's ready, so we can see.
All right, let's go and do that. Let's jump into the draft. As I will say, I'm a little bit. I'm not shocked on any of these bans, really. I will say the Dragon Knight is still available if they want to go for it on Liga Team, and it will be the Shadow Demon ban into the Dragon Knight, I'm sure, and there it is. So,
will we see the Terrorblade again?
Mars.
No. I don't think Terrorblade pick was bad, but it does feel like that lane did not go the way it was supposed to. So yeah, maybe just wanting to step away from that, but I actually thought it was fine to respond with Terrorblade into the Dragon Knight.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team.
I guess if they didn't pick the Mars here, though, I'm looking at the last draft. Looks like last time they picked Terrorblade on 9 Pandas, and then Mars got banned as well as Kunkka. So maybe deciding, what, we need an offlaner more than we need a support. So we'll grab the Mars here. And, I mean, will they really ban Terrorblade? Right? So maybe we'll still get to pick Terrorblade coming up here with our first phase pick, or our second phase, our first pick in the second phase.
Sorry, I was handling a few other things while we were getting started here. We came back from that break real fast, so I didn't get a chance to look at a couple stuff. But it's okay. I've got my full attention focused on the game now. I would like them to try and grab the techies here for Antares if it makes it through. I think you have the first pick here at phase 2. I'd have to imagine Liga Team are looking at banning it because they already get rid of Solo's Undying. The Antares techies is incredibly strong when paired with Mars, and I'll be honest, Alberca,
9 Pandas.
his Mars was incredible, and there's the techies ban. Yeah, I think this makes the most sense. You actually want to target the support duo here from 9 Pandas.
9 Pandas. Turn
Do we
to
go
Dire team
Terrorblade?
pick.
We
Oh,
do.
yeah, baby.
I think if you try to go... So if we think back to it, if we go Enigma now, I don't think you feel as pressured to take a gyrocopter because your Mars offlane, like if it is a 5 Enigma, Mars will be okay thanks to God's Rebuke and God's... is it just called, what's the spear called? I cannot remember what the spear is actually called, but you have ways to kill the Eidolons, so I feel like you're not going to feel as pressured to take the gyro flex of like, 4 gyro or carry gyro, 5 gyro to deal with the Enigma, right? And because it's going to be a double pick here from Liga Team, you can also then decide, do we pick a different counter to the Enigma, such as the Rubik, and have our own black hole steals and stuff like that?
Okay. I like the Enchantress here. Very good. Very strong lane pick.
Yeah, you can copy Terrorblade as well. If this is a Terrorblade carry, you can steal one of his Conjure Image or Manta illusions for yourself.
9 Pandas. Turn to pick.
And then a Hoodwink. So Dragon Knight Hoodwink will be a pretty strong lane if it is a Terrorblade, or a little bit more likely maybe a support Terrorblade. Then you can take up a stronger carry response to this Dragon Knight and Hoodwink lane. Oh, it's the gyro again.
I like the
So
gyro.
you still have that flex value, but gyro carry did look pretty good there. I don't think gyro was really the issue in that last game.
10 seconds remaining.
I really like the
5
gyro
seconds
overall. I think
remaining.
it solves a lot of the issues with the Enchantress support because she is super annoying, but you have Flak, you have Rocket Barrage, and those are good enough tools from a carry's perspective to be able to find kills onto the Enchantress. It's not super susceptible to Hoodwink either, so yeah, I think going the Terrorblade support, keeping the Gyrocopter core is
Dire
fine.
team
I'm a
back.
little bit curious if... What?
What?
There's no way you pick a Juggernaut here into a Mars. This used to be a like classic quote-unquote counter to Mars because he was a pretty strong lane hero, but just the constant nerfs to Jug and the constant buffs to Mars has now made this a legitimate losing lane for Juggernaut. You do not have the damage to outlast hit the Mars or ever threaten him in this lane. But maybe with an Enchantress, it's okay, and potentially a Terrorblade support. But now, if I'm 9 Pandas, I'm putting 4 Gyro and putting the Terrorblade as my carry. Am I wrong about that?
I think it makes sense to me. So, yeah, there is the spin for Arena, and there is the ultimate Omni Slash as a way to try to get the finishing blow on Terrorblade and Gyrocopter, who Terrorblade's got Sunder, but if you can't target Terrorblade or target the Juggernaut, then, I mean, right, you just die. And Gyrocopter, he, as you get to that late game, frequently brings in like a Satanic or just has a lot of match damage up front. So as you get close to killing him and he's trying to like lifesteal, you Omni Slash. So I think that might be some of the idea, but this hero really has not been very popular because they changed the way the spin works, and he's lost a lot of early game pressure, which maybe Enchantress does cover that.
Admiral Conquer.
So I crunched all the numbers on Juggernaut, and this is the thing that's really interesting. A lot of people, because I love Jug, he's one of my favorite carries. The spin legitimately does more damage at all levels, no matter what. It does. And people, a lot of people think it does less damage, but they buffed it significantly at every single level. No matter what, you do more damage in spin, which is fine. The problem is your base damage is garbage. You don't have the ability to last hit against someone like Mars, who has more range and more damage, just goes double bracer, soul ring nearly every game. It's like, even though your spin does more damage, it's usually not enough to kill this guy. And then he just clicks you during your whole Blade Fury duration, and then you just get God's Rebuke speared as soon as it's over. And you're not a tanky hero. Like, Juggernaut's base stats and everything are not great. And I think that's where this comes back to, like, this matchup being really rough for Juggernaut. So I am shocked Ramses wanted this. Especially when, like, there's a lot of meta heroes that are still available, particularly things like the Phantom Assassin, which is a great counter to Mars. So, I don't know. I would love to be proven wrong. I think all the Jug players out there would love to see this hero actually win a game, but this hero went unpicked and unbanned through the entirety of Dream League for good reason, I think. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Last pick, Pangolier for Kiyotaka into the Kunkka. How do you feel about that one?
Definitely going back to the more meta picks. Yeah, I mean, as we look at their draft, Mars is definitely an initiator, but I think getting a little bit more help on that front would be great. We saw Pango have some pretty good performances in that last game, and then Kunkka has been getting banned out a lot, but he's also just very stable here with the Tidebringer, either winning your lane or letting you jungle. And I don't know. I wonder if we'll see another early time. It seems like Liga Team has gone for a lot of timing plays. So I'm wondering what the Juggernaut timing is that you then combine with a Dragonite and Kunkka. Like, will we see, again, like Blink BKB Dragonite? And then I'm sure we'll see the Aghanims from this Kunkka. But I mean, that is a strong timing in my head. We just don't see Juggernaut, so I don't know what that is. Is it like a Mjolnir or something?
Yeah, so Here's the thing with Juggernauts. You could still go the Battle Fury build if you want, but this hero scales off of attack speed now, and Maelstrom is just better now that it has the Glove of Haste component. Mjolnir, of course, better because it has a ton of attack speed. All of those items are cheaper than a Battle Fury, so you probably go that route. We're gonna see 9 Panda smoke in, drop an immediate ward. They see the Enchantress, and with her movement back, they know that there's a ward up here, so they're going to immediately deny their own in a moment. But for anyone who is just tuning in, welcome. It is Game 3 of 9 Pandas versus Liga Team here, as the winner will move on to the upper bracket finals for a shot and make it to the grand finals, right? Only one team's qualifying here out of Eastern Europe. Both these teams, I think, definitely towards the top in terms of what who people would expect to qualify, but they've had some rough games here at the moment. Dude, they're gonna get both D wards to start things off here. That is pretty cool.
This guy's rich now.
Oh, that's huge.
Steal a bounty too. Looks like it.
And 3 bounty runes. Wow. That is pretty huge to start this game out. Just for the record, I believe if you look at the gold per minute in this game, you had over 1,000 on that Crystal Maiden. Very cool little stat there as the game gets underway.
All right, I'm looking forward to this jug. Maybe, okay, so one of the worst lanes I ever played as a Terrorblade support was into Dispels, because you can actually Dispel Reflection. So Juggernaut does have that with a spin. I wonder if that's part of any of the logic behind the pick, along with being good versus the Mars Arena.
I'm getting too old for this horse.
It's just so weird to me. They go for Antares' TB here as opposed to the Gyrocopter, and maybe this is like a way of just playing into the Enchantress lane because you just have 11 armor, and Enchantress usually wins trades by right-clicking, and she's taking she's literally doing like 11 damage or 12 damage in auto attack, which is very funny. Meanwhile, Terrorblade just walks up and right-clicks people, so... We'll have to see how this lane ends up playing out. Again, I'm not a big believer in the Juggernaut, and it seems a lot of teams recently are not as well. So that top lane will end up deciding a lot. As we've got some other lanes we can talk about. It's the Pango and the Kunkka. This lane, kind of a repeat from what we've seen a lot lately. I think Kunkka has a pretty good time, so I'm a little bit surprised of the Pango pick into this hero. But it is just a comfort pick, right? Pango, as the game goes on, once you get to your Diffusal, your Ags, the hero ends up becoming really strong, can farm super quick as well.
Yeah, I think the lane can be a little tough to start into that Tidebringer, but later on, because of the immunity from Roll and Shard, pretty good. Top lane, Juggernaut gets the first blood. Is that the reason why? The strength there, but he dies right after that, so, you know, maybe that issue into the Mars is still there.
Yeah, so it's exactly what happens, right? You try to play for your Blade Fury and kill someone, you have the enchant. Terrorblade, not a super tanky hero for magical damage, right? Has 11 armor, but doesn't save you against Enchant Blade Fury. Their decision is to just attack the Juggernaut during the duration, and as soon as he comes out, he takes a God Rebuke and dies. So it's good for the first blood, but you got to be very careful for the rest of this lane, because giving those solo kill XPs over to the Mars will mean he is going to start to get a lot of levels and those extra points in God's Rebuke, which is what I'm sure he will probably max in this lane after he has his phase boots. Maybe you still max the spear. It's really hard for the Jug. You eventually run out of mana and you can't just keep spamming Healing Ward.
Enchantress is not a hero who gets like Arcane Boots early to help you with that mana either.
Oh my gosh. This Hoodwink just got so lucky, but actually might allow them to find a kill here onto this Dragon Knight. He's falling incredibly low, but he has the Lotus there. So Solo was walking up to hit the Crystal Nova Frostbite onto the Hoodwink and kill her, but the Wild Wing Ripper just turns around and hurricanes the Crystal Maiden back towards his tower. And so she just gets completely out of range. The Hoodwink lives as a result.
Neutrals.
It just makes no sense, but it ends up putting a lot of damage into the DK instead. Overall, I think this bottom lane, exactly kind of what we expected previously, right? This flat cannon spam into the Dragon Knight, these early levels. Kunkka is crushing mid, man.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well here. A little bit of a switch up from me the last game where Kiyotaka on that Urshick had a really good laning stage.
Woo. Top lane, Ramses. He's gonna make it out. But oh, the God's Rebuke! That was a really nice play here from the Enchantress to try and just dodge that out by getting just too close. Blood Grenade is out, Reflection's there, and they just find the kill onto the Enchantress anyway. And that is the Urn pickup from Antares. So he now has Urn available for the Terrorblade. This item on a support TB is hilarious because an Urn is like half your HP.
Yeah, and then you just like backpack stuff, so you get all mid dropping very low on that last swashbuckle, but Kunkka very tanky hero. It's okay for now, but it's pretty low for this 6-minute rune coming up. He'll die if he tries to fight for it. Definitely gonna need to see some support rotations coming in.
Double Bracer Soul Ring now done on the Mars, so the spell spam is going to become very annoying. I mean, this dude has 1,340 HP. It's not easy to kill this guy, even with like an Enchantress coming in. They're positioning for the 6-minute power rune as both Solo and Antares are making their way. Antares is going to stack a little bit before coming in for this. But Kunkka towards the bide. You need one more creep on Kiyotaka for this level 6, and he will get it. And the rune will be top. Very fortunate for the Pango. He needed that. Or rather, he needed to take it away from the Kunkka.
Both of them with level 6. I think it's kind of hard to kill each other, actually, though. I think it's a little easier for Kunkka to kill Pango if Pango messes up the abilities. But roll to kill Kunkka is really tough because he's so tanky.
Oh, what a hurricane, dude. That was sick. Alright, Enchantress, really sick play there. Gets ganked from Terrorblade, the Blood Grenade, the Urn, everything. And she hurricane dodges the spear from the Mars.
People love Hurricane. There's a lot of cool things you can do with
ability.
the... Like, it's like Force Staff, but better because you can choose the direction.
Vector targeted Force Staff. That's sick. So, because these rotations out from Antares, it's actually given Ramses a lot of space in this lane. And the Mars has had a little bit of a rough time dealing with the Enchantress. So, very fortunate here for this Juggernaut. That I am a little bit curious where he's going to go. He has a Glove of Haste already, so I'd have to imagine it's going to be an early Maelstrom. Okay. Looking to invade the enemy triangle as they know their stacks being made. And Kiyotaka will commit the Rolling Thunder to try and do so. Solo in some trouble. Gonna get walked down here from the Dragon Knight. As Antares, once again, might be the one tanking the gank here for his Pangolier, as Kiyotaka is super low in this mid lane now. Has to walk back to base, most likely, unless he's getting a TP from his support. But the Power Root picked up from Kunkka as well, so... They commit everything before the 8-minute power rune and kind of, I don't know. Is stealing that stack worth it to you?
I think if you get out cleanly, it is. But in the end, Pango stole about 2/3 of it. Kunkka managed to grab 2 of the big last hits. And then 2 supports die. So, because of the support deaths, I think maybe not quite worth it. But they didn't lose too much off of that either. I thought Liga Team might actually push a little harder since the supports were dead and Pango was low with no ult. And I think there was like 4 heroes who like came over for this, but I decided they still want to play for a little bit later of a timing, which is pretty in line with what we've seen from them. It's not really this like pre-10-minute plan. Seems to be somewhere between like around the 20-minute mark, like an item or 2 timing for all the different heroes, and then they get together. Well, I say that this time, DK going for a Midas.
Interesting.
Bouncy.
I mean, Ramses doesn't want to fight on Juggernaut. This is not a hero that can fight for a while. Like, I think that's one of the... It's like one of the reasons why we haven't seen Jug is like in a lot of games. Why would you pick this hero when you could pick something like a Sven or a Luna who essentially want to play for the same thing, which is their kind of mid-game timing of lots of items and like rotating around their ults, right? He's essentially just a weaker version of those heroes. That being said, he's doing a fantastic job on CS right now and in terms of net worth. Again, I think partly due to the Enchantress's strength in the lane. But they are instead going to focus up on mid, and they are bringing everybody. The Hoodwink, not looking super hot, gets taken down here from the Pangolier as the meta just finished up. What did they use the meta for? Were they clearing stacks, maybe? I have no idea. X into boat, solo. Going to take a little bit of damage here. They've got this catapult wave. I have to imagine they're focusing here to take the tower, right?
Yeah, you know there's no boat. You still have roll. Okay, a fortify up from the Dire, trying to stall this out, but no heroes are actually coming over right now.
I feel like they're just going to give it up. You got Diffusal on your Pango now, and I think any of the supports are kind of just food to him. And they actually don't even feel like they need the Mars, so he walks back top.
Yeah, they're going to play for a later timing. Looks like Orchid on Kunkka is in the works. That'll
cool.
be pretty good here.
We've seen that a few times. All right, mid tower is down. One of the things that's the most surprising a lot of times when we see Dragon Knight is, I mean, besides the Midas, of course, which is now completed, is that typically the offlane tower that he's in does not last very long. But you're against a Gyrocopter with max flak cannon and an early Falcon Blade, so... Ramsey's forced back to the base as a TP rotate, or rather a twin gate rotation from Dark Lord kind of scares him. So his tower is going to take some damage, but so is the bottom tower as the Dragon Knight pops the DK ult. Smoked up here on 9 Pandas, looking to try and find something to get the Hoodwink. Rolling Thunder as well from Kiyotaka should allow them to find the kill onto this Hoodwink. There's going to be the X onto the Terror Blade. The boat, not enough to kill him. He's tanky. He's got a crown, a fluffy hat. That being said, Enchantress gets caught from the inhibit, and one more swashbuckle should do it, and it will. X now thrown onto the Pango. You don't have a boat for this, though. He's not really under any threat. Crystal Maiden, though, under threat from the Enchantress summons as they just bop her on the backside. So, a little bit of a 2-for-1 trade in the mid. Good space for Gyro. Albert finished the top tower in that process.
Yeah, Juggernaut is Maelstrom, but well, I'm staying open-minded to it since I haven't seen Juggernaut in a while. I'm really curious what Ramsey's take is. Juggernaut used to be a hero that could fight earlier on, but I think you're kind of right where that shifted a bit more. But we'll see. We'll see if he changes or like changes our thoughts on it. But right now he seems content to farm, and I feel like maybe that's the plan as a whole with this Midas. Though I will say, first item blink on Dragon Knight is not always good. You often like to buy an item before that, but if you don't think it's a good Mage Slayer game, then, you know, like, what is the item? And I think that's potentially part of why he's getting Midas. Dragon Knight is a hero that scales really well, and the might as well help you hit level 18 faster and have the money for the Aghanims. So he can still play early. It's not like, oh, I'm just gonna farm. Boat. Ooh, actually off the mark. I think the last 2 boats missed, but everyone's rotating up here. If you can just get out, I think this is all right for Liga.
The Enchantress. It's going to be difficult, especially with Dark Lord rotating. But here comes the Juggernaut as well. The Arena of the Spears caught the Kunkka. Kiyotaka will tank a lot of damage from this Omni Slash, and now Jug has to go in with this Blade Fury, but the Swashbuckle gets the space they need, and your Jug, as well as your Kunkka, is dead. Now the question is, can you get out? They're looking for the DK. Albert, he's got the spear. He needs to hold it. You need to be able to... He needs to throw the spear. They're going to be able to chase the Dragon Knight here for the little bit. Missile cooldown in 2 seconds. They know he doesn't have a blink. And that will set up the kill here onto the DK. It's just a matter of time. It's a little bit of a
he make it to the
death
Wisdom
here.
Rune is what he's trying for.
Oh, he's so close, Dark Lord. He denies it. All right, that's a Chad play. This is worth it now. Call down. Missile 1 does connect. All right, this
Funny
is
enough,
where
I think you could have still beaten him to the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah.
He's going to play it safe for the deny. Yeah. Okay, voice line. Voice line instead. That's
Radiant's middle tower is under
acceptable.
attack.
Okay, you get 1 Wisdom Rune, the enemy gets none. I'm sure that was worth it. Not quite the fight they were hoping for, and I suppose they're right. We should be playing for a later timing, not these early fights, because they have not been going our way on Liga.
Radiant's
Yeah,
bottom
I just
tower
want to
is
point at
under
the
attack.
difference between Juggernaut and Gyrocopter, all right? There is a almost 2,000 gold difference, but the main difference is that Gyrocopter has 1,900 health, and your Juggernaut has 1,100 health. So that Omni Slash ended, and he just instantly died.
Ah, clear sailing now.
Gyro's pretty close to an Aghanims now, too. In fact, I think it's on the way as I say that. So
Dire's
he's looking
middle tower
pretty
is under
strong. He's gonna
attack.
get a Manta next, which is generally good. Also helps tank out a couple of the Omni Slash hits. You can no longer end it like you used to be able to, but having the illusions there they'll tank a couple of the jumps for you.
Oh, that is an Arena Spear. A little bit off the mark on the Spear, but they still get the Dragon Knight thanks to that early Vessel. Wait a minute.
Dodges the roll.
The
Gonna have to do it again. And the
Kiyotaka needs the
swashbuckle.
swash. Dude, don't waste that at 30 HP, but okay, they will grab him with the Mars. Kiyotaka pops a regen. He has a huge shield crash here potentially, and an Omni to finish him off. The Omni's just gonna bounce back over the Terrorblade. Kiyotaka, it took him a while to get this kill, but
Is under attack.
In the end, they only
kinda
get
worth.
Kiyotaka for your mid and your 4 support.
Where are you going?
And Tara's Vessel is really, really strong right now. That is a call down. The reflection. Yeah, and that's why the gyro into Enchantress is just so
He
good.
almost cliffed him with Hurricane. That would have been hilarious.
Oh, that would have been really cool. So 3K gold lead for 9 pandas.
We will not forget this.
He's gonna get a Mjolnir on Jug and go Yasha-san.
Why doesn't he buy it? What's he waiting for?
Maybe I don't know.
Radiant
Okay,
he's
he's
got
got
it
bought
now.
it now.
I was like, he's had gold for this for a minute.
BKB on the Kunkka is
That's big.
being worked on. Torrent or the Ags will be after. And then, yeah, we're back to the usual Manta. Oh, he's not going Ags after the Manta on Dragon Knight, actually. He's got BKB queued up. I'm not sure. I'm like flipping through these items, but I really don't know what the
Guess it's my turn.
timing is besides just generic, we have BKBs.
So, to my to my experience with Juggernaut, your timing is your Aghanim Scepter. You need your Mjolnir, you need your Yasha-based item, whether that be Manta or Sanjin Yasha, and then you need Aghanim Scepter. And that is when this hero becomes legitimately very scary. But until then, it's not that bad, you know, or it's not like incredibly strong, but you just have to avoid tanking like a full Omni Slash with Mjolnir is the big thing, because that, like, it is a ton of damage. So we'll see if Ramses can get to his Aghanim Scepter. I think that's going to be the big boost for him.
I like this game. Kiyotaka bought an early basher after his defusal. Sort of takes away Juggernaut's comfort. One of the strengths of the hero is usually aggressive farm and then spin TP out, but with that basher, you won't feel comfortable. And then he's going to buy a Yules after that. Generally good, but very good versus the Kunkka X marks, which not every team that plays in a Kunkka seems to buy a Yules specifically for that, but if you can make it work in your build, I think it's a really cool way to take away Kunkka's ability to just X mark, run in, farm aggressively.
It also just saves you from just dying to X mark as well. Mid lane, Kiyotaka, the Rolling Thunder doesn't finish off the Enchantress. They've actually managed to find Albert here on the Mars as well. Sharpshooter is going to be off the mark, and a nice freezing field's going to trap the DK with the Vessel. Okay. You end up getting a better target than the Enchantress. That offlane DK is going to go down, and that's going to open up this mid tower. Oh, the Yules from the Mars, the Spearbacks got the Hoodwink as well.
Should be able to get tier 2 mid, Gyro's getting to tier 1, and then make your way over to this bottom tier 2, I think.
I mean, they can just...
Well, actually, they have no creep wave, so...
I feel like they want to go bottom and play for the Tormentor, maybe?
I thought so, but Dark Lord comes over, and maybe they'll get the mid tower first before heading over. But Liga team could maybe rush this Tormentor if anyone wants to TP. Doesn't seem like anyone is, though. They might still be able to go
at it,
over.
but he doesn't have TP. They're actually pinging it. They're like, guys, come on. He's going to drop the boat. There's no way you have the damage with just the two of you. The Enchantress will definitely die. Oh, that's awkward.
That thing's going to heal all the way up, too.
Alright, well, he gets his Wisdom Rune at least. Mid tier 2 still standing.
They don't know a boat was used for that attempt, so maybe they won't push too hard. But that could definitely matter in this upcoming fight, because this tier 2 is it's falling here as Gyro comes back. It looked like he might back for a second, but
this is a cool smoke because they are definitely assuming they're behind the gyrocopter, right, with this Aegis, and they're like, oh, they're going to be playing for our Tormentor, but no, they are smoking to the top side of the map, looking for kills instead. As the Hoodwink will scout him under the Watcher. Very convenient. Ward Sentry does come out. They're looking for the Hoodwink. They don't manage to find the DK as his TP does come through.
It doesn't stun, but it doesn't matter.
That being said, Gyro is being gone on in the mid lane. A good call down to try and slow up these heroes as they are looking for the Enchantress. She just takes so much damage from these swashbuckles, and there's going to be the inhibit. A very easy pickup here with the Gyrocopter, so they do manage to reconnect into the mid lane. One of the benefits of still having that tier 1 tower.
A little bit of a risky play to do that. Leave the Gyro bottom, smoke top.
Okay.
Jug,
well,
gets a solo kill.
That will happen. Yeah. That being said, he has no mana to TP, and that is going to be an arena if I have ever seen one. And a very nice spear back into the hands of his supports. He almost died to the Tormentor if Solo had kept channeling that freezing field.
All right, they're out. They're out. It's a bit of a risky play to leave the Gyro down there and then smoke somewhere else, but like you said, very unexpected. However, once they saw that going on, they did try to jump the Gyro. But part of the reason you can take this risk is because you're pretty ahead, and Gyro's got that Aegis, so they're not actually able to bring down the Gyro. I guess the Pango kill you're pretty happy with. It's probably worth it economically,
Yeah, it
He's
is.
pretty behind, but it still feels bad to lose your carry.
Well, I mean, I think about it. It's like he's pretty farmed on the Jug. Maybe it's not worth it. To be honest, Kiyotaka could have played that a little bit differently. He was trying to bait the Omni Slash specifically for the Terrorblade Sunder, but Terrorblade was just slightly too far away. So it almost went how he wanted, but good heads up there from Ramses to try and get that kill before, you know, the Terrorblade makes it in time. Top lane, Rolling Thunder going to get canceled thanks to the Orchid, but a Yule's to dodge out the rest. Rolling Thunder now going to come out, and Kunkka just going to get annoyed a little bit here. I don't think they continue this chase at all.
Wait, they
X expires first, so.
Okay.
What a bounty!
Aegis expires. But I think you got quite a lot out of it. And then an Enchantress at the end, just for good measure.
I mean, they saw Kunkka.
They can find
up here.
Kunkka?
Ooh, that was so close. They had 2 Yule Scepters as well. I mean, it's a smart play to throw the arena just to scout, but just not
Yeah, it
fast
looks a
enough.
little silly since it didn't work, but otherwise that's a Kunkka kill for sure.
If it had worked, we would have been
Damn,
pogging.
what a
we would have been
sick play.
super pogging, yeah.
Bounty.
Where are we towards that
All the
Axe?
tier
Dire's
2s
top tower
down.
has fallen.
All right. He needs 300 gold on the Juggernaut, and he is online. And he ended up skipping the Kaya Sanj.
Is under attack.
Or, I mean, the Sanj and Yasha / Manta style to get to this Ags even faster. And like I said, you kind of have to do it. You have to get to the Ags. It is the damage item for the Juggernaut. That being said, he still only has 1400 HP. Now up to 1800 once he completes the Aghanim Scepter. We'll see what he can do.
Dire are scanning.
They're running straight at him. They see him under a ward. He's scanning this to see if they're finding him. The scan's
The edge of
not
the
going to
scan.
hit. Oh, no. Does get the Blade Fury off, of course, but you can't TP. Well, he might be able to TP seeing the Swashbuckle come through, but Omni Slash. Gonna do a lot of damage. Again, it's a good ability, but a Sunder will easily seal his fate. Yeah,
So if you're wondering why
Rough.
he didn't just spin TP, that goes back to the Basher we talked about earlier. It just takes away that option, so he was forced to try to lose them, but as you can see, not so easy to do that. I don't know if he should have committed his Omni Slash, actually, because the odds of killing someone there was very low with that amount of heroes.
I felt like you could have baited with the Swift Slash maybe, and then
Yeah.
try to get some spells. I don't know. But an arena committed for the pesky Hoodwink in the bottom side. I love that voice line. So what's the game plan for Liga team here now? Because you are 12,000 behind. Roshan, we're going to see the timer in about 30 seconds here. The Gyrocopter. What is he building with this Demon Edge? It's his Daedalus, right? Is it already done?
I think so.
It's coming on courier. Yeah, he sent it back to get a TP, it looks like. So, feel like Gyro's getting a little bit too strong. We'll have to see. I love the itemization from 9 Pandas this game. The double Yules and Mars even going for a Wind Waker.
Yeah, really sick. I like it a lot. For Liga, Aghanims is done on Dragonite. It's not 18 yet, but he's 16 and a half with a Midas, so not too far off. But that might not be soon enough since your tier 3 is falling.
Dire structures are fortified.
BKB will buy him some space. Dragonite has his Ags, but he's actually not level 18 yet. So you are missing that Black Dragon.
Kunkka working on Ags 2. I don't know. You're forced to drag it out late at this point. I'm not really sure if that will be enough. I guess this is where the Juggernaut Swift Slash does kind of have an advantage in the late game where you kind of do a lot of damage. You can't be targeted, but I don't know. Gyro versus Juggernaut in the late game, I think, is kind of okay. It just depends how like the fights play out. But then you have a Terrorblade support who can scale into a second carry. I guess Hoodwink's a pretty greedy support too.
She's very close to Gleipnir, about 100 gold away. I think the matchup is pretty easy for Gyro once he has Satanic, right? I think that's the scary thing. The X into both. They're going for the Terrorblade. They managed to pop him, and now Solo's gone. So, quick double kill for Ramses. And your Pango is showing mid that whole time. That's very nice. I mean, they managed to stop this push completely as Roshan just respawns.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can go take Roche for Liga. Gyrocopter can still do it, but they might not feel comfortable without their supports. But that was Juggernaut ult, so I kind of think you could. Well, that gets Kunkka to his Aghanims.
They will scout the Roshan now. Kiyotaka sees it. It's going to move bottom, right? 30 seconds, so he's immediately coming through that twin gate. They have a ward scouting the Jug on the top side.
Your admiral is on board.
We got double drums on 9 Pandas.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, Crystal Maidens seem to always go Boots of Bearing, so it's not that surprising. It's more just an odd pickup from the Terrorblade, I think. But
I think the item itself is fine, but yeah, maybe if Solo already has it. Though, I suppose if you were gonna double drums at a pro level, it makes a little more sense. If like one person gets it, they use all of their drums, then you get to the next person's drums. It's kind of where we're at, where Maiden has 0 charges and he has 5, but it is overlap, plus you don't both need Boots of Bearing.
yeah, I don't think Antares will go Boots of Bearing, honestly. He's gonna play for another Yules or maybe even a Wind Waker. That being said, Juggernaut has a Nullifier queued up so that he can make sure he sticks on these heroes with Swift Slash and Omni Slash. He wants to guarantee he kills somebody. Kunkka.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Invis has a gem. Actually needs to be very careful. If he goes for the solo kill here onto the Pango, he could die. Oh, nice. Dragon Tail into Torrent, though. He just kind of walked up to him. That was very funny.
Yeah, just walked up and it worked.
And that will slow down the Aghanim Scepter even more from the Pango. We got a game in our hands now. This is very close.
Yeah, managing to find a couple kills for themselves on Liga. This Gyrocopter is still very farmed, but his other cores are behind a bit. The Midas really starting to pay out for the Dragon Knight. It's almost level 20, which is a big power spike for him, and it'll line up with his BKB. I feel like Enchantress can start building core as well. She does have a Hurricane Pike queued up. Kind of feel like Terrorblade should start moving towards some damage himself.
Dire are scanning.
Because if they... So, pretty much everyone built utility for the Gyro, and then Pango has like a little bit more damage. So if they finish up the game soon, it's fine. But as we go late, they've got 3 heroes with a lot of utility and not much like scaling damage. So they might start missing out on like kills, especially into like the boat and Dragonite being so tanky, healing ward. Like, yeah, I'm a little worried about their damage output if this game goes like 40 to 50 minutes, that mark.
Whoa, Hoodwink. Nice find from Antares. All right, that's 2 supports down now. I mean, I 100% agree with what you're saying. I'm a little bit surprised they're not scaling into more damage. The Terrorblade does pop meta here, so I feel like you do want to get some stuff done with this. At least send the illusions up to the high ground, and you need to be a little bit more careful with this main hero. We saw that they did manage to just pop him last time. There's going to be the first fortification. As the DK gonna get started, almost instantly kills these illusions, but they need to get the Gyro Satanic off, but he's just not healing at all. Spear doesn't connect onto the Jug, and the Gyro has to BKB right away. In comes the Mars, but he doesn't BKB, and he gets caught from a Torrent. Omni Slash wasted on the Yules of the Pango, and just like that, the Juggernaut goes down without buyback, and ooh, I don't know if you can hold now. Hoodwink on the backside, does manage to finish off the Mars. A nice kill from her. Can they get the money for the Jug? No, he is 1,500 gold away from the buyback, and the Gyrocopter will run them down. Looking to finish off the Enchantress. The Yules does come out from the Terrorblade. That will take her down. That is a dieback. As your base under siege, 1 fortification left between you and the lower bracket.
Dire's top barracks.
Their bottom lane's here too. This could be, I mean, that's their next fortify. They're not going to have another one.
Good spear. Missile's going to come out, continue to stun them up. I mean, these Torrents from Kunkka are doing a lot of work, but there's just nothing left in the tank. The Gyrocopter is just way too strong. These Yule Scepters have actually just caused him so many issues. Plus the Manta. Yule Scepter doesn't allow him to get the spear thanks to the Orchid, but it does surround him with enough heroes to find the kill.
Hoodwink almost just dying to flag cannon. Yeah, which is the strength of this hero and why everyone built utility and just trusted Dark Lord to do all the damage they needed. And I do think there was a drop-off for that plan, but they have made it just in time.
Dire's bottom
They're going to commit the buyback with the Jug respawn.
Oh my gosh, if he gets stunned there, he is in a really rough spot. No Omni Slash on this guy, right? They're gonna come in with a BKB. He's gonna have to pop a Swift Slash soon, but a Yule's again just dodging so much of it. Did you manage to take down the Mars? But your Jug is dead. No chance of standing his ground here against these heroes. 4 will fall, and I think Liga Team, we're gonna see those numbers come out, or those letters come out here, the GG. There it is. 9 Pandas make their way through to the upper bracket finals, and you know, an optimistic Juggernaut pick. I'm gonna say I'm glad someone's trying it at least, but maybe a reason this hero didn't get picked or banned a single time in the last Dream League.
Yeah, it didn't quite have the, I guess the impact compared to some of the other options. So like Sven, we've talked about before how Sven, even though he wants to farm up some items before really joining, as soon as he hits level 6 and he has got God Strength stun, it feels like he can join if the fight makes sense. And you can kind of argue that for Juggernaut as well with the ultimate, but as you kind of pointed out, it's like, this guy's got 1,000 health, guys. How about we just kill him, you know? But you try to get a Sven, he's almost at 2,000 health at that point. Gyrocopter with the build he goes for, very tanky as well. Medusa has been pretty meta, but with the Mana Shield, she's tanky. Luna's tanky. It just feels like a lot of these other options, you can participate early in the same way Jug can, but you're also hard to kill, which means there's less threat that you join and you die, and you're like, oh, I wish I had just farmed in the jungle for 10 more minutes, right? So that feels like part of the meta. Maybe if Jug gets like a strength buff or something, we could see him coming in a little bit more. Because you mentioned that actually the spin is just as good, if not better, than it used to be. So, like, the strengths are still there. It just feels like the strength literally is not there to keep this hero alive.
Yeah, I mean, the Gyro having a health talent at level 10 is actually just so useful, whereas, like, Juggernaut's health talent, or level 10 talent, is completely useless. In my opinion, to play the Juggernaut here, like, even to make him viable, you actually have to go max stats. You skip your 10 talent, you don't put more than 2 points healing ward, you keep 1 point Blade Fury, and you max stats on this hero. It's the only way that you can become viable in terms of like fighting, if you want to play like this fighting build. But otherwise, like, you're building items that have no health on your hero, right? You need a Maelstrom, you need to get to your Mjolnir, you need your Yasha, and at that point, you've just got attack speed and agility and like 1,000 base health at that point. So it's like, without any other items, without anything that keeps you alive, you can't join fights. There's just too much damage and too much gold on the map that supports can get, right? Like, your supports on Terrorblade has like a vessel and half a drums. The Crystal Maiden has like a 4 staff. Like, things get way too scary for the Juggernaut. And yeah, I'm curious what the next patch is going to bring us. But Yeah, Jug, a sad hero at the moment, and it sucks because I love this hero.
Yeah, I will say, Juggernaut pick aside, I think they started off okay as a whole, but it feels like some of the early plays all went 9Panda's way. I don't think they were quite able to connect their heroes together as well on Liga Team, because I think like Kunkka got an Orchid at a decent time, but you have a Midas Dragonite. We didn't see like the Enchantress make the mid rotations as quickly or like as with as much impact. I think she did go once or twice, but maybe felt more pressure to help the Juggernaut through that laning stage a little more. So didn't seem to quite connect the way that we have seen Liga Team when they have success. It feels like everything is coming together. So maybe still kind of piecing that together with these different drafts, how you still realign to that same gameplay of we meet up at the same timing, or maybe that's like their best strat. And as they try to like work in these other strats, it's not as clean or strong.
Yeah, I actually was gonna mention that earlier when we saw the Midas come out on the DK, and then you had actually said, "Oh, you know, Orchid's almost out on Kunkka," and then I was like, "Wait a minute, how do these two play together?" It's like there's no one for the Kunkka to take advantage of the Orchid, and Pango is too tanky, Mars is too tanky, Gyro is too tanky, right? So. Just things didn't really come together for Liga Team, and 9Pandas well-deserved advance here in this upper bracket as they will be playing the winner of Yellow Submarine and One Win, I believe, later today. It'll be the third series of the day, but for now, we will be going to a short break as we wait for Yellow Submarine and One Win to come to a close, and then you and me will be casting the loser of that game versus Nemiga. So that will be happening on this stream. Of course, you can head over to the main stream to watch the conclusion of the other upper bracket series, which I think is still going on for a little bit. Let me see if I can check the status on it. Am I gonna get nuked by Twitch ads? I'm not. Okay, so it's 11 minutes into the game right now. Pretty even. So definitely you can head on over to the main stream and watch that game come to a close, and then you'll be back here with us in just a little bit. So thank you all for tuning in so far. We got a lot more Dota to be played, but we'll have to see what happens with that other series before we are into our next series. So we'll see you after the break. What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the ESB and Fissure Elite League. We are into more of the Eastern European qualifiers after the upper bracket has kind of settled down a little bit. We know which two teams are going to be playing in those finals, but we have some elimination games to get to first. So we're going to start things off here with One Win versus Nemiga. Now, we've caught a lot of Nemiga's games. We've actually covered all of Nemiga's games and one series from One Win. How do you feel about going into this one for these two teams?
For One Win, they looked clean. They had the same. They got Dragonite both games, and I think they played around it well. I'm not sure if we'll see that here for One Win. Nemiga, some of their drafts look better than others. They like to play around this Pugna a lot. When they get the draft, when we feel like they get a draft that makes sense, I feel like they've played well. So they now had the day break. We're now into their next series here. So I'm curious if they're still going to play around that Pugna or if we're going to be seeing some new stuff from them.
I mean, if it's not banned, I imagine they're going for it, right? Like, there's no way they don't just stick with what they are comfortable on, I'd imagine. Because it looked good in the games that it was paired with a hero that made sense, right? Specifically the Puck. But we're going to see a Kunkka ban into a Bat Rider.
Shadow Demon.
And
no, Tiny.
What? Okay, they go for their Tiny. I don't mind this one too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tiny's good too. Shadow Demon, I just thought we see that as a response to Bat Rider because you can save whoever gets lassoed. But Tiny, instead of like thinking about saving teammates, you're thinking about like making your own plays, as well as having some flex value for core Tiny, mid specifically. Although I think we did see an offlane Tiny yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think it won that game, if I'm honest.
Mm-hmm.
They go for the Crystal Maiden. This was the other hero I was wondering about with the Bat Rider pick, is we've seen a lot of Crystal Maiden as the response. And I was expecting that to be the first phase pick here from Nemiga, but they banned the Shadow Demon. That leaves the Crystal Maiden still in, so they still get it either way.
I don't want to see Pugna right now because it means
really
that they're
not
running mid Tiny, which they did do in one of their games yesterday, but mid Tiny does not need the mana from a core or a support Pugna. You can kind of get it from your other heroes potentially, like especially if you're thinking about carry Medusa, then Pugna is quite good with that. But I really like seeing these like Storm Spirits, Pucks, those type of heroes, Queen of Pain in the mid lane that can just really take that mana in the early game and go with it to get your team ahead.
Wow, that is an early Ember.
Spirit. Yeah. Marana makes sense to
pairing.
me. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Marana 5s. Arrow is just strong. Ember has really dropped off. I mean, like this looks like a game from last patch early on when he was the most broken hero with Mage Slayer that we had discovered, and as time went, he started to drop off. But he has really dropped off nowadays, and you'll sometimes see him towards the end of the draft when it's like, okay, yeah, we need an active hero. The mid matchup's pretty good, but just the blind Ember pick, well, I mean, if they're confident in it, I guess. But I feel like it can be punished.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm a little bit surprised about that one, but maybe they're like trying to block like a Pangolier or something that's coming out from Nemiga if they're worried about something like that. I think you just grab a Dominator, like a hero that crushes Ember in the mid lane, because this is not a hero that plays well from the support. Like, you definitely need levels. So I would be very comfortable with them just picking a mid laner that beats the Ember. Maybe you just put Tiny mid now and you do go back for a different support, like a 4 position that is actually better at playing into the Marana lane.
Dire team pick. Rick.
Oh,
We're back to Pugna. Oh, but Puck. Okay, so
Off-lane Tiny.
off-lane
Okay,
Tiny
cool.
then.
I'm
Okay,
fine with
I'm
that.
more open to this. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so you get your Puck versus Ember Spirit matchup. They should both
10
start off
seconds remaining.
okay. And then I think Puck Coil will be good against Ember
5
throughout the
seconds
game.
remaining.
As well as this Mirana and Batrider, actually. You're not the easiest hero to lock down.
Hey, I'm really curious how they're going to deal with that. So about a minute left on reserve time. Their pick on 18 will end up being the Sven. So why not? The hero's still in the pool. It's just such a staple of the patch. You immediately ban the Lifestealer. You probably ban the Faceless Void as well here because it is decent into the Batrider with time dilation and stuff for the lane. You could also ban something like a Slark, which gives you some lockdown for the Ember, as well as
5
fights
seconds remaining.
okay into the Sven, as long as you can play like these kind of elongated fights.
Dire team
Yeah, I
battle.
like the Sven pick. Not only is it just a strong pick overall, the Aghanims build has been pretty common, so you can use that to counter the Decrepify coming from Pugna. And then Tiny offlane is not common anymore, but what it does bring is still like a pretty solid laning stage with high base
10
damage,
seconds
especially when you
remaining.
use Tree Grab. But Sven also has very high base damage, so
5
he
seconds
can maybe
remaining.
fight out the last hits with the Tiny without just being like totally denied throughout the laning stage.
Radiant team ban.
A Night Stalker ban.
Whoa, that would have been
I
cool.
mean, it is very good against their team, right? Like Pugna, Crystal Maiden, Puck all struggle to a Night Stalker.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really curious what core they're looking at,
Radiant
because
team pick. Dire team pick.
oh, they actually banned the Medusa, but I guess just because they want to pick the Doom. Medusa not great into Sven though, so I don't know if it was necessary.
That's
I'll
how
have
we
to
have
see, though.
felt, but so many teams seem to want it and they pick it for
10
themselves.
seconds
So
remaining.
I don't know. I guess pros have a different read, and maybe the games just aren't going the way they
5
thought.
seconds
But
remaining.
yeah, from what we've seen, it always feels like Sven is just fine against the Medusa.
Yeah. I feel like Slark is your pick, personally. It's good into the Doom, Sven, and Ember. It doesn't struggle too much against Batrider Mirana. And I'm trying to think of any other options here. It's like with Crystal Maiden, you actually have kill threat with a Slark. And Slark doesn't struggle too much against Doom either. Yeah, you break the healing technically on the ult, but you don't break the like passive move speed and everything.
You will
I don't know,
have
what do
to
you think?
deal. I'm not fully sure who. They do have to deal with the Batrider Doom lane, which can be a little scary as they just run at you.
Choose your
Okay,
hero.
Terrorblade. So I think in their last series, one win. No, they got Terrorbladed actually. So they had picked up an early Sven, and the enemy team, Yellow Submarine, picked Terrorblade as a response, and Yellow Submarine ended up winning that game. Maybe taking a page out of that book here. So seeing the Sven, they're going to go for the Terrorblade, who has high armor. You have Sunder as well. The lane is maybe a little scary if Batrider and Doom are just running at your low health Terrorblade, but I guess you got Reflection to slow him down. You have a Crystal
And
Maiden
Crystal
to
Maiden.
also hit more slows.
I think that's what that's kind of like a necessity here to pick the Terrorblade, is having that Crystal Maiden, because I think she is really good into these heroes. And Terrorblade does have a pretty good timing at level 2, so maybe you play for that level 2 with, you know, Reflection and Meta, and Crystal Maiden maybe having both Nova and Frostbite. Like, you might be able to find an opening kill. Doom does struggle into the Terrorblade eventually. Like, if these lanes kind of devolve and it ends up being... What we see a lot of time is, like, the off lane and the carry kind of just get left in their lanes to do whatever. And I think Terrorblade is actually pretty okay with that. Like, he can sustain the lane against the Doom. But it always comes down to, like, Doom gets his level 6, and then suddenly your carry can't be in the lane anymore.
Yeah, Sunder. So if you yourself are doomed, Sunder can't be cast. But I guess it does give you some other options. If someone else on your team has been doomed, you can Sunder them, and it swaps the HP.
All right. Well, we are finally into our first game of this series, Nemiga versus 1win. As the winner of this gets to stay in the qualifiers, the loser will be out. As a smoke wrap around here from 1win does get spotted by the Terrorblades, so they kind of know where they're at. They actually circle them perfectly, as they have wards placed on the bottom side of the map at the moment. Nikki Cool has played very well in this tournament, I think, and him on Puck, I would say, is a generally good sign for Nemiga,
30 seconds.
as
to
Puck
battle.
has looked like arguably one of the best and most consistent mid lane heroes.
He had 2 great games with it yesterday in the second series we watched him in, and yeah, I think he can really make use of this Pugna. I'm much happier with this than like tiny mid, which is what we were worried about earlier. Terrorblade also not too bad with the extra mana, because you do want to spam out Conjure Image as much as possible for maximizing your farm, but you do eventually burn out of that mana. So Crystal Maiden and Pugna, they'll be able to help him out, but we'll definitely see a little bit more focus to the Puck and the Tiny as we get to that early mid game.
Tiny just gonna body block the bottom wave here. Wants to try and make sure that these creeps make it onto the tower. That being said, Mirana actually TPs in immediately, so she can also block the enemy creep wave and hope that it doesn't make it to the tower. But Tiny might have done a good enough job, and he does. So, well played. We can talk about Sweden Strong on the Batrider. Yesterday we saw him play an incredible IO that did some serious work. This game, playing the Batrider, it'll be interesting to see if he decides to rotate a lot, as well as actually level 1 Violent decides to go for the Metamorphosis, and with this he's just going to just farm as much as he can, as well as get as many denies as he can. It's like neither of these heroes, like do more Batrider, are great at securing range creeps. And bottom lane. Ooh, is that first blood? I couldn't tell. Did he get it? Yeah, he got it.
Yep.
It was ours all along.
Queasy down. Sven pretty low, I guess. Maybe going a little bit too aggressive there.
No.
How do you feel like this mid lane's gonna go? Because I think with Puck versus Ember, it's usually the first few waves are like fine for the Puck, but eventually I feel like the sleight of fist spam becomes a little bit too much, and then Puck kind of just orbs the wave and leaves, and tries to just kind of farm. Or how do you feel like that's gonna play out?
Yeah, I think it's pretty close. Definitely a little bit of a skill matchup in the first few levels, like you said. The spam from Sleight of Fist is very annoying for a low armor hero like Puck, and then Flame Guard, I think, can eat up a good amount of the nuke damage from Puck. I think you do break it eventually. Doom falling now.
Yeah, Doom does end up going down here, and he's trying to run down the Crystal Maiden. He will get him, so a nice play from the Batrider, even getting a decent chunk of damage onto that Terrorblade.
Sometimes you're sad when the core dies first, but Batrider is definitely a support that he'll benefit a lot from any extra golden levels, and he can pay it back later if he gets that fast blink and picks up some early kills.
I'm curious how he's going to transition it, because Yesterday, we saw him play super active on his IO and kind of be all over the map. This time on Batrider, a lot of people prioritize getting to that early Blink Dagger by like stacking their own triangle, even stacking the enemy's jungle and playing around that. Top lane. We're going to see the meta come out here. A decent chunk of damage come through once again. But they will be able to just back away. Early boots on the Batrider definitely help.
A lot of damage potential in that top lane, but so far seems to be going Nemiga's way, I'd say. They're doing pretty well in the last hits, especially racking up some denies on that Terrorblade, like you mentioned. He is popping meta quite frequently. We don't see this as much nowadays, but it is like the classic way to play Terrorblade, and you just use the meta to pretty much secure every last hit and deny for a wave or two. And yeah, you just kind of like build up a lead that way. Doom at least has Devour to help himself out, but of course no one likes losing too many last hits.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that's how they're playing, because I thought they did have kill threat, but yeah, he's down to just kind of play it a little bit slow, and it's working out. He's got 12 denies already, 25 last hits. Doom struggling a little bit, but like you said, Devour is okay. He's not really in any worse situation than, say, the offlane Tiny is, right? So I think overall, everyone seems to be okay and fairly happy about their game.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the idea is, rather than play out the lane and try to get kills, set him back, like, I just don't care. This is our last pick Terrorblade. I know I'm going to win with enough farm, so let's just speed that up. I will just go for every last hit. You guys are going to give me mana. I'm just going to do a bunch of jungling. So if that's the case, then maybe that's the way they're playing it. Just farm it up. And the sooner you get to that point, Crystal Maiden can come help out this Puck, who has been getting a lot of harass from this Ember Spirit. Is actually down a little bit, about half a level.
That sleight of fist spam becomes a serious problem once you get
rotation top.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the question is the dive going to pay off? Terrorblade falling. A little bit weird movement there, but we, yeah, okay, he's out. All right, well, what's going on bottom now? Let's see.
Yeah, bottom's left alone in a one-on-one, but I don't think we'll really see anything. Both these heroes are pretty tanky, so they'll hit each other, but I think it'll really just come down to last hitting. We'll see if we stay top, because the arrow off the mark. Well, it does get that catapult wave. Yeah, you don't want supports to sit up here too much for the Terrorblade. If you can pick up a kill, especially with this Puck rotation, you'll be happy about that. Meta is available. That is a dead Doom. So Doom really starting to suffer. That they tried to help him with the rotation, did not quite work out. It was pretty close. But now with that death, I think you can start leaving this Terrorblade alone. I think you just start trying to help out your Puck, help out your bottom lane, or maybe you just stack for these heroes as well. Either way, but I think continuing to sit top, especially with meta being on cooldown, will actually just slow down the Terrorblade.
Yeah, I actually really like that Puck's rotation, because she's not having a great time mid. Like that, for the most part, like Puck against the Ember Spirit, the lane starts to get really rough especially once he gets to level 7. The 4th point and Sleight of Fist plus just a casual Blightstone is a lot to deal with. And then you're kind of just forced to go elsewhere or just wait for him to push the lane, and then you clear stacks. And speaking of stacks, it looks like they managed to...
No, it's being stolen.
Is it? Well, Sven bottom lane, though. What's he doing? Still just farming it up. All right, nice. Back to mid lane. Okay. Well, sorry.
Puck gonna see the stacks being stolen. Maybe can secure the majority of the last hits. Not quite. Okay, they'll kill the Batrider in return, but he definitely stole more money than he just gave by taking that. I believe it was a triple stack hard camp. I guess a couple lived, so maybe it's about even. Coil now up again. Gonna be thrown on that Ember. Flame Guard gonna buy him a little bit of time, but he will fall. Okay, Puck finding a couple kills now, and I think, yeah, at this point the last hits are still down, but even net worth with the Ember thanks to these 3 assists. Unfortunately, none of the kills actually going to Puck. Looks like we have a Crystal Maiden with a 3 killing streak right now.
Hey, that feels good, man. You know, if you're the support, Crystal Maiden, and you know, if you know you're like, hey, I'm giving you the mana aura. You know, that's enough. I'll take the kills, right?
I'm helping out, aren't I? Okay, I do like what Sweden Strong's doing. He did die, but he's been stealing stacks from the enemy, and it's like extra farming when you do that, because you're supposed to be getting the gold and XP % when you stack camp. So you like spend time away from the lane, you're not getting any XP or gold, but you'll get it back when your cores farm it, but not if the enemy cores farm it. And now, like Crystal Maiden, who did these stacks, she's just like wasting her time, I would say, but she's actually picking up kills in these regards, so she's not falling too low. But it is really good to steal stacks if you can, and Bat Rider is one of those supports who can do it.
Ember just being super annoying in the mid lane, dude. Yeah, I feel like the next thing you're really just waiting for is that blink dagger from the Bat Rider, and he will just continue to farm his stacks. They're diving. Who's diving?
They were looking to dive
behind a tower bottom.
They were looking to dive Doom, but decided it's not quite worth it. Ember might be rotating up here. There's a little bit of time still left on meta, though. All right, we chill.
Okay.
We chill.
How many stacks do we have in the Radiant Triangle, though? That's a good question. Because I feel like Bat Rider still made a couple. Okay, yeah.
Looks about triple stack. Mid lane coil onto Maraude, but she's actually fine. Arrow onto Crystal Maiden.
Nice arrow, though. Yeah, Crystal Maiden's going to be stuck out here. Not quite level 6 on this Sweden Strong Bat Rider, so no lasso, but they do have the damage to finish it off. And the puck also needs to be careful. A Sleight of Fist up in 2 with chains. All right, Junior's going to go ahead and head back to base, keep his remnants. He wants to be able to try and push maybe with this timing of his heroes being in the mid lane and the catapult.
Yeah, Pugna a little bit under leveled at this point, so not able to heal up his teammates. The catapult here doing some damage. They fortified to protect it from the orb too, so they're looking to take this mid tower right now. And without any rotations, I think they're gonna get it. Okay, Tiny's coming in.
Tiny start to come. Coil does connect. Avalanche. The toss will find the Bat Rider. Your tower is still gone, but the Ember cleans up the puck, so that is far worth it. The tower and the puck for just your Bat Rider. And they're looking for more, actually. Well, wait, where did we go? Hold on, top lane.
Hey, Chira Jr.? He did go for more, but maybe underestimating that freezing field. Ember gonna die. Now they're looking at Marana. She has no leap charges. Double kill in the mid lane.
Okay, well that's cool.
Tiny now
Good
at the
turnaround
top
there.
of the net worth with that.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower
I would
is
love
under
to
attack.
see them just play
Dire's structures
with
are
Tiny and
fortified.
Puck. Just let Terrorblade be. He's off to a really good start at the top of the net worth with the Tiny. He'll just jungle. Go play with the coil, go play with the Tiny blink, get some stuff done. Looks like they're trying to hold on to this tower for a little longer, but... Oh, actually Doom maybe got baited trying to secure this tower. They grab a quick kill. A lot of rotations up here, but they can just head through the Twin Gate now. Go through that bottom tower. I say they're not doing it. Okay, there we go. Now we're heading back through that Twin Gate. Pugna 6. Like, I think they've got everything they need. I hope they just stick together from now on.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Perfect. Just a quick blink avalanche toss. Easy peasy. This is one of Queasy's favorite things to do now. It's just come up and start blasting the tower, but might actually get him killed. Oh, heal, actually.
He actually gets a lot of health back, though, thanks to that magic wand. Sleight of Fist will finish the job. Nicely done by the Ember. Puck's coming down, has coil. Remnant 1, Remnant 2. He's out. Okay. Ember's doing pretty decent this game. I will say the biggest
Radiant's bottom
surprise
tower
for me
under
is how
attack.
farmed this offlane Tiny is.
Yeah, there's a lot of rotations away from him, so he just got to sit and last hit, pick up that blink, and the very first rotation he made with it, he picked up that double kill in the mid lane. So really jumped him forward. Now picking up another kill or two down here. So that's why I want to see them just play with a Tiny. He's really strong right now. It's why he gets a blink. Like, if you buy a blink and then you just farm, it is so sad. There are no stats on the blink. It helps him move camp to camp faster, but like,
Radiant
the blink
scanning.
is to surprise people with the instant
Radiant's
initiation.
bottom tower is under
So
attack.
that's why so far I'm really happy with the way they're playing, and it looks like they're going to keep it up. They're smoking over to the puck.
I like this a lot. We'll see if they can find anything, though. I mean, they do need to open up this mid tower for sure. Terrorblade will scout them on the high ground with his illusions, and that might be their sign to go. The smoke pops. Do they find their opening? It's a big one. That's the Ember Spirit. He's going to go down. As Puck still has a coil to play with, but will not commit
Radiant's
it.
middle tower is under attack.
Sven did clear up his stacks, so he's up
Radiant's
here
middle
with the
tower is
Tiny
under
and
attack.
the Terrorblade. Nothing crazy with his items. I will say it's always funny to watch Sven delete people, but his itemization is pretty boring. It's almost exactly the same items every time, and then you choose between Blink and Ags and BKB, like which order of those you're going to get. And then sometimes you get a Harpoon. Sometimes you get found by a Crystal Maiden.
Oh god, CM's like, don't send him over here, I don't want this. Nah, they'd have a nice find. Pugna with the decrep into the mana train. They got him. Plenty of
Fantastic
control.
kill.
And maybe he's like gonna rethink this earlier Aghanim Scepter and be like, okay, I think I might need a BKB.
Radiant's top tower
After
is under
that,
attack.
maybe I need BKB. They're doing a great job on Nemiga right now, though. It's a lot of space for Terrorblade.
Yeah, Terrorblade, he's going for that Manta, has a Dragon Lance. He needs some stats. He's got a lot of armor, but
Radiant's
fairly
top
low
tower
health, which
is
means
under
someone with
attack.
high burst like the Sven, or a lot of magic damage from the Ember, Batrider, Doom, Mirana, right? He wants to pick up at least one more item after this Manta before he really starts joining in.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Smoke, the blink. They've got the last one of the Tiny. Immediate frostbite will save him in a huge freezing field, but the Doom.
Ooh.
That's a little awkward. The Doom
Awkward
did come
pause.
out onto the Tiny, though, so that Pugna, your life drain's not doing anything now. This is looking rough for Nemiga, I'll be honest. I'm pretty sure all three of them are dead.
Yeah, maybe Pugna can run out of here, but there actually is a Hurricane available to Cloud who could pull him back, and then you probably will get him. But there's definitely a dead Tiny with that. I think even if they don't even touch Tiny, it'll be a pretty close to a kill. Maybe like one more auto attack or two. But yeah, great call to stun the Crystal Maiden. It's tempting to like just keep running at this Tiny and get that big core kill, but Freezing Field is no joke, so knocking her out will secure the rest. Maybe they can get this Batrider in return. Terrorblade's nearby, but I think in this pause he's going to be looking at that and be like, yeah, guys, I think I'm going to turn around.
So I'm going to go back to farming. Yeah, instant Hurricane, like you said. Never mind, Terrorblade.
Ooh, here,
Just
but
those
I...
reflection.
Yeah, let's turn around. Okay. I just wanted the
Puck
big
is
4-man
here.
reflection first.
This is an amplified damage Ember. I feel like there's no way you take this fight. Well, he also misses coil, so you definitely don't take the fight.
Yeah, we chill now. I think that's a weird coil to go for anyways, even if you hit, like,
Yeah.
frankly, even if you hit 5 heroes, I don't know if you actually, like, it's 2 of you. I don't think you have the damage for it, so. Maybe a little strange. Okay, I'm curious what Terrorblade's next item will be. I do think he needs a couple more stats. Scotty could maybe be kind of good. I don't know if he feels like he needs a BKB. Maybe Lincoln's could be interesting, but second kind of third item Lincolns is a little strange on Terrorblade.
Radiant are scanning.
This is a very close game. All cores quite close together. No one having just a terrible game. Bat Rider, I'd say, is pretty decently farmed, which is, I guess, not that crazy. Just looking at this Crystal Maiden. Ooh, Tiny.
They actually finished this kill, though. Tiny, once again, man. Just interrupting these saves. Crystal Maiden survives. Ember getting out, though. Quite nice for him. It's just, yeah, it's becoming problematic that like your blink lassos aren't actually securing you enough, I think.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, the blink came out at a pretty decent time, but
Radiant's bottom tower
not
is under
actually
attack.
finding very
Radiant's
much with
bottom
it.
tower has fallen.
Terribly just
Dire's
took
top
tier 2
tower
bottom.
is under attack.
He's just chilling down
Radiant's
here.
middle tower is under attack.
The classic 0-0-4 Terrorblade. Honestly, even more interaction with the team than I thought. You know, definitely more than the pub games get.
Radiant's bottom
Charu.
tower is under attack.
That's money. He's been thinking about what to buy. Looks like he's going to go for the Butterfly. So, evasion against the Sven, very strong. Does mean his stats are maybe not as high as they could be, but it's not too bad. 1700
Dire's
health.
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the evasion versus the Sven multiple times because this is a hero that definitely doesn't build any form of True Strike, right? MKB, Bloodthorn, stuff like that just does not typically fit the Sven build. So evasion, if you can actually just dodge 1 or 2 of his attacks, is a lot of damage. I mean, that's like 600-700 damage in instance. So usually worth it. They did scout the Ember Remnant here, and I think Crystal Main's going to wait for it. They're just trying to find out where the Ember is, and he actually has TP to base, so he might come back to that Remnant shortly. Oh, no, it expired. Okay,
Just
bummer.
expired. It would have been a great
Where's
play.
the other
Tiny
one?
was
He's got
there.
another Remnant somewhere.
Yeah, Tiny was ready. He's enjoyed killing people, thinking they're doing something. He's like, no, 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 I'm doing something. And he's going for a BKB. In fact, several heroes are. So Sven did get the BKB first, just like you mentioned he might. Ember, about 1,000 off, but they're still going to smoke up. See what they can find. Puck would be a great catch. It's a little tough.
He has an
Ooh, wait.
Illusion Rune as well.
He spells
The
out.
Doom is there. Nicely done. They just leave him to go, right? Like, you know he's going to burn down. There's nothing he can do. You commit everything for this. BKB, God Strength, Doom, absolutely worth it. If you can turn this into an objective as well, that'd be even better.
Yeah, really nice call from them. They had a sentry down, so they felt comfortable just walking up invis, and then they were just waiting to see if Puck would use some of the spells. And as soon as he does, they know they're safe to commit. Puck has no way to get out. Otherwise, Puck is very difficult to kill because you can just like throw the orb, phase shift, and then jump over. You then blink. It's such a hassle.
That's the good old Mirana effect, right? Just that Moonlight Shadow, giving your whole team in
Dire's top
a free
tower is
smoke,
under attack.
essentially.
Haven't got the
Well,
stone.
off of that, Puck may have died, but it was a lot of spells used for Puck, so they're going to run straight to Roche. On the side of Nemiga, commit the freezing field.
I
It's
feel
a little
like
slow, but
maybe
they're
I
getting through
should.
it.
Yeah, I would say it is taking a little while. I have this Crystal Maiden persona, and like part of me, I don't want to use it because I have all of her immortal pieces. Like I have the full set of immortals for Crystal Maiden, and I'm like, man, it's so hard to just justify using the persona, but that freezing field ult is so cool.
It's very cool.
I wish
But
I could use the persona freezing field on the regular, you know? Give me that, and then I'll be
Yeah,
happy.
Turn into... Oh, she's got like her own meta. She transforms into the wolf for the ult.
Yeah, see, that would
That'd
be
be
neat.
cool. I struggle sometimes with this persona, and I like glance value. I think it's like a Mirana or something. Like a lot of the like heroes who have mounts. I don't know.
Dude, it was so funny when the persona was teased and everyone's like, they're not gonna turn her into a wolf, right?
That's
And
ridiculous.
I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing. Like, that's what this suggests, is that Crystal Maiden is going to become one of the Wolves of Icewreck. And, boy, did we suddenly go from we can't have cowboy hats to we're changing an entire character model to be unrecognizable. Puck is in so much trouble. They're looking for the lasso. They get it. The question is, can they follow it up? Yeah, they've got it. No problem at all. The arrow to follow it up. They've even managed to catch the Tiny. The Doom comes out. The God Strength. He pops the BKB. He's just trying to run, but he TP'd in for this. Can he get away? It's not looking good. He's just going to stand his ground. He knows this one's over. It's funny, she threw the orb, and then Batrider like walked into vision under Sentry, and I think Puck at that very moment was like, I am dead.
That's a nice secondary kill onto Puck. Farming speed from Puck being really slowed down with repeated deaths. He's gonna work on the Sanj and Kaya, so next time he gets caught out, we'll have the status resistance. So
I think it's a necessary pick up this game.
Yeah, 1 win able to find a couple kills here. It was starting to look a little rough for them, but they're starting to get control back. The enemy team does have Aegis, but...
Well, they're feeling pretty good. Blink Force on your Batrider, Guardian Greaves on your Mirana. Doom, of course, almost to his BKB. Oh, okay, I was like, did he just double buy his Ogre Axe by mistake? But no, he's bringing one to his Sven. He's the personal courier of the Aghanim Scepter since the Sven's courier died. So, Ags now on the Sven. They're going to smoke up. They should know their top here as they just lost their tier 1 tower. There's a good ward. Sentry scouting this one out. Terrorblade's courier. They're going to ignore it. Not baited by the courier. Feels good. Dude, if they get the opening on Pugna, I feel like that might be best case scenario. Glimmer Cape is out. The blink in. Uh-oh. Who's going to get found first? The Pugna. That's a great opening, but you got to be careful. The Terrorblade is still very strong. Freezing Field's going to get taken out. You've lost the Doom now as the Sunder connects onto the Ember Spirit. His BKB still available. Where's your Puck? Puck is just not here. He was zoned out. Okay, 2 for 1. You don't lose the Aegis, and you might get the tier 2. Is this worth it for Nemiga?
It's okay. Supports for a core. It's a BKB charge down on the Sven. And they were the ones that got jumped too, right? So I think you take this, especially as you end up taking this tier 2. I was very curious how that would go because those were some good item timings for 1 win, some BKBs coming out, but Terrorblade has not been joining any of these fights that we've seen 1 win. They've been finding a lot of like these pickoffs, but Terrorblade's been farming, and so that's the first fight we see him in, and he just gets to stand and attack with his butterfly. He has a lot of damage, so I think next time they look for these fights, they have to maybe think about, can we jump this Terrorblade when his Aegis is gone and kill him first rather than these supports?
Crystal Maiden likely dead here in the mid lane, trying to be saved. The coil even coming out from the Puck, but now might need to leave. Nicely done. Takes out the ward in the process. Was that just in tower range, or does he have a... That was just in tower range, I think. Weird.
Might have been. Or Tiny was in that area, right? Tiny has a gem. Maybe
Tiny has gem. I see. Okay. Looking for the gem.
Okay, Aegis expires. Scotty is pretty close to being finished, like 1 more last hit, so they'll just let him grab that, and then that'll be a really strong timing. You now have Butterfly for the evasion, BKB piercing Scotty effect onto this Sven, so you can definitely win a fight. You still got to be a little careful how you walk in a big Doom before you get like Coil out, for example. Could be pretty scary. Doom on the real Terrorblade could be a bit of a pain. They're going to get this shard first. Definitely hoping for a Crystal Maiden shard here. Lucky.
Booyah! They got it. Yeah, I mean, I was wondering when they were going to go for the Tormentor because, again, anytime you have a Crystal Maiden, you kind of want to try and pick it up as soon as possible. Yeah, and they get it. They get the lucky roll, the 50-50 onto the better hero. Pugna's is obviously not a terrible shard, but it's also not the best. The ward will scout, or the gem rather, will scout the ward. The avalanche, the toss, the Marana is dead immediately. Coil does kind of hold back the entire side of one win, and now the vision advantage favoring Nemiga, but it did cost you a tiny BKB.
Ember. Oh no, Ember didn't BKB. You're right. Sorry, that was just tinies. Okay.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Maybe
attack.
you're okay with that. I guess at this point you're sort of waiting for the next Aegis anyway, so maybe just finding a pick off here and there is perfectly fine for Nemiga. Get the Aegis, stick it on Terrorblade, and then I think you're good to go. There's one tier 2 left, so you can just like walk down mid, take that, and then start sieging the high ground right away.
Wow, Batrider almost has a BKB. And Ember Spirit's picking up a second Shiva's Guard here. You already have one completed on the Doom, and he is about 280 gold away from his own Shiva's Guard. So, yes, it is a little bit weird to see two, but Doom and Ember are likely going on very different heroes in a lot of these fights, so I don't hate it.
Yeah, and a lot of this damage is going to come from the Terrorblade. Like, once you pop BKB, you have all that magic resistance, and I'd say that covers you for about 3 to 4 of the heroes. Tiny, you know, a bit of a mix of a lot of physical, but also magic burst. So the armor then protects you from the Terrorblade, who I think is probably going to be contributing quite a lot of the damage in these fights, assuming he's allowed to stand and attack. So yeah, as long as one of them is near him, you'll get that Shiva's effect to the Terrorblade as well. So I don't hate it.
Yeah, I agree.
We'll see how it plays out. Maybe it would have been better to get, you know, different items, but
oh, interesting. Sven did finish up an MKB, so he decided this game it is worth going for the Monkey King bar as opposed to what we see a lot of times is people just rushing the Daedalus after the kind of Ags BKB.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Moonlight Shadow, they're gonna find themselves a shield rune here. Sven now sitting on approximately 5,000 HP.
that is quite a lot.
Crystal Maiden.
Crystal Maiden.
Woo. There's the Bling Lasso. They got her. And Sven with a quick follow-up. Should be an easy kill.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Terrorblade Illusion and Pugna Blast is getting to work on the tier 3, though. They've already got about a third of the health down.
Dude, I feel like this is Queasy every game. I feel like no matter where you, like, no matter what stage of the game it is, like, once Queasy has, like, 3 points in the Nether Blast, he's just constantly Nether Blasting towers.
Bottom tower is under attack.
This is a preferred way to play Pugna, apparently.
It would appear so. Puck on his way to his Parasma, it would seem. He might go back for the Lincolns first. It's hard to say. But does at least have the Kaya Sange, like he talked about.
I would actually love a Lincoln's first, because I think the timing would line up with what they can... Oh, okay, never mind. Lotus on Pugna. Because I was going to say one of those would be really good, because I think Terrorblade is so strong. You grab an Aegis, you put it on him, let him just go up to these high grounds. And your main worry is being lassoed back into the base, forcing your whole team to run up and chase you and put you in a bad spot. Sven just jumps a couple of you and cleaves everyone. But now with the Lotus on the Terrorblade and or a Lincoln's, I think it'd be really good. Crystal Maiden might be caught out first. They're trying to bait her.
Crystal Nova, Lotus as well. Oh, they get the BKB immediately out of the Ember Spirit. They're going to turn around onto the Tiny. His BKB's popped. The last on the backside catches the Pugna, and in comes the Sven, but you haven't found the Terrorblade. He's looking. The Doom gets popped. Can they actually find this guy? It doesn't look like it. Slight chains out onto the Tiny, and with the Moonlight Shadow, it's just too strong. They actually just can't play around it. Violent on this Terrorblade. Needs to be very careful. In comes the Doom. They're not really sure which one is which. He splits them up with the Manta style. Very nicely done. As the buyback comes through, Coil Does stun for a moment onto the Doom. Sweden Strong on the run, but it looks like nobody's going to go down on the side of one win.
Man, I'm a little confused by that because I thought they were baiting the Crystal Maiden, but they weren't quite in position. And as they jumped in, I thought Terrorblade would be ready to just start going, but it took a few seconds before he was in position. And then for most of that fight, people just jumping around left and right. I think he attacked less than like 10 times in his meta BKB, which is definitely not what they were hoping for there.
Yeah, I think like it might even be worth it to like he was waiting for like the Doom to show himself. Like Doom blinked in, pop BKB. It might be worth it to just like try and bait the Doom in closer and like try and Manta interrupt the Doom animation to mess him up and try and get as much damage as you can out to him. Because if you get doomed there, you're like definitely committing for the fight, but so is one win, and they might like all in to try and commit to like kill Terrorblade. But if you have like BKB up and stuff, you might be able to just like win the fight. Glimmer Cape out from Pugna, but Sweden Strong, he's got another setup lasso onto the Pugna. He's been doing this like constantly. He's had such a good play, or such a good like series of pickoffs.
Agreed. And the Terrorblade, I don't know. Thinking about it, like, you have enough health. Do you care if you get doomed at this point? Like, if you get doomed and you're already meta'd and you get doomed and then you press BKB. I mean, I know it's not ideal, but neither is not attacking for the majority of that fight. So I kind of think you just stand and fight.
Looks like he's queued up a Daedalus now as his way of being like, okay, we're gonna do damage. And Puck did do what you were hoping, which is he did go for the Lincoln Sphere, and that is completed. So
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
good to go. That being said, Daedalus now done on the Sven. This guy is big.
Yeah, and unfortunately they lost the Aegis because they lost that earlier fight. So a little off on the timing. They're gonna have to get through this and then. Well, it'll still be true later on. If they hold here, then they take the Aegis and they push up. Like, the same idea will apply. Lotus Lincoln's on the Terrorblade, let him go forward. So it's not like it's a wasted purchase, but still maybe a little
Moonlight
sad.
Shadow has just been so crippling for Nemiga. I feel like every time we've seen a Moonlight Shadow play out from one win, it's resulted in them picking off at least one hero, whether that be the support or then taking like a fractured fight.
Looks like this one might be the exception.
Yeah.
Don't quite find anything this time.
They will walk right by their Wisdom Runes. They want to give this one over to the Terrorblade, get him closer and closer to his 20 talent. It's like most often you take the Conjure Image duration just because it's so good, right? But now I have to wonder in a game like this where you're against the Doom, like is 10 all stats actually better?
I think if you were thinking about yourself in a vacuum, it could make sense. But since you got teammates with like Lotuses and Lincolns, I think it's all right to just still go the Conjure Image duration.
Yeah. All right, Aegis expiring, not for another 2 minutes, so they're going to continue to put pressure on the side of Nemiga and see if they can find an opening.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Cool's gonna find a Wisdom Rune.
Batrider once again finds an opening, this one onto the Crystal Maiden. Pugna came through for a moment to try and save him, but did not have it. And Cool does do a lot of damage here, plus the reflection onto the Sven. Holy heck. They don't commit to pop the Aegis, though, which is a little surprising. Yeah, that's one thing to consider. When you're God Strength up, your reflection absolutely owns you.
It hits pretty hard. Just like this Terrorblade with these items. It is scary. Going for Swift Blink too. That'll definitely help make sure you're in position to attack. Looks like Ember Spirit will finally find that double damage rune.
Level 25 on the Sven, and I'm not sure if you've noticed, he went Stormhammer stun duration as opposed to the God Strength damage.
That's not too common.
Not at all. They have vision here for the Ember. Do they go for it? Tiny doesn't press his buttons and dies instead. Okay. That hurts a lot.
Yeah, that was the gem too. Well, I think you go high ground now. You have God Strength. Age is going to expire here, but you're still pretty strong. Maybe just be a little careful of the buyback plays. Puck's doing the best to cut the waves, drag us out for the team. Banner was placed mid, by the way. It's about to expire.
How did we miss Roshan's banner? Okay, so I actually thought a lot about Roshan's banner.
I do every
and
day. Share your thoughts.
I have a theory, all right?
Okay.
You know how we have these new creeps called flag bearer creeps?
Mm-hmm.
Roshan's banner is going to be a unit targetable buff, essentially. You cast it on a unit, whether it be a hero or a creep, and it sticks to them. And it has like a buff duration, right? Like 5 minutes or until the unit dies. And it provides like Roshan's blessing or something in the area around them. And that blessing applies to all units. Heroes, creeps, summons, everything. Because I think the intention behind Roshan's banner was to make sieging high ground easier. It was. Like, that was the idea. They're like, we want to make going high ground easier, so we are going to introduce an item that gives, like, creeps, you know, more health, more damage. And now you can go high ground. It didn't really end up working that way. So I feel like just turn it into a zoo item. Or like something, obviously, like you'd have to mess with the numbers a little bit. Maybe like the aura still gives the same buff to creeps, but to heroes and summons and something, it does something different. But you already have the like cosmetic of the banner, and we already have like a flag bearer creep, so we know what it's like to just stick a flag on the back of something. So just do the same thing. Just make it much larger. And give them like a red aura underneath them, like you would with like an Aghanim scepter, right? But it's just the banner.
That could be fun. I'd be open to that. I'd be open to bringing Year Beast back into Dota. Just Year Beast the mid lane or something. When you get Roshan's banner.
That'd be pretty sick. Bottom lane, they're gonna see the Sven, but they will jump the other side. They get the Bat Rider. Doom instantly BKB. He's trying to walk away under the cover of the Trickster Cloak. He will make it out for now. Sven has not had to pop anything. The meta was committed, so you want to put this to good use. They're looking for these heroes. The Avalanche, the toss. They find the opening. Sven with a BKB goes in with a God Strike. He's trying to lay into the Terrorblade, but Terrorblade's safe for the moment. Will sunder up the Crystal Maiden, but the damage is way too much. The Sven comes out the victor, and honestly, the rest of one win cleaning house as the Puck. He did some work on the backside. He's going to be able to probably finish off the Doom here thanks to the Plasma damage and continue to chase. Actually, Sweet and Strong, you might want to think about this because he could kill you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Puck will survive. I'm just thinking here, like, Nikki could just turn around and kill one of these supports again, but a little bit scary with this many players still alive.
Radiant's middle tower is
Yeah,
under
he's gonna at
attack.
least try to push in mid while they... He assumes does Roche, but Roche is actually not up yet. They could contest this again, but they won't have meta for a while. Yeah, that fight, he's just not able to attack until he gets in too far. Sven comes in, but
So he's
he's already bought the MKB. Yeah, so he's just attacking. The BKBs are out, so he wanted to Sunder swap someone, had to Sunder his own teammate, but I think Crystal Maiden was in the cleave, so they were like at the same health. The Sunder essentially does nothing, and then they just finish the job.
Sven also has Satanic, right? So, like, you probably are even in terms of damage dealing to each other, but then he just presses Satanic in the middle of that fight, and Sven is not losing any health anymore. Despite, you know, I have Scotty being good healing reduction, it's just not enough. So it's
Radiant structures are fortified.
yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate there for Nemiga. The Terrorblade proving like it still might not be a counter to Sven, despite the last pick Terrorblade.
I think it might be more the practical, like,
They're smoking it. They're coming for
realities
this.
of the fight where you need hard stuns.
Puck goes in, looks for anything, and he's not going to find it. He actually stays in the pit.
Mind
Okay, they
games.
actually just don't realize. Ember Spirit with a BKB, Frostbite out from the Crystal Maiden. On the backside, they do manage to catch Sweet and Strong on the Bat Rider, but is he just going to get a... No, the Parasma actually kills him through BKB.
100 seconds, actually.
Damage, dude. It was doing 200 damage a tick under the BKB. 60% magic resistance.
It's got Octarine now on that puck. So, I still believe in the Terrorblade's ability to do damage, but I have yet to see a fight where he actually gets to just stand and attack. And this is
Yeah.
where having like a BKB piercing stun, like the lasso or actual stuns and arrows you can just throw out till you eventually commit, like, it makes a world of difference. Right now, they only have Avalanche Toss, and then they have like a Root. Then they have Dream Coil, but it... Well, now that Puck's 25, it actually does pierce debuff immunity, so maybe this
think
is
that's
it.
big.
The level 25 timing, 44 minutes into the game. Now we're ready to do this. They're actually
Do you
pushing
see
up.
this Pugna? He's decrepping this range creep to keep it alive.
Oh, it's close.
That's kind of funny.
Needs one more blast on this tower. The illusion's gonna come in. Can they get it? That's that stun duration right there.
Oh,
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
I'm surprised the Pugna doesn't like Lotus Glimmer and walk up with another blast for the tower. And that
You know
being
he
said,
wants to.
Sven, he's gonna walk in. They actually don't see him. The sentry's in the wrong spot, and it's gonna give Crystal Maiden some issues as the Shadow Amulet will not protect you. They have a sentry on the other side of the cliff, not scanning where One's gonna walk in from. Puck. Looking to get away here, does get an attack onto the Sven, so it does a little bit of damage. So you just lose the CM.
They still have to
Yeah,
be very
that's
careful coming up this
rough.
high ground. This is where Terrorblades, this is where it happens. Because as you clump up, he finally gets to just stand and hit. There's a Parasma Octarine Puck with the BKB piercing Dream Coils. It is a scary high ground. They do have the Aegis. They're going to try to make use of it. You got to be careful, though.
Oh, God. So Sven buys the Accent, and he has a Revenant's Brooch queued up, which I think is such a sick read for this game. We'll see what ends up happening. But for now, you're going to have to be very careful of that Revenant's Brooch damage if it ends up coming out. They also have
Yeah.
bots, too, on, like, almost half their team. Or not. Maybe it's just Sven. Am I wrong? Did I not see Doom with bots, too? Okay, I clicked on some other people, I guess. What can you do?
Must click Sven again. Yeah, it's very cool for your reference, guys. Terrorblade's got about like 72% physical reduction compared to his 34% magical reduction. So when you switch over to Revenant's Brooch damage, it's like double damage essentially for this Sven.
That's pretty good.
Well, I suppose, you know, he'll pop BKB, so then like the math gets a little fuzzy there, but you get the idea. A high armor hero like Terrorblade, you're just gonna try to bypass that with the Revenant's Brooch. Do they have any Lotuses or Lincolns, things like that? Doesn't look like it, because you do have to be worried about the tiny toss back. They have the Lotus on Mirana, but that doesn't actually stop the toss back.
Yeah. I mean, Tiny is pretty strong with the Conda because it does do damage for toss. But we haven't really seen... Oh, Sweet and Strong. They get the Lotus! That's going to hold Bat Rider in place. A lot of damage, but... Another scenario of them not being in position to respond to this, and Terrorblade actually commits the meta for this, and they get out.
I'm glad he's going Swift Blink. I don't know what he's going to replace with it, but he needs it Because every time this happens, like, if he just gets 2 attacks on that Bat Rider and, like, one of them crits, that Bat Rider's dead. He just
That dude
needs
was
to be
full
able to
duration
attack.
lassoed
Yeah.
without BKB and didn't die. And Lasso's back up, basically, because he has Octarine. So in 8 seconds, you can go for a Lasso play. You have to wait a minute and a half before your Terrorblade can fight again.
Yeah, it's awkward. I mean, it's not like he was expecting that to happen, right? That was Bat Rider choosing
Yeah.
to jump in, so it's not like his team initiated and he was out of position. But choosing to commit meta still, I mean, maybe One Win was thinking of going harder, but as soon as they see that meta, they just say, just wait that out. He won't be able to do anything.
Backpacks the Manta.
Okay, I think that is the item you have to swap. And then
Yeah, I
maybe
agree.
you probably blink, like BKB blink in, and then swap Manta in for BKB, is my guess.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think you're right. That probably makes the most sense. He still has some room to grow. Like, he can still get his Aghanim Scepter. Your Sven actually changed his mind, and he has a Scythe of Ice purchased. So he's actually
Whoa.
not going for this Revenant's Brooch.
Dire are scanning.
That's really interesting. This Sven has less damage
Oh,
than
the
we
dire
usually
scan?
see, because he went MKB Scythe.
Expired.
Radiant's top tower is under
They
attack.
actually just scanned behind them, and it missed. Barely. However, Crystal Main's here to break the smoke. They actually get the dust out. They know something's going on here.
They
So
don't know Sven's not
immediately
here.
BKB on Ember.
They don't know Sven's not here, but 100% they should be running to fight. And it is
Yeah.
One Win, totally correct call. Like, holy shit, guys, get out of here. We do not have Sven. Do not take this fight.
Radiant's top
But it's a
tower-
huge
Yeah, I
smoke
think-
because of that. I don't
Radiant's top
understand
tower
that.
has fallen.
They lost to tier 3 because of that.
I think
Like,
One
this
Win-
is where you should be swapping in the Manta to split push, right? Like,
Mhm.
put these extra illusions in here.
I think
This is
Nemiga's
also where your
starting
shard does work, too.
Nemiga's starting to suspect that, like, what's happening? Why didn't they fight? Why is our illusions just killing the base? They have a few seconds of no backdoor protection. The next wave's already cut. But they realize it, run in, and they're actually going to get the set. Arrow
The Doom
connects?
caught the Terrorblade. Force Staff? Okay. Not good for Nemiga. You lost 2, about to be a 3rd as Pugna staring at his death, and now Puck chased down here from the Ember Spirit. He does have orbs. He's going to be very difficult to actually find a kill on. They commit for the melee barracks. This is a scenario where I'm like, why not just...
So they commit.
He had
but they don't
BKB.
commit. Yeah, he didn't. They wanted to just get it and get out. They didn't want to use BKB, meta, any of that stuff. But because of that, on the retreat, I guess his camera must have been looking somewhere else. Doesn't see the arrow come in. He just dies with everything, and he doesn't have buyback. Oh no. One Win's gonna try to make use of this. They don't know there's no buyback, so playing a little safe, I would say. But Ember is literally up here by himself. Bat Rider lasso, ooh, tossed back just in time. Okay, maybe BKB wasted there.
Well, he's dead.
Ooh.
That is a
Octarine
super dead
Plasma.
Bat Rider.
Sick hero.
Too far.
All right, it's
So-
our turn.
Puck needs to get to an Aghanim's. You have Dream Coil Pierce's magic immunity. I feel like your Ags is very good, but at the point right now, I think he also recognizes he needs to be so unbelievably killable, or unbelievably unkillable,
Radiant's top barracks is under
that they just offer no threat. So he is going for an overwhelming blink next. It's a great item, of course, for Puck, because you have such low cooldowns already. But also tanks him up quite a bit. Like, Puck has 3,500 HP at the moment.
Okay, they had a Roche banner from earlier. They're gonna place it in the top lane so that their lane kind of like deals with this for them. They're looking for Roche. It's a very long spawn, but they're gonna have to sit down
Good job.
here and set up.
They do.
They ping out the ward. All right, once they
They're gonna let
confirm
the
no
creep
one's
deal
around
with it.
here, they'll get that.
Slowly but steadily, the creep will get the ward. Alright, he's got it. I mean, they are in a good position for Roche. Unfortunately for them, it is going to be a long respawn, right? It was about 2.5 minutes. So ends up favoring one win as the Bat Rider's going to respawn, but they smoked out.
They just need to sit near their wards. I'd actually kind of prefer the Twin Gate high ground, but this area might be fine too. But one win is going to have to push in, and that is when you finally, for 50 minutes into the game, the meta just sit and attack. I'd really rather prefer it be on the high ground. We'll see if it matters. Yeah, this is my worry, because if you're not at the high ground is where Roshan actually happens. But they tried to next level it, but I think they may have just lost their position around Roche.
I mean, they see the wraparound. Crystal Maiden does get the root onto the Ember Spirit, but in comes Swedish Rani, gets the Pugna. Lotus not out in time. In comes Pug. He gets stunned. He blinks right into an arrow. Here comes the meta, though. Violence got to start doing damage, but the Doom's just already on top of him, and this fight is just completely over. Just like that, one by one, Nemiga will fall. Oh no, you blinked into an arrow. You just don't stop the Doom from walking at you.
This is one of the strengths of Mirana. You just throw arrows, and who cares if you miss 20 of them in a row? One arrow in the late game could just decide a fight, and you see it there. Puck gets stunned, just gets nothing off for that entire duration. Actually doesn't die, which is pretty crazy, but I guess ties back to the, like you mentioned, the overwhelming blink and all the other items he got. But by the time the stun's over, like, so many teammates have been killed and dealt with. AoE Doom, now he just stands on top of the Terrorblade, cannot get the Sunder off, can't use the Satanic.
What are we to do?
It's a really tough fight for Nemiga at this point.
Yeah, it feels like every single time that they want to take a fight on their own terms, they then immediately have taken a fight not on their own terms, right? Like the Pugna getting lassoed immediately and then the Puck getting arrowed. It's just like Doom he was never scouted during the entire opening and just walks in and just stands on top of the Terrorblade. And like that stuff just can't happen. You either have to like preemptively hold that high ground or at least have vision to scout it out, because this Mirana just keeps moonlight shadowing her team through. And they did have a ward sentry initially, but combined with smoke, they end up getting the high ground on Amiga, and then the fight's just so hard for you to take because you're all just grouped on this low ground.
Yeah, then Sven, so funny enough, the reason Svens often don't buy MKB, although it's worked out this game, we kind of saw he was hitting Tiny and the cleave was going back and killing the Terrorblade. So that's like a way to sidestep dealing with evasion. You just kill other people who don't have the evasion. All right, another Roshan's banner to the way of one win. They do have a refresher now. I imagine Sven will just backpack the refresher. Never mind. Ember will take it. Ember's actually also a great refresher carrier, but if he doesn't use it and they need another God Strength, I imagine they'll pass it over.
Yeah. I mean, once you have Aghanim Scepter on Ember, the refresher is so sick. I'm a little bit curious what they're going to do now on the side of Nemiga, because you are 34,000 gold behind, and I don't see this getting easier, right? Like, you're Tiny. He doesn't have, like, he doesn't really have damage, to be honest. Like, yes, he has a couple items and he should be able to like Avatos and kill someone, but not at this stage of the game. Not 55 minutes in when every hero has like 3,000 HP or more. Yeah, I feel like core Tiny has fallen very flat in most of the games that we've seen. All right, God Strength up onto the high ground. No fortifications available. They will get refreshed now, as they've got to find something to stop this. Sven. Okay. Hex comes out. Ends up losing half of his HP to a Parasma. If Puck gets an Ags, these fights are very different, I feel like. Because in that last engagement, I mean, had he not blinked into an arrow, if he gets like a 5-hero coil there, or 4-hero coil there, it's probably death for a lot of those heroes. Blink Lasso, they've got him. Crystal Maiden hits the deck. Her buyback is available, and in comes Doom. They've got An easy kill onto this Tiny. His buyback also available. A lot committed here from the Radiant, so this might be your time. You've got to go in and get something, I feel like, but they won't. Terrorblade was not here, but he did commit the meta anyway.
It's just so sad. I feel like the whole game we're not going to get to see Terrorblade, who has been insanely farmed. He's not going to be able to just attack.
I feel like he has done so little damage this game.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear. I'm not saying it's Violent's fault. I think it's like a team thing as a whole. But maybe if he'd swapped, like, maybe if he'd gotten the blink sooner, that would have helped. I don't know if Satanic even makes sense against the Doom, since you know that's coming out.
Yeah.
So maybe that should have been a blink. Well,
They're about
believe
to
it or not,
lose their high ground.
Yeah, they haven't lost the base yet, but they're not there. And Sven's just God strength in. Okay.
I think they're
is
just
this
like
a base race.
Yeah, I think they're straight up gonna try and like base race a little bit because they're leaving the Terrorblade top to push with illusions. He doesn't have meta. They don't actually want to fight. I think they just want to stall and try and get some damage or maybe even a lane of barracks. Okay, never mind. Terrorblade's coming back now.
Okay.
Can you get Sven, though, is the question. A lot of damage. Chase that damage, man. All right, manages to avoid the coiled snap, and he gets out. Meanwhile, Terrorblade's illusions did force the Sven back to the base, and it's not going to be enough to finish the melee barracks.
I was gonna say, I think they actually do win the base race. I think Terrorblade plus illusions, even without meta, maybe with a Zeal shard if he had that, but
Yeah.
I think he actually can base race the Sven. Sven's gonna eat a moon shard and finishes his Revenant's Brooch. This guy is so rich. 52,000. We are approaching 60 minutes though, and the tier 5 neutrals are absolutely broken.
Oh,
They see Puck.
gets the blink out. He gets hexed from downtown from the Sven. Can they finish him off? He gets the dodge off on the arrow, and there's the follow-up from the Doom. What a catch. He just bought an Ags, doesn't get a chance to use it. Tiny pops his BKB trying to get away from the Sven, but of course, just too much damage. Double kill for the Doom as he's got a refresher at the ready. And that's a dieback on your Tiny.
Puck does have buyback. Terrorblade, you gotta get pushing. Start pushing in this top lane. We might have to go for the base race here. Puck's gonna buy back. I mean, this barracks is dead in one hit. They're gonna go... Well, they know this is a dieback. I wonder if they'll just go for the win.
I mean, you can just go through to top to be safe, right? Revenant's Brooch is finished on the Sven, and he's going to swap that in. He doesn't have God Strength. Terrorblade does have an illusion still heading down top lane, but they're not going to make it to the base in time. They're not fast enough. So
We'll force people back.
Maybe the second one will.
I mean, they're at least gonna get that melee barracks.
Coil comes out. Sven needs to be careful. All right, he got it.
Success.
Gets the melee barracks. Finally. You're still down quite a bit. 54,000 gold, actually, to be exact, as minute 60 comes out, and we are here for those tier 5 items. Forest Boots picked up now on the Bat Rider. We'll see what else starts to flow in. Zember currently deciding. Book of the Dead. Why not? Strength, Int, great summons to help split push.
You know what's actually insane as we watch for tier 5s? Terrorblade always suffers from XP, and actually any illusion hero that uses illusions to farm, they tend to suffer from XP, and then of course, depending on how the game goes, it changes. Munkushi is level 30 on Sven, and Terrorblade is 22.
Yeah, it's rough.
It's
Wow, they just got
insane.
very unlucky on Nemiga. They cleared out the triangle and the other set of Ancients and didn't get a single tier 5 item from it.
Rigged. They better hurry. One win is
Pirate
getting to the
hats?
base.
They're going for the triple pirate hat. Do it.
Okay. Maybe that means we're holding megas. They kind of realize it's gonna happen, but we can go even later with the pirate hat.
Mirror shield.
Dire's top barracks
I don't know if Mirror Shield actually helps the Sven, or the Terrorblade, I'll be honest. Oh, Blink Lasso comes in, they've got the Crystal Maiden. I don't know how many times we've seen that one, and that is gonna be a dieback. Looking for the Pugna, the Refresher, he also gets lassoed up. 2 down, 1 lane of barracks to go, and easily cleaned up. That will be the Mega Creeps. Puck
now have
bought out a Divine Rapier, and he is behind enemy lines here.
Buybacks on cooldown for 5 minutes on Puck anyways. Let's see if the Rapier is enough. Does not have a TP. You really needed that delivered.
has been killed.
Okay, Puck has a pirate hat, and the Ags
Yeah.
works off your base attack speed, so or just your attack speed.
Violent does manage to reflect and a lasso, and it works, and now they're just laying it to Cloud. Hold on, the Doom doesn't manage to get the puck. They force staff him out, and Cloud will make it to safety, but in goes Sven. He's still really strong, but saved actually here by a really good Book of the Shadows. Violent still has a Sunder. He's looking for his opening. Can he get the Sunder off? He needs help. Maybe the Pugna, Book of Shadows buys it. Each blinks in and dies. Okay, that'll do it. Puck still in. Puck's still alive somehow on the backside here. Doom's gonna find him, try and make some space. Terrorblade, you could buy back, but with no meta, he's gonna be a lot less useful than normal.
Dire's
By Demon
Puck is-
Seal.
Puck's trying to get to the base, but he actually just can't make it. That's what's happening here. He has no TP. Sven lays into the. Oh, baby. Yeah.
Revenant's Brooch.
That'll do it.
radiant victory.
What a ridiculous ending to this game.
Yeah, very nice. Well played from 1 win. Before anyone starts blaming, oh, this guy did nothing, team-wise as a draft, I really want us to highlight the difference between a Pugna and a Bat Rider. How many of these fights start? Because Bat Rider just initiates with Blink Lasso, and even when they try to fight, you can just Blink Lasso, disable someone, and prevent them from being able to do anything. Whereas Puck has to enable cores, but later on, like Ember Spirit or Bat Rider can jump. They can both do things. Later on for Nemiga with this Pugna, he can never start anything. It always has to be Puck. It always has to be Tiny. There's a reason Pugna is just not as meta compared to many of these other 4s or the 5 from Mirana, just throwing in arrows. You just randomly hit one guy. Okay, team fight over. We won. Puck didn't get to do anything because I finally hit an arrow, right? That is the strength of these types of heroes.
Yeah. It was a definite good attempt to try and stall this one out and hold as long as you can, but Sven only really needs a couple different openings to win a game, and so many things just have to go right for Nemiga, and it just doesn't happen, right? There's just too much for 1 win. It's a much easier to execute lineup, like you said, mostly just because of having a Bat Rider. At the end of the day, Blink Lasso, he ended up having a Refresher Shard as well, gets both of the supports off the rip, and he's in 28 assists as opposed to the 7 and 12 assists. Or I'm sorry, Tiny Lane was involved in 17 kills. But it's just a much easier to execute game for 1 win, and they will walk out the winners here of game number 1. But we will be going to a break, and we'll be back with game number 2 of these Eastern European qualifiers. So stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you in just a little bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome back here to the Eastern European qualifiers for Elite League, as we are, actually pretty far away through the day, but I would say roughly halfway through the day, right? As we've got Nemiga taking on OneWin. And, yeah, I mean, so far, looks pretty good for OneWin. I think there's maybe a little bit of some draft things that could be adjusted for Nemiga, but OneWin look clean, I would say.
Yeah, it's hard to say like any single hero is the issue, but it's more like the heroes they had together make it harder than it needs to be. Like it needs extremely clean execution, and it's just harder than picking different heroes. So I like that they've already got the Mars instead of the Tiny. Not that Tiny's bad. We think Tiny's really good as a support. Tiny off lane, we're not such big fans of. Tiny mid, acceptable in the right matchups. So I'm kind of glad they're already moving to Mars. OneWin was ready for this, though. They insta-grabbed the Undying, which I think is a good response. They banned out the Tiny, actually. OneWin, I don't know. There's a part of me that's like, I don't know. Let them have Tiny Pugna again. They keep doing it. It's not working. Just let them have it.
5 seconds remaining.
But I think so far both teams can be happy with what they've got here.
I have to believe with a Mars, you do not pick Pugna. Right? I have to believe that's the case.
I hope so. It's 2-0-1 win if they pick Pugna. I'm just saying.
Dire team back.
Position 5 Pugna, I'd be up for, but they only run it 4 so far from what we've seen, and we've seen a lot of it. So
it's true. We have seen a lot of it. I think they've played it in all but one game.
If OneWin wants to keep it straightforward, I mean, that is the off-lane Mars, like 95% of the time. So you could pick one of the OP carries. But I think with an Undying pick, you've pretty much guaranteed that safe lane will go fairly well for you. So if you want to save that pick for later, you could. But that same lot, I guess it depends who you want to put the game into. But I kind of think you could just pick the carry earlier, knowing that like they can try to counterpick you, but your carry is going to have a good start, and you're going to have a last pick on OneWin to either pick an offlaner or a mid to counter that enemy carry.
They didn't ban out the Lifestealer. I thought they might actually just ban Lifestealer and pick Sven again.
10 seconds remaining.
But they ban out the Puck, which I'm not too surprised. Like, Puck is just incredibly strong. It's very annoying. And they will just take a Rubik. They'll open with their support duo, try not to reveal too much yet, see what Nemiga's got cooking, and then we'll see the cores start to flow in from OneWin.
Maybe a preemptive Enigma counter, Magnus counter. Mars Spear is quite nice to steal. Arena, pretty decent, but Mars is not a hero that you see and you're like, oh, we gotta grab Rubik. It's such a good Rubik game, right? But yeah, I mean, you got 4 picks. I'm sure they'll pick a support with some good spells to steal. Literally any stun, is acceptable. It also protects your Undying a bit. Using a good amount of time here. I don't know if this is the pick that you want to be using so much time on.
I feel like
it has me a little
for...
concerned.
Yeah, it's like I wonder if you just go for the Shadow Demon to give yourself just a strong save and like stacking hero, but I feel like Shadow Demon is not like a great lane match with the Mars, so I wonder, I mean, I'm kind of leaning a little bit towards Techies potentially. Good at dealing with Tombstone with super long attack range. Also offers just a lot of damage with the Mars as well.
Yeah, the downside is Disruption is a great steal from a Rubik, but
yeah,
I sort of think you have to because it counters so many of the popular carries. And that's why I feel like if you take Shadow Demon here and then you take... Well, you could probably take your other support as well, but you could also like take your, I don't know, Sven, for example. Like, what's your response to that? That has to lane against Mars, can't be ruined by Shadow Demon, and you have to beat Sven. I'm heavily leaning OneWin, but this might be 5 Pugna.
Yeah, I was like, we have a Hoodwink, so are we finally seeing Pugna move to the 5, or are we running a 5 Hoodwink here? Because Queasy is the only one who has played this hero, and they will grab the Lifestealer.
And now you can't take Shadow Demon.
I absolutely saw coming.
I don't know. This feels weird.
Team pick.
Admiral Kunkka.
Some pretty safe picks there in the Kunkka. So you have to pick something that wrecks the Kunkka mid, and I'm trying to think of what that may be. A lot of those heroes not great synergy with a Pugna. Maybe Queen of Pain would be the only thing that I can think of. But even then, it's a rough matchup because Kunkka just has Tidebringer spam and has X potential.
Gonna go Storm. All right. I mean, Pugna with Storm is good. It's better than Tiny, and it's I'd argue it's even better than Puck. So that part kind of okay with.
10 seconds remaining.
They ban out Huskar, yeah, because you could move Kunkka to the off lane.
5
I wonder if they're gonna consider a Medusa on the side of Nemiga. I feel like you ban it here. I mean, just ban Sven for good measure. She seems so good. Other than that, I don't know. Faceless Void, maybe?
I'd say probably Faceless Void, right? Like it's one of the few heroes that just like pretty much always wins against Lifestealer.
Morphling? Oh, already banned.
Yeah, I don't know what you're mostly worried about because like Sven, yes, it is good, but into Lifestealer and Kunkka and Undying feels a little bit rough. And they do have last pick for their off lane, right? So I think you kind of like maybe bait the Sven if you really want.
I feel like Kunkka mid is okay, right? Like,
yeah, Kunkka should still do really well against Storm.
Yeah, you'll give Storm a hard time. The danger is when Storm hits 6 and then you kind of dodge. You have a tool versus X. It's not guaranteed, but it's pretty good. Better than nothing. And then you have a Pugna to enable him. So that's kind of the danger that I think they have to be more aware of, is like when that combo comes online. Or I guess not just Storm 6, but also Pugna 6. Like that combo, make sure they don't get too much done with that timing. But if they don't, then I don't know. Yeah, Kunkka's probably out of the lane ahead, outside of like some strong rotations or something.
They do ban Medusa.
The Medusa ban is very good.
I don't know who else you're worried about.
Team ban.
PA. Okay, I can see that.
We actually saw Lifestealer absolutely crush a Phantom Assassin yesterday.
I think it was off to a slow start, right?
Yeah, it was off to a very slow start.
But it wasn't because of that matchup. I think the lane was just
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, that was Nemiga versus Next Up, and that was with their mid Centaur offlane Razor Flex. So the Lifestealer had a rough start, but the mid Centaur dropped off. They got a bunch of plays in, and then yeah. Okay, so they go TA carry. You don't see it as much nowadays.
10 seconds remaining.
Lifestealer will get a Radiance.
Yeah, I was like, you have that, but you also could go for something like a Darkseer. It's not the best because you might want some lockdown for the Storm Spirit. Other options would be
choose your hero.
okay.
Ooh,
So they're just gonna pick a mid laner.
Off Invoker mid. It is a position 5 Pugna. I almost did not believe it would happen.
Does that make you feel a little bit better about their game here now?
Yeah, I do feel a good amount better. I still think there's probably easier things they could draft for themselves, but I'm still leaning towards 1-win for game 2 here. The Invoker is maybe a little bit of a question mark, like how's this gonna go, but I kind of like it. I think it lanes decently into the Storm Spirit. You'll have the extra control because Undying Rubik don't provide the most. So Invoker will add a good amount, and yeah, well, I don't know if he'll do Sunstrikes. This might be Quaswex.
That's what I was wondering, right? Is like I think against Storm Spirit, especially like Pugna as well, you usually want to go like Quaswex. Vessel also really good this game against like TA and Mars, but I don't know if you have enough damage as a Quaswex Invoker early on, so we'll have to see because I think like your Kunkka is going to need some help. So yeah, we'll see what they end up doing. I think Quaswex, if he gets to a decently timed Vessel, should end up panning out okay. But we'll see what happens as we get ready to jump into game number 2 here. Of course, this is between 1-win and Nemiga, as 1-win had a very clean game 1. We'll see if they can manage to close this one out 2-0, or if we're going to be heading to a game 3 as both teams smoke up and head down the mid lanes. Does that sentry block the hard camp? I mean, I imagine it has to if they placed it there.
Looks like it. I agree. I've never actually used that. But I almost never actually block this camp, so
30 seconds to battle.
it's pretty interesting.
So how do you imagine this Templar Assassin in the safe lane is going to do against the Kunkka? Because, yes, you can absorb a lot of the Tidebringer hits with your Refraction, but at the same time, Torrent chews through all of your Refraction instantly. So it's a little bit of a back and forth we'll have to see. As top rune, Lifestealer gets the rune. Mars, you might need to be careful. I feel like if Rubik actually threw that blood grenade, that Mars might have just like died. But doesn't want to risk it.
Yeah, I think he'll be okay. I think he's gonna TP bottom here. Yep. Yeah, I think this lane should be okay. We do see TAs often start with Meld Strike to just harass out a melee hero like Kunkka a lot. You're right that
That's exactly what she's gonna do.
Yeah, you're right that she does have Refraction versus the Tidebringer. You can just throw it out quite often, though. I imagine both sides will be able to get what they want. I'm more interested to see like how the support interaction changes that lane. Because if it was just the cores, I think they both just wave clear and then co-jungle camps.
Yeah.
It's kind of what happens in the mid lane with these heroes, I think. Mid lane, it's easier to hit torrents because of the the funnel of the mid lane stairs. It's a little harder here, and I don't really know if lift for the torrent setup is worth it or not, but I guess we'll find out. Looks like top lane Mars getting pretty low. Ooh, ticks out to the blood grenade. Very
nice from the Undying. I mean, this is what you want out of your Undying lane, right? If he's able to use that early aggression into not only threatening the offlane, but, you know, killing them as well. That is best case scenario. And he now has a set of boots.
Oh. Lifestealer just using the space, not joining any of that. He's just been last hitting. So 9 and 4, 10 and 4 now. Should be having a pretty good time up top. Mid lane, Storm currently ahead in last hits. I think base damage wise, it starts out pretty close, but being a universal hero, over time, Invoker picks up more and more damage, and the last hitting and the laning get easier, and just keep harassing. You are not dependent on runes, so you just try to deny him. Does not make it to that one in time.
That would have been a very good rune to deny. I'm actually kind of shocked he didn't make the play for that one earlier. But yeah, Invoker, I think the highest damage per level hero in Dota. I think I said that about a different hero yesterday, but I'm looking at this and it's 5.9 damage a level. I can't imagine anyone's more than that when it comes to the universal list.
I'll double check.
There might be one, though, that I'm missing. So I think when I looked at it yesterday, I think Void Spirit's like 5.2 damage per level or something. Mid lane, though, a nice solo kill from the Invoker. And top lane, a more aggression being thrown out as they try to chase down Mars. The Blood Grenade helps. Couple auto attacks. And boy, oh boy, is this game getting hard for the big old Mars. As Respect might lose his life here to the Hoodwink. A trade, potentially, as... I mean, he's perfectly okay with that. He's now found 2 kills onto the Mars as a result. One of them going to his Lifestealer. This is great.
Wait, I looked away. How did Chira Jr. get a solo kill?
Just EMP'd him, right-clicked him, and then Tornado as he was trying to walk back towards his tower.
Man, that is huge.
Yeah. The solo kill is the big one. He's now level 5, like, and a half after this next wave, and that is going to be a very fast earn.
Yeah, with that level advantage he's now rocking, and the items he can buy, he's 94 damage to the 66 on Storm. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. They start even, but as you gain these levels, apparently, especially if you get a solo kill, it is just so hard to last hit from here. So right now they're pretty even on last hits. I would not be surprised to see Storm drop, especially if he does not manage to find like a return kill or something, which is really tough.
Man, this Fairy Fire in his inventory is really sussy. It's +2 damage, you know, and you can use it to restore health, but is that better than the 2.1 damage you would get from the Iron Branch?
That's a 0.1. It rounds down, but that's 0.1. You know that 0.1's there.
It's more of a...
Alright, how's bottom lane going? Looks about like what we thought might happen. It's farming. Oh, I say that. They actually just go on Cloud. Just we take a look.
There's a TP coming in from the Invoker, and those refractions are gone. Kunkka, he should die here, but Tombstone, wait a minute. Yeah, this is going to be 2 heroes going their way, and Invoker, unfortunately for him, did not have his Urn before making this rotation, but because of just how well he's doing in the mid lane, he is very happy to make that.
Yeah, Kunkka a little sad he died first. It was really close, but for your team, obviously a fantastic exchange, and for Invoker especially, he is approaching 1,000 gold over the Storm thanks to this involvement in kills in the laning. So looks like they knew exactly what they were doing when they last picked this Invoker for Chira Jr.
Oh,
like the
man,
rune will
Nikki
be bottom.
Gets pretty lucky on that one. Otherwise, the rune just being stolen would have cost him quite dearly. It is only an invis, so not the most valuable rune for the Storm Spirit, but...
You can maybe hit 6 and look to gank with it. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Sorry,
one thing I do want to point out is Respect scouted out a couple stacks here in the bottom side of the jungle, and he's just sitting here taking his XP.
Watching.
And they're going to do exactly that. There's the Storm Spirit rotation in with the Invis. Kunkka needs to be careful. Goes the X, the Torrent will instantly break those refraction charges, and Storm Spirit gonna get caught from a telekinesis. There's a Tombstone in 1 second. He will get it down.
Invoker's here
now
again.
You're in pretty deep. The Invoker is here, and Storm Spirit is out of mana. Pugna's gonna get burned down. He throws a decrep at the last second, but Oh boy. A fantastic turnaround here for one win. And honest, I mean, X is up in 1 second. They could look for the TA if they really wanted. They are. Yep. There's the X, the Torrent, the Cold Snap, the Urn, and TA tries to pop the Refraction for a moment. They actually turn around onto the Invoker. He gets the Ghost Walk, though. Walks into a Sentry. So they get themselves a nice kill. As Pugna actually getting a lot of damage done off the mark with the Telekinesis. Was trying to clip the Pugna, unable to do so. And now Swedenstrong is going to go down. So much fighting in this bottom lane.
If they had not picked up some return kills there, this was starting to look really bad for them. So good for Nemiga, managing to grab a couple kills. Top lane in the meantime, like they don't even need to think about it because Lifestealer's he's just happy doing whatever. And you might want to stop it, but like you're ganking a Lifestealer, right? It's gonna be so tough. So it is really important to get what you can out of the mid and bottom lane for Nemiga. And that's why those return kills are so big, to make sure that they can actually still do anything here. If you're losing all the lanes, then you're definitely done. Oh, bye, Hoodwink.
Yeah, she was playing with fire there. A little bit of mana going the Storm's way, courtesy of the Pugna. Does have a bottled shield rune as well, so he's a little bit tanky to deal with. Invoker is going to be scouted, ghost walking towards top, so we might see them TP in to rotate. That being said, Mars is just shy of his level 6. Will get it off that one creep. That's what they wanted. They do see him back behind the tower now with this deep ward, Undying. Thinking of going in, but this is not an easy kill now that he has the arena.
No longer the arsenal.
Kira Jr. is also really close to his Spirit Vessel. That would give him a lot more damage.
He's going to do it
so
again.
he'll
He walks right
go
back
back
to top
the
lane,
game.
but they see it again.
Okay, this might give him a decent idea of where the Observer is, though, considering this has happened twice in a row. They really want it.
It's a really good kill. Cold Snap is out. There's a Tornado. The EMP able to dodge. Okay, they get the kill. This is still very worth it. And somehow Pugna solo dies mid. Is that just a boat? It was. So it was a boat kill. So, all right. Worth the patience.
You didn't think I, as the Invoker mid, would sit here for a full minute invis, but in fact, I will.
I will. I very much will. I mean, he got the Cold Snap into Tornado. That's very important, being able to hit that. A Lifestealer will finish off the tower. He's got an Armlet on the way. An Invoker, rather than going back for like Midas, which was what we see a lot of the times, he's actually going straight for an Orchid. Pugna here in the mid lane. Great Ice Wall placement. But Nikki Cool gonna go in. Great Tornado. Time to back away. Pugna is actually sitting so tanky. A stolen life drain out from the Rubik. Will keep it going. Dude.
Hoodwink got 6 off the first kill. This is huge. I mean, he's recovered fully after that.
Yep.
In fact, he's ahead.
I was about to say, you definitely don't go back for the Orchid. You have to go back for that Vessel, and he immediately queues it up. It's like the Pugna can't be allowed to just heal people, legitimately. Wow, he's actually so far behind now on the Invoker after these 2 rotations.
Turns out sitting mid for a Mars kill that's already losing. Not quite the play. That was something we didn't get to because so much action. Like, that's the weird part to me of why he went top. Lifestealer is already winning this lane. So if you get a kill, it's like, oh, I'm winning harder. But there's only so much harder you can win when you're splitting gold and XP with people. So if you're already winning solo, I mean, my take on a game is like, it's not really worth it. Like, go somewhere else. And seems like that might be the case in this game where Storm's back in it. He's going for an Orchid himself. Still going to be a little ways baiting off.
Dust comes out onto the Invoker. Hoodwink is here. Nice Tornado, but Sharpshooter off the mark. Okay, so he's going to make it out. Meanwhile, the Pugna on the bottom side might not be as lucky, as that will be the Vessel reveal, and he gets himself another 2 charges. Okay, so absolutely necessary. You need to be doing this. You need to be getting something.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Third death in
attack.
a
had some
row would
good
have
sentries.
destroyed his game.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, he's actually taking a ton of damage there.
Sunstrike? Oh my god.
That was very
That's
close.
sick. It was so close. Yeah, if he had 2 points in Sunstrike, that would have done it. But this is Qualifier Invoker, so he just had 1 for the general utility, more access to spells. Damn, there's a big stack of Ancients on the Radiant side. I think it's 5? Can you steal this? If you bring Undying and Kunkka, you could, but I don't think they know it's there. But maybe you do, in the fact that, I mean, there's a T in the game. Of course there's going to be stacks for her, right?
Yeah, and she's not waiting any longer. She's coming in. She's got the Dragon Lance.
Get some help with the Bushwhack. Alright, there's no chance to steal this.
Radiant's
This is
what's
the one thing
Kunkka
about
going
the
to?
Radiant Triangle that's so nuts for a TA is like how easy it is for her to clear traps or to clear Ancients.
Yeah. It's they line up very nicely. Doesn't not quite anything that same pathway you can use in the Dire. Okay, Kunkka's gonna come top. He's got his Blade Mail. He's working on the Ags. It's still gonna be quite a while. The Radiant's timing for Lifestealer is not too bad, but they haven't really gotten him involved in kills too much of like infest ganks. They've come to his lane, but I actually think he would have enjoyed ganking others. They are going to grab
Ooh, he
a
got the
Mars
spear
kill
mark.
here.
He got the spear on Rubik too.
Ooh, nice. Yeah, that's a great one.
So they're set up here for this 14-minute Wisdom Rune, and they need to be careful. X comes in. They do have the Orchid. They will catch the Lifestealer with it, but the Stolen Spear into the Storm Spirit will give him the time he needs to get on out. And now they're going to chase, force that Storm back into the base. He's gone on the other side of the fight. They do manage to get a decent chunk of damage into the TA. So Queasy's the only casualty as the Invoker will take the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, tension a little bit split there between going on TA and saving the Lifestealer, so for the most part, no one actually dying besides the Hoodwink support. It's pretty fragile. I think you chill again.
Chira Jr. is,
Youth Infest.
I feel like, in a rough spot. He's going to try and
well, can try
TP the
TP.
Spear plus the Vortex. No way. And now Orchid's out. Catches the Rubik. Spear out. I'm sorry, not doesn't catch Rubik. Catches the Undying. Spear from Rubik, though. Dude, that Spear is going to be very scary if you do not deal with it.
The X the Mars. Man, are we just taking turns overextending?
I mean, possibly. Yep. That is a... Is that a blink? He does.
A
Rubik has a
very
blink.
fast Rubik blink. I mean, he
He's like,
is
"I'm stronger
4-1
Mars."
and 7 Sweden strong. He's been playing really well these qualifiers from what we've seen.
Yeah.
Go for my master.
Well, the Invoker is struggling at net worth, but so is the Mars. And your 4 positions from each team actually kind of picking up some slack here as we're going to see Queasy go again for a Maelstrom into eventually a Gleipnir, but a Blink Spear is available on the Rubik, and
Dire's top tower
dang,
is under attack.
is that scary, right? The repositioning potential of it is huge.
Under attack.
Yeah, and you can always just steal it
Smoke.
again, too.
Gets popped by Nikki.
They don't quite see him, I think.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Sweden.
Ooh.
Yeah, telekinesis into the spear. The Sunstrike Torrent. They got him. Yeah, I mean, he should know about the blink on Rubik. We just saw it. Unfortunately for him, he gets caught out.
I missed where exactly the smoke broke, but I thought he saw it because of the
He did.
observer they had.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
He saw both the Kunkka coming out of the smoke and maybe just underestimated the Rubik. I don't know.
I think so, because, I mean, even without the spear, blink lift into X-Mark Torrent boat, I mean, that's still pretty scary for Storm, although maybe you're guessing you can dodge that. But yeah, with the spear, it's a definite combo.
Radiant are scanning.
Storm Spirit actually like canceled his TP to the bottom lane. I think realizing he's like, huh, they kind of went missing from top. They could have come through portal. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
But in
instead
fact, they're actually just
doing
Roshan.
Yeah, we're seeing the same thing. They're going for the Roshan. Undying players, if you didn't know, use the Tombstone to tank. Pop your ult to give the extra damage in. It's a little slow if you do it early, but it is definitely doable. And this Lifestealer is pretty close to his Radiance. So now you're going to have this Aegis Radiance. I'd love to see Moon Kushi start to play a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, it's 32 auto attacks from Roshan for the Tombstone to die. So basically means the totem will actually, or the Tombstone will expire before he actually kills it. It's the best way to do it for sure. So he could buy his Radiance from the side shop right now. He's holding off on doing so in the bottom lane here, I think, just because he wants to not show that he has it completed. He's going to clear up this nice juicy wave. And here we go. Radiance is coming.
Best gank, maybe. Hopping that Invoker. There's a smoke up. 2 point? I think that broke the
gets popped on
smoke.
everyone.
Yeah, but they don't actually have a ward here to see that they broke a smoke, I think.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now they're moving into the ward, so this should not find anyone. They will lose some observers. Oh, actually, they're going to TP back to defend mid.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Templar Assassin with his brand new death, so making quick work of the Undying, but that Tombstone is in a very good spot. The telekinesis, they're doing a lot of work. In comes Nikki, trying his best here to find some space. The X, the boat, pulls him back in. Violet has not moved, and eventually the Pugna kills himself with just an hour-long life drain. Trying to keep this TA going. It doesn't quite work, and now Nikki out of mana, hobbling back to the base. Another Cold Snap and Vessel will do the job. 4 will die on the Nemiga.
under attack.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Undying, but man, did that Tombstone absolutely own you.
Yeah, and the start of the fight was okay, but once Lifestealer joined in, the Radiance got to work. He saved the Invoker with the Infest. Very nice. That's pretty much exactly what we would want to see from this kind of timing. The Armlet, Radiance, plus that Aegis. Like, yeah, let's fight. I'm really strong. Let's do stuff.
They're scouting for this Hoodwink. They know she's down here somewhere. But she is going very far up to the north and might actually just wait until the Wisdom Rune spawns, honestly.
If she finds these couriers, it'd be huge.
True.
I don't know what Lifestealers is there for, but the Invokers has a bunch of Orchid components on there.
And Lifestealer like buys a Sange and sends it back. He's like, never mind, okay, I want a Sange. Alright, we'll get a D ward here in the mid lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kunkka with Torrent Storm now online. Honestly, it feels like One Win are in pretty heavy control of this game at the moment.
I'd say so. Ooh, Blink canceled by Tidebringer.
Well, that is a solo kill off the Orchid reveal. Very nicely done, and we're going to see the Arena come out here to try and buy some space, but Violent, he's not getting out of this one. A Meld Strike from Sweden Strong just to have some fun. Trapped by the Tombstone. All of the damage. They actually... GG! Wow. I mean, I knew the game was going to be hard. I don't know if it was a GG out scenario, but that was the thing with this Templar Assassin pick that I was really worried about into this Kunkka. And then to just move it off lane and grab an Invoker, the Invoker absolutely owned.
Yeah, he slipped up a little bit. He was owning, stopped owning, and then started owning again. So there's still something to learn from these kind of games for One Win. Congratulations to them for picking up the 2-0 here. They're going to move on in this lower bracket. Yeah, some learnings for them to continue to improve, but overall, pretty nice, especially around that Lifestealer timing. And it is a bit of an early GG, but it is kind of understandable. Like, at that point, it was slipping towards a 10K lead at 20 minutes. You know, what what's the answer to this Lifestealer Radiance? Because your carry is TA. She won't have refraction, essentially. Like if she gets hit by a torrent, a meteor, Radiance just throughout, zombies, right? There's so many things to break the refraction that she has to get the BKB, and she's gonna have to get her other damage items as well. So it's just a really hard game from there.
Yeah, and it's just gonna get more difficult. Like even if TA like say has a really good game at this point, she still like she needs to get her BKB, but eventually Lifestealer gets his Ags, and it's like if TA goes in, pops the BKB, he just infests her, gets the disarm for that like 5 seconds or something, or however long he wants it to be. And this Storm Spirit, I think as soon as he saw the Orchid come out from the Invoker, he was just like, oh, my game's over. Because he had just finished a Kaya. He just bought out a Kaya, and he was like, I am over 2,000 gold away from any item that can get me out of this game. Pugna can't help me because it's a Pugna who can decrep, but it's just going to make this Invoker stronger. Your Hoodwink's going Maelstrom. Like, there is 0 support items to save this Storm Spirit. So I think he might have just tilted a little bit and been like, oh, all right, well, my game's impossible. See you later. It's unfortunate, but sometimes it is just the way it goes in Dota. Just a solid draft from 1-1 and a really good 2 games from them, as they will be advancing to play the winners of our other lower bracket game, which I believe is still ongoing over on the mainstream. Liga Team versus Night Pulse. If I'm not mistaken, game 1 ended
right.
Night Pulse with a victory. Yes, it did. So Night Pulse won game 1. I think Liga Team are in pretty firm control here for game 2, though. So we might be going to a game 3 on that stream, which means we're going to be waiting until that whole series wraps up. But for now, we are done with this one. 1 win with a very quick 2-0. What do you think, man?
Yep. Some good, like when the draft comes together, I think we saw some good plays from Nemiga. I do think their insistence on playing Pugna so much seems to be holding them back right now, making their drafts a little weird. I think there's quite a few pretty meta supports that make the game a lot easier and make the game easier for your cores as well. If you do want to run it, some drafts made more sense than others. So yeah, I think that's where I would start with for them. But 1 win, definitely looking good here. I like their drafts. Maybe need to be a little careful, like after picking up that early lead, just making sure not to push too hard, because that Radiance timing was really good. But I think they like gave up a fight or two, which almost made that game pretty difficult before pulling it back in. So they'll have some time to discuss that before they have to play their next series. Like you said, might be a little bit as we wait for Liga versus Night Pulse.
Yeah. So definitely make sure to stay tuned for our 3rd series here today. But in the meantime, feel free to head on over to the mainstream. That's going to be the ESB_Dota2_EN channel. And then once that series comes to a close, we will have our 3rd series, everyone. So hopefully we're not waiting too long, because I would like to get the cast in some Dota, but I don't get to write the script, unfortunately, so we're kind of at that mercy. But stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you all in just a little bit here for more on the ESB and Fissure Elite League Eastern European qualifiers. Stay tuned. What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the Eastern European qualifiers for the ESB and Fissure Elite League. It has been a long break, about an hour and like 15 minutes since we last were on screen, but we are finally back with another series, and it is the elimination series of Liga versus One Win. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. Talk to me, man. What did you do during your break?
Took a nap. There's so much Dota going on. I got my energy back for a new series here.
Awesome, love it, love it. Well,
I listened into the cast of the other game too.
Oh, did you? Okay, nice. Yeah, hopefully these teams, weren't napping this whole time and they were preparing instead, as we, they got a game to play. We can take a look at Liga Team's roster right here. Of course, we've seen these guys a few times. We covered them earlier today as they dropped 2-1 against 9 Pandas. Honestly, just a little bit of a sloppy performance in game 1, and then I think game 3 they were maybe a little bit outdrafted.
For the Liga versus 9 Pandas?
Yeah. That was where they picked the Juggernaut, and
yeah, it could have gone better. So hopefully they've been discussing a little bit. I mean, they're just coming off a win off their last series, so maybe they're starting to get their momentum back.
And then, of course, we have One Win, which we got to watch not that long ago, take a very fast 2-0 against Nemiga. Granted, game 1 was 63 minutes. Game 2 was 20 minutes. As a last pick invoker kind of caught them off guard, and I think at that point Nemiga was done. They wanted nothing to do with that game.
Yeah, it was a very strong performance from One Win, maybe improving as time goes on. So that brings us to the draft of game number 1. Let's see, what are we cooking here?
A lot of the same bands. Shadow Demon first.
Terrorblade ban, Dragonite pick?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, Timber
was
saw
a
ban. Yeah.
Okay, ban Timber, pick Dragonite. There we go. Okay.
And there's your Terrorblade. So I was gonna say it's a little bit interesting because we normally see this in like reverse order: Timbersaw, and then you like try to see if they'll ban the Shadow Demon for you. But this has kind of just been the trade we've been seeing on first pick a lot.
Yeah, you got to pick your poison, and against League. So most of these bans pretty normal. Alchemist ban maybe a little different, but Ramses plays a mean Alchemist on Liga, so they're gonna go ahead and ban it out, and then the other's pretty understandable. So at that point, you got to pick what you want to run into, and Dragonite. You want someone who can create illusions of Dragonite. So Shadow Demon, that's why that ban's so popular. And then teams, some of them are willing to ban Terrorblade, but when you kind of look at this list of bans, it's like, who would I really replace with Terrorblade? I'd rather not. So that usually leaves him in the pool if teams feel comfortable flexing to carry Terrorblade versus support Terrorblade. If they don't, then they won't pick Terrorblade here versus this Dragonite. And sometimes go like Bat Rider if he's not banned, or some strong laning hero like Undying to try to punish the Dragonite.
Yeah, that's the other hero I'm a little bit surprised to not see in the opener is the Undying. And I think for One Win, they could actually just still pick the Undying here next if Liga Team don't ban it. And that way you have the option of running an Undying Terrorblade lane. They banned the Gyro, which has me feeling like the Enigma is on the table. That being said, One Win, I believe, played the Gyrocopter not this series, but earlier. I could be wrong though.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like I've seen.
It's another good flex pick. It's another good flex pick with the Terrorblade. They're instead going to grab the Crystal Maiden, and we're going to see what Liga Team feels like. So there is the Enigma if they want to go for that. They could just start picking some strong supports for themselves, such as techies, or more teams have been moving away from lines, so we haven't been seeing that as much. Mirana is still in the pool, Undying for themselves, but usually you like to see what you're laning into. Hoodwink has been another popular support. If this is a Dragonite offlane, that'll be a strong lane. If not, it just pairs with a lot of other offlaners still in the pool.
They might just pick the Undying themselves, right? Undying Hoodwink is not a bad support duo. Your Dragon Knight flex is still protected. And
5 seconds remaining.
for Undying, I mean, I don't think he really minds too much playing into these heroes. And it definitely makes certain offlaners a little bit more difficult to play, but we'll have to see if they want to go for something like that or if they want something else.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the Mirana pick either, since then you'd have Mirana Arrow to combo with either the Dragonite stun in the mid lane or in the off lane Dragonite stun plus Hoodwink Bushwhack. So you got some playmaking potential there. You can maybe grab Sven. It's been looking really good if you want to try to steal that carry pick here before one win gets to pick 2 heroes, or if they want to keep holding on to that, it is up to them. Go for the Bane. That's not one we have seen as much. Yeah, that's so something that kind of confuses me here is that Terrorblade has the illusion, so Nightmare can be a little tough to use because you can just remove the Nightmare from yourself or your allies using an illusion, and at this level they definitely have the micro to do that. On your own team, when you Nightmare the enemies, they wake up if they take damage, so there's like damage over time from Dragonite, and then like uncontrollable Acorn shots or like AoE Bushwhack, so kind of surprised by that Bane pick.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly, and the Mars is quite nice. I think at this point you can actually... Well, the question is, do you want to... Because like there is still a Sven in this pool, and I think it's very likely that Liga team could just go for the Sven in their next position here. So do you want to pick a carry that plays well into the Sven, like preemptively, something like a Lifestealer, and like run, you know, Terrorblade support into the Bane, or do you want to grab something like a Rubik as a way to potentially steal things like Fiend's Grip and then throw that back into, you know, a potential Sven pick?
I'm also wondering if they want to think about Slark, because I guess one strength of Bane is he's kind of like Shadow Demon in the sense of like there are carries that don't want to play into Bane. Especially like any BKB builders who don't have a natural Dispel. Bane Fiends Grips you or Nightmares you, and you can't deal with it yourself if your Terrorblade or allies are not nearby, like no one can remove it. So a carry who can deal with it themselves, such as with the Dark Pack, could be good, but they're instead going to go for the Tiny, which I believe there's been some flexing, but that should be the Tiny position 4 and committing to the Terrorblade carry.
Ideally, that would be correct, but they could just throw Tiny mid, still run support Terrorblade, who knows? But yeah, I think you're right. I think it's more likely that this will be the 4-position Tiny. We'll have to see as we go, but Liga team here have the ability to pick their carry, and they will go for the Lifestealer. So I like this a lot. I think this is quite smart.
Yeah, should have a solid laning stage. In fact, the last game we just watched was a Lifestealer versus Mars, and Lifestealer was having a great time. Plus, when Arena comes out, you can, of course, just rage walk through it. It's difficult to really control them up with the heroes we have here. So, one win... I guess this is where you ask, do we want to move Tiny to the mid lane and then pick someone else with like some kind of BKB controlling or piercing stun to control the Lifestealer? But I think all those supports have been, like, all the meta ones have been removed. Or sorry, you'd pick a different carry, I guess, that has a better matchup into Terrorblade. Sorry, I forgot TB support would have to well, I guess it doesn't have to be, but
it's a weird draft, you know.
Yeah, it's you get your options here. For Liga team, it's a little more straightforward. They get to pick an offlaner or a mid. Who could be good?
I
think most offlaners are out of the pool.
Yeah, it's like I kind of like the idea of picking up mid lane and running this as an offlane Terrorblade. Or offlane Terrorblade, offlane Dragon Knight. Because I don't think it'll struggle too much into the TB lane. And then your mid lane would be Something with a little bit more initiation potential. There's the Pango. I was like, because Lifestealer would like an infest target to be able to kind of go in with, but I think for right now, Dragon Knights, we're not seeing a ton of Blink Daggers, so some sort of mid laner that can kind of go in would be good. Doom is still on the table, though, if they want to take a Doom and just put the DK mid as well.
Radiant team ban.
That'd be a Doom Hoodwink lane. I guess that's not too bad. Oh yeah, Brewmaster could have been a really cool pickup for Liga Team. That would have synergized nicely with the Hoodwink. Plus, then you get the one of the best illusion responses in the I forget what it's called. It's like the Storm Panda. He's got some AoE ability. Do you remember what it's called?
Dispel Magic, I believe.
There you go.
I think that's what it's called.
Radiant team pick.
Well, Templar Assassin ban.
We did see that picked up as a potential response to the Lifestealer in the last series we watched. It did not work, but that might have been a little bit more related to how the lanes broke down. So in the direct head-to-head, I can sort of see how it goes, but the fact that Radiance on Lifestealer is pretty straightforward build, and it just counters the TA's refraction, you know, I don't really love it. Liga Team going to grab the Storm Spirit, so that's going to be the Dragon Knight in the off lane, and now you have a delivery system for the Lifestealer infest ganks.
I like this a lot. For some reason, Storm Spirit was like kind of escaping my mind when I was thinking of heroes. Like, I mean, Puck is the first one that comes to mind, but I was also thinking like Queen of Pain. Okay, so support Skywrath. We're going to see the core Terrorblade and mid Tiny. We don't really see Skywrath that often, but it is actually pretty decent here in terms of giving you an innate silence for both Storm and Lifestealer, which is kind of necessary, honestly.
I was kind of wondering if they would feel like going back for that Invoker that they ran last game against the Storm Spirit, but I guess seeing something different this game that they need. So I agree. The silence will be really good here. The burst damage will be quite nice with the Mars setup, even tiny avalanche toss into the ult. Even Frostbite could work potentially until Dispels come out. So pretty nice combo there. And it's a hero who can quickly cancel the Bane Fiend's Grip. I think that might have been something else they were looking for. You might see, I don't know, maybe we'll see like a Blink Dagger on Sweden Strong, because that could be just something he has to do for his team. Is like, hey, when that guy Fiend's Grip, make sure you can cancel it. So a Blink could help him do that as quickly as possible.
That, and you also have Mystic Flare damage for Arena. So if you get like an Arena Spear, you can pretty easily follow it up to try and secure a kill with the Mystic Flare. So we might see that pay off. In terms of the lane, I don't know how well it's going to do against the Lifestealer or the Bane, because it doesn't have great stats, and Lifestealer can sustain pretty easily. You'll probably want to go for the Concussive Blast in the lane. But the Bane has has Brain Sap, and that's like a pretty easy ability to trade with, I think, against the Bane, against the Skywrath.
The lane might be a little tricky for them, I think. He is long range and fast, so lots of poke can still come out. But yeah, maybe we're not seeing, you know, kills going their way right off the bat, but maybe a little later on, like the combo for the game as a whole rather than the lane. Okay, they got some voice channels I gotta fix. I don't see any crazy items, but of course, both teams have their smokes ready. We'll see if they smoke right off the bat. Some teams like to smoke, go place the wards right away. Some teams hold the smoke and then use it a little bit after and then go for a gank. But looks like both teams have smoked. And is that from the same? Oh, okay. One wind's drawing both those lines. I thought both teams were about to head in the exact same path and collide.
I would love that. That'd be great. It's so funny when you get this like huge level 1 team fight, and then like one team ends up with 4 kills, and then the game's over. You know, love that mechanic.
It's it is funny. It's really fun to see the 5-on-5, but it's Very bizarre, the fact that it can literally just decide the entire rest of the game.
Look at this line drawn from Bane. It's actually perfect. He knows exactly what's going on. He's like, guys, this is the route they're taking. Here you go.
Now when one of his cores die, he's just like, what is going on? He told them exactly where the gank was coming. What are they doing? But he's got good teammates who listen to him, so they're sitting in the trees very carefully.
That being said, OneWin also making sure to dodge out this Watcher, as they do not want to give up any idea of where they are. But we are just going to go ahead and head into these runes. Probably just going to be a 2-for-2 trade. I don't see anybody from OneWin contesting the bottom runes, so into the
I
lanes
do
we go.
like that Dragonite, after deciding, okay, nothing's happened at the runes, he's here to block his lane extremely quickly. He's going to intentionally let one creep through. I swear, guys, that's an intentional choice of his, because this means the enemy creeps will all focus that one creep right away, and it's going to die immediately, leading to a 4-on-3, and so it's going to push into them. Dragonite level 1, actually not the greatest laner, and Crystal Maiden and Terrorblade can definitely get a powerful level 2 spike, so he just wants the lane to push in. They'll play it safe and avoid that. Terrorblade doing some cool creep aggro himself, though.
Yeah, that was
Try
neat.
to avoid that. Not quite enough, but cool to see him attempt that.
Storm versus Tiny in the mid lane. I feel like for the most part, it's a decent matchup for the Storm. Obviously, Tiny has tons of damage from tree grab, but for the most part, Storm can harass a ton with the Overload as well as the Static Remnant.
Yeah, that top lane we see, they're just taking it easy, but it is going to push into them. And camps, I imagine, will already be blocked up. Yep, looks like that first spawn already blocked, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Hoodwink head over there for the 2-minute spawn, make sure the lane stays exactly where it is.
Well, lane's pretty quiet for the most part.
Ooh, toss back under tower.
That is very nice from the Tiny.
Is this
Wait a
first
minute.
Not first blood, but a massive amount of damage done to the Storm.
Yeah, he has to go through the last of his tangos. He does get the water rune, which will definitely help. And Tiny will take the other, or at least wait for his bottle to be delivered. So Tiny's going to have a pretty substantial regen advantage. He has a full bottle and a water rune to go off of. Meanwhile, Dragonite in the top lane pushed out thanks to the meta from the Terrorblade. And just kind of that level 2 pressure of the Crystal Maiden as well, having tons of spam potential.
Yeah, but based on her skill build, I'm guessing not planning to actually get kills since she went QE, just planning to spam it out to harass a lot. But if you want actual kills, you typically go QW, so you have as much level 2 spell damage as possible. We've been seeing this a little bit more from the Eastern European teams. This either QE or WE build on the Crystal Maiden. Not so much going for those level 2 kill attempts.
Yeah, it's really true.
I suppose Terrorblade is not necessarily the best for that if you're not in a good position.
Yeah. We haven't really talked much about this bottom lane, and we've got, Ramses on his Lifestealer, paired with the Bane of all heroes, up against the Skywrath Mage and the Mars. And I feel like the Skywrath Mage, this hero, his usefulness will come later. I think for the lane, it's not going to be able to do a whole lot here, but it's at least a couple pulls off. Lifestealer should be free to farm for the most part against the Mars. And Mars, yeah, is a strong laner, but Lifestealer loves that about him.
So overall, pretty peaceful. Just the Dragonite maybe suffering a little bit, but also somewhat expected. Mars maybe doing a little bit better, but I think that might change as the lane continues and Lifestealer picks up more items and levels.
Yeah. Nice positioning here from the Bane just to try and secure that water rune for Storm Spirit, and Hoodwink will be able to walk over and take the other. So good attention from Liga team on this mid lane, being able to just slow down this Tiny a little bit as he's going to get tossed back. He's protected by a pretty huge creep wave, and Sweden Strong is actually going to be the one that pays the punishment.
getting a tip from his team too. Yeah, that was well, it's tempting to go for the tossbacks, and they certainly got damage on Storm, but he actually just recognized he can kill that.
Yeah, I think the Skywrath Mage took 200 damage from creeps, legitimately.
Yeah,
like he's
that's
he
like
has 0 armor, so like neither of these guys can do much in this lane, and he managed to vortex him just outside the tower, so he no longer had that bonus armor.
Hoodwink.
She
like one more
is
attack?
getting close. Not in range for Frostbite. Nova as well off.
Is under attack.
So she will make it out. Nicely done by the Hoodwink.
Trying on Storm one more time.
Gank to Electric Boogaloo. No, it's not happening. They managed to make it out. Rotation in from the Bane. Does at least pull some attention off of the Mars, but again, Lifestealer can just kind of handle it by himself at this point. He's level 5. He's got 2 points in the Feast, 2 points in the Ghoul Frenzy. We're going to TP into the mid lane from the Hoodwink to refill the bottle just before this 6-minute rune. Now, neither of these mid laners, I was going to say, are level 6. Tiny gets it right now. There's going to be the Avalanche, the Toss, a Nightmare to try and buy him a little bit of space. As Tiny gets a haste rune, and without a zip, Storm Spirit's gonna go down. Great movement here from OneWin. And a freebie on
in the
two.
trees.
Yeah, he tried.
That was
That's a great
very
rune.
close. Yeah, Tiny just getting level 6, just off one more creep. The important thing, though, is that Storm did not have 6, so just cannot get away. That's a nice kill. There's a lot of action in this mid lane. I think both teams just recognize in the side lanes, like, one, you have a Lifestealer who he's totally fine on his own and very unlikely to die outside of a mistake on his own part. Top lane, they maybe could kill Terrorblade, but certainly not before they have, like, Storm 6, and then DK just going a little bit more defensive to start, 2 points in Dragon's Blood. So he'll be okay on his own. So, yeah, just bringing all the attention mid.
Yeah. Tiny hitting that level 6 before the Storm was actually so huge. And I guess part of that is just the nature of Tiny in the mid lane and how many denies you can get on this hero. He has 14 denies in this mid lane, so...
To the 2 of Storm.
Yeah, definitely added up and made a pretty big difference there.
Dragonite, we see you throw some spells on him, but this guy's so tanky. Double Bracer, 2 points in passive, gives him an extra 7 armor and the tower. So as he gets close to 6, I do think you'll see people move up here. Actually, I was thinking his own team to gank, but maybe Tiny's thinking about ganking that Dragonite. He'll wait for the 8-minute rune first.
This is a really cool play by the TB. The catapult is still alive.
Silence?
He forts. Oh, wait, mid lane. Yeah, you're right. The silence comes out from the Skywrath Mage and it sets up an easy Avatos. Dude, this last pick Skywrath is actually already getting a lot done. Despite the fact that, he managed to give First Blood to a Storm Spirit, it's actually owning.
Yeah, no runes this time for them. The Hoodwink did pick up that amplified damage rune, which would have been massive for a Tiny. But the fact that you're just killing Storm back-to-back, you're already really happy with. Another silence into the Frostbite. Toss. Doesn't even... Oh, maybe does need Avalanche. Thought he didn't.
Storm Spirits? Out of mana. Okay, I was going to say, he's going in, thought about trying to kill this Skywrath Mage, but, his kit was coming off cooldown here very soon, and Skywrath now has mana boots.
Helps to get 2 kills in the mid lane.
Real scary. Yeah, no joke. Get a bottle refill here for the Storm Spirit as we approach the 9-minute mark. Top lane, one of the things I was going to point out is Terrorblade had a catapult wave pushing in. He like forts the creep wave and pops meta and ended up doing like 2/3 of the tower's health and damage. And now they're going to bring up the Crystal Maiden, the Storm Spirit, and the Skywrath here to see if they can actually bring down this Dragon Knight. Which this would be a
He's gonna have
great
such
kill
a
if they
fast
can get it.
blink.
Holy heck,
He's
he is.
2-0-2, and he just cleared a stack as well. Maybe they just chill for this. Well, if you
Yeah,
get one
they
more
might switch
kill,
the
I mean,
blink.
that does give you a good chunk of money to finish off the blank. So I guess we'll see what they decide.
Dire's
They're still
middle
running
tower
together.
is
This is tri-lane versus tri-lane in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, you're max Ancient Seal on Skywrath Mage. You wanna play around your Tiny for sure.
Yeah, it's not just a silence, but I feel like many people forget it actually increases magic damage, which in the early game is actually a lot of Tiny's damage from that Avalanche Toss combo.
Which we will
Nightmare?
see. The Avalanche, the Toss. Doesn't have quite enough damage, as 3 points Brain Sap will heal him back up. Shield Rune gets denied on the top side.
And go for a quick smoke and maybe run top for the Dragon Knight. He's playing very carefully, though.
Radiant are scanning.
They do have meta. Maybe they're planning to just finish off this tower. It's already
think
low.
so.
They have another catapult wave. And anyone who comes might just die.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, Storm's actually so low. If they had a ward here, it could just be sniped by like a tree.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Pig pole.
Really
Looking
smart
like,
by
oh, someone
Dragon
cleared the
Knight.
stack. All right, cool.
Radiant's top
Yeah,
tower
you see how far back Dragon Knight is. He knows how long that Tiny's been missing and how unlikely it is that Lifestealer is the gank target. It's like, it's me. I know it's me. I'm gonna hide here. They're not gonna find me.
Radiant's top tower
Terrorblade
is
using the
under
tail
attack.
end of this meta to try and clear up a couple stacks in the enemy Ancient camp. So, quite nice for him. He's farming really well. Has the Dragon Lance on his way to his Yasha. As for the Lifestealer, we see him going straight Radiance. So sometimes we've seen the Armlet into Radiance, but Ramses, he's just going to rush to that Sacred Relic.
Of course, you got a little help from some ganks, but I didn't expect this lane to go so well for the Terrorblade. Terrorblade versus Dragon Knight, I thought would be a closer lane than Lifestealer versus Mars. Now, Lifestealer did win that lane. He's about just a little less than 1,000 gold over the Mars, but yeah, Dragon Knight. The difference between Dragon Knight and Terrorblade even bigger than that.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit of the pressure applied earlier, you know, added up, or the fact that like Terrorblade didn't end up really needing his support, like they were rotating a lot. Crystal Maiden is just also a really strong lane support, it would seem. All right, there's the smoke. Obviously, they know about this Blink Dagger now, so Junior gonna meet up with their team, and they're finally now heading towards the Lifestealer. And you can find this kill with Arena Spear. You have the Blink, you have the Silence from the Skywrath Mage. So if Tiny gets like a Blink Avatos and sends the Lifestealer back into a Silence, you're looking really good. However, they might just run into each other head on, and that's gonna be the smoke pop. Junior looking for his target, gets the Avalanche, the Toss. They're still holding the Silence. No, will finally get thrown. Bane, he's dead. Now Sweet and Strong falling very low on the backside. He's going to go down as well. Arena, there it is. Finally comes out. Dragon Tail was used to kind of delay it, but even bringing in the Terrorblade now, as they've managed to just isolate this Dragon Knight. Respect on the run here, as Storm Spirit's actually spent almost all of his mana. Tiny still has a lot of wand charges and another Blink Dagger available, but they will back away, so there's actually no more catch. They'll turn their attention to this tier 1 tower instead.
Yeah, Ramsey's probably calling to play it a little safe too. He is so close to the money for his Sacred Relic. He does not want to die right now, which is why it would have been such a great with him. He was already starting to posture pretty safely. I think they suspected to each other, making sure he gets to play it safe.
Cloud He's gonna get caught from the vortex. Sharpshooter is out as well, trying to find the spear. A great sunder from Mankushi.
That's
Good
a
stuff
team
from
player
him.
right there. That ain't no support Terrorblade. That's your carry Terrorblade saving your offlaner.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Radiant's middle tower is under
He was certainly dead otherwise, so good play from him. He stopped farming for a moment to come save your Mars.
It's in fact possible, core players. You can stop farming and do things.
That sounds like
tower
fake
is under
news.
attack.
Someone over there's got a shovel. I think it's the Skywrath Mage. Yeah, sends over his Kobold to scout that high ground around that tier 1. I am firmly in the belief that the Kobold prospecting aura is pretty garbage if you just have it follow you. I think using it to scout, deny runes, stuff like that is a way better. So always love to see the pro players using that Kobold.
They're looking aggressively here. The ward. Not going to see the Tiny, but a great bushwhack as a response. And there's your arena onto the Storm Spirit, but you've lost both supports right away. Well, now that ward is going to be super value because the entirety of the tree line is gone. Avalanche, toss back, the Hoodwink, executed by the Mars.
Maybe didn't expect that combo to be up so soon, but this is an Arcane Rune Tiny, so he was just ready to go. He's ready to go again to clear the creep wave. Now they're going to go for this tower with the meta. And the catapult wave. Man, every catapult wave, this Terrorblade is here. I love it. Really nice play from OneWin.
Yeah, he's been on point with these.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Both
Not
teams
looking to
replacing
steal
some
anything
wards,
in here.
anticipating. Whoa. Do they?
No stacks to steal this time, but just going to farm the enemy side of the map for a little bit.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Lifestealer does have the money for the Radiance. He had the courier going, but he calls it back when he suspects the enemy's there. He's just going to go pick it up from the enemy's half of the map. So now he might be ready to fight. We'll see if there's anything else he wants to get first. Find the Dragonite in the meantime.
Yeah, this 4 points in Arcane and Ancient Seal is starting to become a massive problem. DK, he rushes this early Blink Dagger as opposed to going for the Mage Slayers, so that burst from the Tiny is like 1180 damage when amped by that 35% increase off the Ancient Seal. Bottom lane, we're going to see the Fiend's Grip comes out onto the Mars. He's still alive. Another Sunder save from the Terrorblade. Huge plays as they will wake him up as well into a quick avalanche. Someone tip this Terrorblade. This guy is so good.
That is exactly what you want from a Terrorblade player. You gotta be willing to save your teammates. It's so good. So good. Now your Mars gets to continue to be active in your triangle. Okay, maybe not, you know, whatever. It's alright.
They want this DK again so bad, and they are going to be able to get him, I think. He's so low.
It's just
Off the mark with the end of the freezing field, but with some more roots, they get him.
Must I explain your failure?
Oh, that is a bad feeling. 2 supports kill your offlane Dragonite.
And Storm Spirit dies in the river, going for a power rune. Tiny Avatos into the spear, and now Lifestealer, he's already spent. The Radiance reflected there thanks to the Terrorblade. Infest into the Hoodwink. But Tiny has a blink in one. The Avalanche is going to toss them back into the wrong spot. And now Lifestealer, he's caught from the silence. The root out from the Crystal Maiden. Your brand new Radiance turned against you. Oh boy, OneWin is just demolishing Liga Team here in this first game.
Radiant's middle tower
Got themselves
is
an
under
8k
attack.
lead already at 18 minutes. This Radiance, Lifestealer's doing the best on his team, and he's trying to join in now to help the team out, but they are not finding what they need every single time. The lead might just be a little bit too big for OneWin already.
Guess it's my shout.
Dude,
Goes back to
this
the
is the
Skywrath
mid-Tiny
Mage
performance
pick.
we're looking for.
Yeah. I think it really helps, like, Sweden Strong set him up so well with all those silence kills on the Storm Spirit.
And I love his build. He's queued up a Blink Dagger. He's looking at this and is like, yeah, I want to be able to just follow my Tiny around. I want to make sure that I'm able to respond to these ganks, to these team fights, get the correct silence, like Blink silence onto Storm Spirit. Borderline just as good as a Blink Hex from a Lion, right, at this point.
Yeah, and we did see in one of the fights earlier that the supports on 1-win are still quite fragile. So being able to stay at the edge, not be killed by the Storm Spirit until you are ready to go in, that'll be really useful. Storm is just starting to work on his BKB, so probably still a few minutes you can get him killed with a silence.
Bane.
And
ooh, he gets a defensive blink here, which actually might save the Tiny as Cloud looking to close the gap. The spear, not going to be enough to kill him. But they've got plenty of other help. Extra heroes collapsing on top of him. Meanwhile, they're looking for the Terrorblade. They will be able to grab him for the moment. They do have a Manta. Does he get to sunder the Bushwhack? Timed perfectly from the Hoodwink. They finally take him down. Silence will catch the the Dragon Knight. They find themselves a return kill. But taking down TP. Well done. TP? TB? It's been a long couple of days. Give me a break, okay? Okay.
Radiant's courier has been
ooh, God's Rebuke killing a Kobold and a Courier. Alright, what's Lifestealer's next item? Manta? I'm trying to think if this game gets any easier if they drag this out. But
Man, Manta.
I'm not really sure if it
building
does.
Manta feels so bad on Lifestealer. I feel like you'd rather just have like BKB and Assange and Yasha, but he is going for the Manta instead. And Lifestealer, there's your Blink Silence again. It's
Yeah,
just
he needs
too
the
damn
Dispel
good.
for that. That's exactly
he's-
why he needs the Manta.
Yeah, it's like, but the thing is like, I don't know if that helps. I think he just still dies. Like
He might.
it's
He
just
might.
too fast. Now, this is honestly one of the best 24 pick Skywrath mages I have seen in a very long time. This is so sick.
It just goes to show you don't have to blindly follow the meta, and I think that's a really cool thing about Dota. Like, as you get towards the end of the draft, sometimes you very clearly identify what will be very, very good in that game, and non-meta heroes might offer that, such as the Skywrath and its instant silence.
No way! What an avalanche from Tiny there. That was sick. That was like on the very edge. Well, they should be able to go right into Roshan now. I think Terrorblade's made his way towards bottom side. If they really wanted, they could.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe. All right, he's got meta. He's got Manta. He can do this. They're not even going to pop the meta for this. They're going to save it for the tier 2 tower push, potentially. Which, I feel like these guys can actually start making some aggressive plays here.
I think so. Scotty is pretty close on Terrorblade, so I think maybe you chill a little bit, finish that up. It'll take less than a minute once they finish this Roshan. But then with that, are there any other big items? I don't think so. I think that's the next big item they really want. So, yeah, I'd love to see them grab that and then go. But they are pretty strong. Maybe they can just go. No, he TP's back to clear it out and farm up. So, yeah, looks like he's going to be in this triangle for just a moment.
Yeah, I like that. If you can just farm the point booster on the triangle here and then like meet up with his team towards bottom, I think that's great. I mean, it's not like they haven't been playing aggressive up until this point. They absolutely have, and they can keep doing it, as evidenced by the Hoodwink being executed.
Yeah, I mean, they'll still take the pick-offs, things like that. But if they ever think, hey, this might be a 5-on-5, they won't take that until this Scotty comes in, which he has the money. It's on the way. They're going to get this tier 2 tower for free, and then maybe we'll see a fight. Well, I don't think we'll even see them fight over any of the tier 2s. I think they'll just use it to buy time. They'll try to split push as much as possible, and then fight the tier 3s on Liga. He does choose to go back for the Sanj and Yasha, by the way, instead of a Manta.
Really? Okay.
I
mean,
get
Sanj
it,
and
but
Yasha
I
is
feel like
absolutely
it'll get him
essential.
killed.
I just thought he'd go BKB first is all. I think Sanj and Yasha is without a doubt the better item. You need to build a Sange-based item on Lifestealer. But yeah, getting some form of magic immunity is absolutely essential that you can pop, you know, or dispel rather, I guess, so BKB or Manta.
I think the Manta for the silence, because it's closer. Like, since he already has the Yasha, he can get the Manta faster than the BKB. And I thought with the Radiance and the state of the game, he could use the illusions to try to cut creep waves and delay. But, well, he's made up his mind, and we are now going for the high ground. So they're going to send the Terrorblade in. He's got the Aegis. It's pretty tanky already. There's meta popped. First fortification. Counter fortified to make sure they get to keep this creep wave. They don't want to risk the next creep wave getting cut. Toss back on the tiny...
BKB.
Or the Dragon Knife.
Nice done. All right, here comes the Infest Blade to the back line. They're going to be able to jump right on top of the Crystal Maiden, and Respect will go down. The trade is for the Bane. Skarath Mage managing to avoid this thanks to that trusty Blink Dagger, but that is Infest down, and you don't have a Dragon Knight BKB either. So you need to be careful. Last fortification here from Liga Team as 1 win. Feeling very comfortable with this Terrorblade up on the front line. He just says, I don't even care about you, Lifestealer. I'm going to hit this building and just will walk away.
I don't even think about you. Just takes the building. That feels bad.
They're not done. Immediate force of the BKB from the Storm Spirit. Tiny has the gem. He's going to be able to pop the BKB, but an immediate immediate Fiend's Grip, and now Terrorblade, he needs a Sunder target. We'll throw it out on over to the DK. But they get away with a free gem.
Such a long Sunder. Yeah, maybe, okay, a bit of a slip up there. Maybe thought they could just grab that Storm. Didn't expect such a fast response because he actually had the BKB, but didn't activate it yet. They took out like 80% of his health by the time he could BKB. So yeah, oops. Did not mean for that to happen. They're still in a good spot, but you're definitely going to suffer on vision now that you just gave that gem away. They hand it over to Ramsey so that he can look around, remove any wards. I'm kind of surprised the supports didn't do the dewarding first and then pass it back to Ramsey's. Is there invis on the enemy team that they think he needs to have it? I don't think so. So I'm a little bit surprised by that, but either way, your team has the gem, so...
Maybe it's just the idea that he's going to be farming the more dangerous areas as the Lifestealer. Or he's going to be like farming more like aggressively on the map, and so he might walk into random wards to deward.
That's true.
Also, just if he walks into a random ward, he needs to know it's there.
That's true.
So he can not get instantly killed.
You'd rather have your support die on a ward unknowingly than your Lifestealer. And he has the slots for it, so yeah. I think that makes sense.
30 seconds on the Aegis. We're going to see... Yep, Manta, need to get rid of that Enfeeble. Pretty much ASAP. 260 damage on the Terrorblade. And the creep wave coming through. That'll be a
no fortifies.
Gone. Again, yeah, no fortifies at all. They took the melee barracks in mid. They'll use the rest of these illusions to just chip down this ranged barracks. And they don't have great illusion clear, honestly. It's mostly just the DK splash damage. Bane can help with the brain sap since it is a pretty significant amount of damage to illusions. But they are smoked up. Infest here into the Lifestealer. They're looking for their target, but I don't know if they're going to find it. They walked right through some wards as well, so they know of this retreat. It really just comes down to if you're going to find the opening, and it looks like they're a little bit too afraid at this point to chase. Tormentor, though. Ooh,
see if we get Crystal Clone
for the Storm. Is it going to be Crystal Clone? What do you think? Oh my god. It actually is every time.
Easy.
How do they keep getting this?
I was trying to come up with something funny, but I got nothing. Just good luck. I think the shard on Skyreth. Oh, maybe they find this hood. Oh, just outside that avalanche. Oh, Mars is here though with the Yule, so it'll take a few extra seconds. But I thought he was gonna make it out. Yeah. The Shield of the Scions kind of better than it used to be. They've been like slowly buffing this, but it doesn't really change what Skywrath needs to offer this game, which is just that blink silence. So You definitely rather have that double root potential from the Crystal Maiden.
I love how Scarlet Mage's Aghanim Scepter is just like, yeah, just we'll just randomly throw extra spells.
Can come up with another cool spell to give him.
Yeah, this is one of those Aghanim Scepters I really want reworked. And I hope that they do it with Crownfall when that launches in the summer, of course. So,
God.
Can't
wait
but
till the summer of
I really hope
2025,
they,
dude.
Yeah. I really hope they rework the Skywrath Ags.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I wouldn't mind it, but I also don't mind leaving in a couple boring ags like that. Get the variety. Is it? I don't know. No, mine's good. All right, I'll cast while Ricky resets.
Okay, I'm back.
We gotta-
I don't know what happened there.
Oh, that's the end of my casting.
Yeah. Bravo, Zach. Incredible stuff.
Thank you.
I wonder
We're
where
gonna
I cut
double
off in the
smoke
middle.
from the teams. They're waiting for the Roche. It's gonna potentially spawn here in a second. Let's see. Long spawn, short spawn, very long spawn. So actually, this
Wow.
upcoming fight will not determine Roche, but I think if one win wins this fight, I mean, they're gonna be so in the lead gold-wise. So either way, even without the Roche as the prize, Liga really needs a win here.
They know exactly where they are. It's impossible for Liga team to be literally anywhere else on the map right now. Their mid lane is being taken. Their bottom lane is being taken. And they scan the pit and they're like, well, I guess we have to go in. Smoke. Dude, they got him right as they TP'd back to base. Oh, what a disaster for the side of Liga. They literally lose Lifestealer and the Storm Spirit in the base, right? And, oh, they find the Bane as well.
Wait, why is he just staying here? He had TP, didn't he?
Yeah, he was maybe
guess
trying
he
to,
thought
like,
he
snipe
wasn't
the
being
Roche
found,
or
but-
something. I don't know.
I guess he did have a blink. All right, that's so what happened there is you're right. The lanes are pushing in. It's got to be dealt with, or you're gonna lose them for free. So they send the Hoodwink home. But as soon as they see the Hoodwink, One Win knows, hey, you know, we kind of win 5-on-5s anyways. We're like pretty ahead. Oh, it's actually just a 5-on-4. I actually don't care that we're pushing into, you know, kind of this dangerous area. Literally just go. Just blink up there and throw the stun. They didn't even have vision there. They're just like, I'll just go. If he's there, we'll fight, guys. And yeah, because of that, they pick up 2 kills. I think if you're going to send someone back, everyone has to full retreat.
Yeah. It was really unfortunate timing because Lifestealer had infested the Storm. The second the TP ended is when the blink came out. Storm Spirit gonna get caught from the spear from the Mars. Perfectly timed. He BKBs in mid-zip, dies, and he donates the gem back to One Win. Mars.
That probably should have been their gem the whole time anyways, you know?
Yeah,
so it's back to where it should be. Looks like Chira Jr. solos that Hoodwink. Not a very tanky hero, even with the Gleipnir at this stage of the game.
That's just a good read from him, knowing that she's like cutting waves, right? So, 2 lanes.
I mean, it's the name of the game
down.
for them right now. You can't fight this.
Who needs Roche, honestly? I appreciate this. Thank you for not stalling this game out for another 30 minutes while we wait for Roshan and all of the enemy heroes to come back up. One win. Good stuff.
Till they throw, and then they never do that again.
Oh, Infest. Into the Dragon Knight. Reflection. Gonna keep him at bay. He's looking to try and blink in, but he's got that debuff on him for just a couple more seconds. And with that, they actually get the melee barracks. As a result, they jump in, they get the Nullifier onto the Terrorblade. The Fiend's Grip is there, instantly canceled, but he doesn't sunder. The BKBs come out from Lifestealer and the Dragon Knight. And Sweden Strong, he'll TP to safety. Crystal Maiden not gonna be so lucky either. Well, is she?
Ooh.
Okay, she's actually lucky as heck. Dude, that was such a
The
sick
zip.
Ogre Seal Totem. Holy gosh.
The zip stopped just at the edge. He didn't have vision.
Radiant's courier.
He might have ran out of mana
mana.
too.
All right, so that's why the teams usually wait for Roche, but they could have still cleared out like the bottom and the mid lane, and then some of the top tower. They probably just need to get out a little bit sooner, and then it would have been okay. State of the game still relatively fine. Pick up a hoodwink kill. They are being chased, but he's kind of desperate to find anything.
There's no way that he gets this kill, right? There's BKBs. They have everyone coming back in. There's the arena, the spear. Bane is just dead, and Lifestealer, his BKB is going to be expiring in just a moment. And Skywrath Mage, well, maybe with the storm coming in, he drops a big Mystic Flare and takes down the Dragon Knight. As they're going to buy back on both of them. They want to fight for this Roshan. You got some problems, though, and it's the Terrorblade. He's back, ready to fight. Your Storm Spirit out of mana. Can Cloud find this opening? The Dragon Knight comes in. A Nullifier to dispel. Mars falling a little bit low, but Storm Spirit's just dead. Can the Terrorblade keep his boys alive? The backpedal, thanks to that Bulwark, will be enough, and Dragon Knight won't be able to TP. Barely canceled thanks to the Skywrath Mage. And now the Spear comes out and hits the Lifestealer of all things. Silenced up, trying to make his way out, and it's not going to happen. 4 dead. Dragon Knight will be the one that survives, but a GG will be called, and it will be game 1 going to 1 win. Dude, what a Skywrath Mage pick. That was so sick.
Yeah. MVP, whoever picked that Skywrath, follow-up MVP, Sweden strong for playing it so nicely. Of course, the team all filled their roles there. I think it was a very clean game from them, besides that, like, okay, maybe like 2 overextensions that I remember in the sieging of the enemy base. Fortunately, does not cost them this time, but maybe something to think about for the future. If you've been watching this stream and you saw the last series we cast, there was a very farmed Terrorblade in that game who just was not allowed to attack. But we see a very different game here when you have these kinds of stuns on your team. They just send the Terrorblade in and set up for him, and boy, that guy did the damage.
Yeah, he owned this game. I will say the tiny Skywrath, Crystal Maiden, that's just roaming around this whole time, makes this game unplayable for Liga. Not only does the Storm Spirit have to get a BKB relatively early, he gets it his literal second item, right? Witchblade into BKB, goes back for Parasma, but Lifestealer has to get an early BKB, and he kind of greeded out for it a little bit with the Sanj and Yasha, and they take a decent fight once he got it, but yeah, it just became way too difficult to execute. It's so easy for 1-win to just find picks, specifically on like Bane and Hoodwink, with Tiny having as good of a game as he is. Both these supports are just food for him. So really cool performance from 1-win, really cool draft. I love to see out-of-the-box heroes get picked, and Skywrath Mage is definitely one of the most fun heroes to watch because it's a hero that is built around assassinating people, right? His whole kit is just, I'm gonna kill somebody, and they played it so well.
Yeah, not one of those boring late game farming supports. Here's the classic active do shit support. A little more exciting for the viewers.
I love it. That's super fun. Cool build too. First item, Blink Dagger, right? Like, that's sick. But that is just game 1. I know Liga team down, but not necessarily out, as they have still the chance to pull this one back, keep themselves in the tournament. 1 win, however, looking quite good. We'll have to see what happens in game number 2, but for now, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with more of these Eastern European qualifiers of the Elite League. Stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
coming to Europe and ruining it.
What's up, everybody? Hope you enjoyed the short break as we are getting into game number 2 here of our final series of the day. It is Liga Team versus One Win, and honestly, I'm a bit surprised with how dominant One Win was was in game number 1, but it could swap around. It could be a little bit different. We'll have to see as we actually have a draft already underway, so let's not really hesitate. Let's just go into the draft. We'll talk about some other stuff as we're there.
Yeah, I think last game, the draft started fine from what I recall. I mean, I'm sure you can adjust a little bit here and there. I think that last pick, Skyrath, was absolutely sick. So along with good execution after that, it was just really tough for Liga Team. So let's see what adaptations they make. No Dragonite into Terrorblade this time. We are starting with the first pick, Crystal Maiden, which is actually maybe a little uncommon, but it's usually like the response pick. But they're going to go for the Centaur Warrunner on Liga Team, who's just been a really good off lane. And actually, Crystal Maiden doesn't mind laning into that because I feel like the Crystal Clone and the Root both pretty good versus Centaur Warrunner Stampede. But of course, he has a stun and a lot of early nuke damage to kill a Crystal Maiden. And he can also Stampede either away from the Crystal Maiden ult or into the Crystal Maiden ult to stun you. So I think both teams feeling okay with what they got so far.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a little bit surprised because the Alchemist made it through the first phase, which typically, like, you know, Liga Team love to get. But this is why I was surprised teams were first phase banning it against Liga Team, because it's not a good hero to grab overall first. But I can definitely respect banning it in phase 2 here.
Yeah, I agree. In the right game, Alchemist feels absolutely dominant, but when you have 4 or 5 picks to respond to it, it feels tough to get a really good Alchemist game. So I'm okay waiting for that second phase, but I suppose when you're a known Alchemist player, it does get banned out a lot. So maybe that is why sometimes you might see it in that first pick, but I don't think you would do it like very first pick. I think like if they were second pick, Liga Team might see the first pick off lane and go, like if they saw Centaur, they might pick an Alchemist because they say like, oh, Centaur can't stop Alchemist from farming, so we can do it and then protect the Alchemist. But that is not what happened here, so we're going to grab that Tiny, most likely position 4, though we just saw an excellent mid Tiny, so that flex is available. But if it is a position 4, there's a lot of nuke damage in that off lane, Centaur off lane, so like Avalanche, toss him back, stomp, double edge. Could be a very dead Crystal Maiden, but if they do pick a really strong carry, then you can just do like creep dragging shenanigans with that Tiny.
That's true. I like that. That's a good idea. Yeah, I think like Tiny Centaur on the same team is interesting because they're not like the most straightforward lane duo. They are still very scary, like you said, because of the toss into stomp. I think as the game in general plays out, it's a very good combo. It is counterable though, right? I think you can just pick like a double ranged, and we're gonna see the gyro. I think that's probably gonna be the carry. It's very likely to be the carry, but we'll have to see. I wouldn't be opposed to just picking. Well, I feel like you want to hide where this hero is going, so I wouldn't be opposed to like picking like a tanky, flexible mid and off lane type hero. But the big ones are banned, right? Kunkka and Primal Beast have been kind of that filling that role a lot.
Yeah, I would have thrown out the Kunkka as a really good pick here as the potential flex. Mars could still be pretty good. There you go. Mars, because you can trap the Stampede, it's also just generically good. And if you do end up running like Mars Gyrocopter, that's a pretty decent lane. I also think, well, I'll say it protects the Gyro, but I mean, that Centaur's already on the enemy team. You can actually run off support Centaur, so I guess We could have that possibility, and Arena is very good versus Flak Cannon if you do run carry gyro. So
I'm curious what they want to do with this. Like as a response, of course. I think for the most part, you have the option of going for a lifestealer yourself, which we saw, be pretty strong in lane last game, but it didn't really go anywhere after that. So you got to kind of wonder, which one you want to do. If it can actually scale or not, we'll see. I just think, like, in general, OneWin just played a much better tempo, and then, of course, the Terrorblade matchup into Lifestealer, not super great for a Lifestealer.
mm-hmm.
But I'm stupid. Lifestealer's banned. I don't know why I didn't see that.
As you said before, it's been a long day of Dota. The drafts start blending together a little bit. It's easy to miss some of this stuff. Sven is still in the pool. If either team wants to go with that, he's just looked great. Honestly,
why
you can
not?
say like, oh, it's not so good and whatever. But then there's so many games like, oh, he did well in the lane and he farmed, and now he's just killing people with a huge Daedalus crit, right? It just feels really solid, especially if you have to pick without necessarily seeing everything. Liga team going to go for the Terrorblade. I suppose we could flex this into a carry, but we did just see Terrorblade do pretty well in that last game. I think, yeah, that sounds good. Let's get that for ourselves. But it's a different lane this time. Last time it was into a Dragonite. Now it's going to be into a Mars. Do you think that's going to go as well as it did for him last time?
It's not as good, just because Mars does have a lot of magic damage that he can bring into the early game, right? I think in this matchup, you're definitely going to max out your spear and just kind of play for that. And like whenever he pops meta, you're just like, bye, and you just spear him away and walk, right? Like, so it's pretty solid of a lane. Wow, they're actually just stealing the combo. They saw what happened last game. They're like, man, that looked really fun. That looked really fun. What if we took the Skywrath Mage, guys? It also could be maybe they're worried about it happening to them again because they ran Skywrath Mage Mars. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, so, I mean, last time was a 25 pick Skywrath. And so they had already seen... They'd already seen what they were playing into, and I think it looked better than this. Like, now with your last two picks on OneWin, you are drafting with this in mind, that instant silence coming out here. So I don't think we're going to see the Skywrath have as good of a time, but there is still some of that same synergy. The Tiny and the Centaur, they bring a lot of magic damage. They're going to be amped up by the Skywrath. So yeah, for example, we have a Naga Siren. Q, first of all, if, of course, silence, you can't cast it, but if you've already got it going, you may not know the real hero, can't just silence an illusion, not really gonna do much for you. And then a very natural Manta builder, it's almost for sure going to be her first item now, especially with that Skywrath. So there's your carry, and she just does not have to worry about Skywrath compared to the Lifestealer last game, which we were discussing, right? It's like, okay, I can build Manta, don't really love to do that nowadays, so do I rush a BKB? I don't want to have to do that, but I also don't like being instantly silenced and killed, so I have to adjust my item build for that. Naga, she's like, whatever, this is exactly the same build I would have done anyways, so do whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, she also just loves building Eternal Shrouds, so that's neat, right? Like, you're playing into a ton of magic damage from the Avatos of Tiny, Centaur, of course, eventually builds like a Shiva's Guard and Skywrath Mage, so Naga Siren has a pretty solid game in front of her. Right now, they ban out the Sven. I think that's still probably a good call, just because the hero is really strong. You don't want to give someone a Sven on last pick if you can avoid it. Pretty much anything that would protect this Naga Siren is a good idea. Obviously, we're looking for the mid lane for OneWin. I think they have a couple different options here. They banned the Puck anyway, which indicates to me that they're not planning on playing the Tiny mid. So, I think so. That's interesting if that's the case. So they want to run the Terrorblade as a support. Otherwise, I don't know why you would ban the Puck. unless maybe like even though the Tiny's supposed to win the lane, they're still worried about its potential at like killing Terrorblade early, and Coil being good against Centaur.
Could be. Maybe it's a bait. I don't know. It's interesting because, like you said, Tiny in the lane, and then the instant silence from Skywrath is not easy for Puck. It's like, I mean, there's always some playability, but you'd rather not. So, yeah, a little bit interesting of a ban there. But Puck has just looked like an amazing mid laner, and it's a hard counter to Stampede with the coil. A lot of early magic damage, which can destroy a Skywrath and a Terrorblade if you get to them, especially if this is a support Terrorblade. He's not going to have as much health, although people were worried about like, oh, Terrorblade, he's just going to like die easily, but Terrorblade supports can buy a lot of health, so it's not the end of the world, but it's a pain. They're going to grab Invoker for the last pick. We might get to see some cool like song combo spells here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them run this Invoker in their last series, and it literally broke the other team, like, mentally. So they go back for it. He's already warmed up on it. Why not? It's decent with their heroes, and this is a game you actually might go Exort Invoker, because the pure damage Sunstrike against Terrorblade is fantastic. You have Spear, you have Frostbite, you have Missile, and you have Ensnare. There are 4 heroes to play with that have ways of setting up Sunstrike. So I think you might go for the Exort Invoker. We're going to see an anti-mage pick here from Ramses. Now, I don't know if that's actually good against the Naga Siren, but that to me indicates that they're just like, well, we're going to play for the really late game.
I think it's like, it's a little bit the... I mean, I don't play these carries. I'm a support player, you know me. But I think I've seen this 2 ways. When you pick Anti-Mage into Naga, there is that late game potential. But there's also, you just try to out early game her, where you have a really good lane, Battle Fury, and you come online before she does, because she likes to build like these 3 items before she really starts joining. But I mean, you're laning into Mars, so I know you can blink out of Arena, but Mars builds a lot of stats. And if you can just stand and right-click an Anti-Mage, and you're like, whatever, I have no mana, but I just do a lot of physical damage, I mean, that's a bit of a pain for an Anti-Mage. It is good. He'll be able to blink to the Invoker. That'll be pretty nice for him, but I don't know. I'm a little worried about that Anti-Mage pick.
I am too. I definitely am. I don't know if it's going to get enough done, because I don't think it necessarily wins this lane super hard. Like, you have this, like, Gyro and Mars, which are just very strong lane heroes, right? Like, you probably open Flak Cannon on this Gyrocopter. Mars will just play around God's Rebuke spam, and I think they're pretty chill.
Yeah, I think
to see.
You're not getting Rocket early against Anti-Mage. He's just going to reflect it every time. I like the Flat Cannon. It is true that there's a lot of magic damage from Gyro, which Anti-Mage will be able to avoid. I'd kind of like... I'm kind of down for the Exort Invoker, because the Sunstrike damage could really throw off this Anti-Mage, thinking he's like okay in the lane, and then you spear him and drop Exort, and on the other side you have Frostbite and potentially an early point and Ensnare, right, for the easy Exort setups around the map. And
that's what I'm saying.
I mean, you can't homing missile the Anti-Mage, but everyone else, right? So I'm kind of up for it, but I do think Quaswex is a little more popular nowadays, and the Tornado being maxed out is pretty useful as a counter to Stampede. You just like lift people up for a good chunk of the duration. So we'll see what he ends up going. I'm pretty interested. I love Invoker, even though I'm garbage at the hero. He has too many buttons for me to press, but he's always so cool. I love seeing Invokers in games.
I used to be an Invoker player. I feel like there was a time in my life where I really enjoyed playing this hero, and then it's just like, it's kind of like, it was the same thing with Meepo. There was a time in my life where I actually enjoyed playing heroes like Meepo, and now I'm just over it, because Dota has gotten so much more complex over the years, and at the higher the rank you are, the more like punished you are for like making mechanical mistakes. and that's just like not fun.
Yeah, you have to execute very well. Hold that thought. We might be getting some first bloods here, but huge reflection. Actually going to keep everyone at bay. So a couple blood grenades going out, getting nothing from it.
Your effort was
Also,
wasted.
big concussive blast. I think hit like 3 of them. So like reflection
Yeah.
and concussive blast or concussive shot just slowed them all. Which blood grenade was thrown? Had to be from Dire, I imagine.
Maybe
Yeah,
Crystal Maiden. She's missing a lot of health, so might have been hers. And there's no way a Crystal Maiden does not buy a blood grenade to start. So
Yeah, she definitely used hers.
yeah, I used to play Invoker too. It is like when you can do it casually, it is just like fun. But his combos are so specific. I feel like that you got to know what to do in so many different matchups. I can't keep up with it.
I really enjoyed support Invoker when that had like a
me too.
moment in the spotlight, right? Where it was just like rush, blood grenade plus concussive blast, stomp, Crystal Maiden might be dead. They even throw the reflection for good measure. They're trying to give the last hit to the Centaur, but it will go to the Terrorblade, and then the body blocks kill the Invoker. 1J gets the kill in the mid lane. Oh no, and he's gonna miss so many creeps here.
That is not the start you want. I thought it was going to be a quiet start after that initial play, but yeah, it looks like already missed 1 creep, and that stuff kind of matters at this high level in these mid matchups.
Dude, Tiny's level 2 already.
That is scary. All right, work hard, Chira Jr. It's not going to be easy. I would not be surprised to see if the supports make sure to come over for the runes, try to tip things back into their favor, but for now they're gonna have to play their own lanes. Some camp blocking going on. This is like the 1 minute formula for all supports. It's all sorts of blocking camps. In your pubs, I don't recommend it as much because you're more likely to be punished for it than take advantage of it. But of course, the pro scene is very different.
Yeah. One thing I'm wondering is, like, Invoker was holding his point on at the start of the game for quite a while, like all the way through the fight, and doesn't really use it until, he's starting to get dove, and was like, all right, well, I'm dead anyway. So it looks like he is going to go the Quas Wex build, which, is decent for harassing the Tiny and stuff, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get an early point in Exord anyway, just for the 1 point in Sunstrike. I honestly, I could see that as well. He gets tossed back into the tower. Ooh, wow, that is a lot of damage. We saw this happen earlier.
How do these Tinies keep getting these tossbacks? All right,
Early
he
level 3,
does
man.
not die, and fortunately has much better regen than a Storm. In the meantime, Meta was harassing earlier. Will he get a kill before it ends? Look at that.
Oh, it's going to be
He will
close. Sweet and strong.
Probably die for this.
Yeah, he will. I mean, that's worth it. It's very weird. You see this and you're like, oh yeah, that's the support Terrorblade. Nice.
The
Okay.
position 5 Terrorblade. Yeah, but that's exactly why it's a feasible pick, because you can do things like that. Get that level 2 kill, then you build auras later on. Okay, Anti-Mage, decent start. I mean, Mars died, Terrorblade died, but Anti-Mage was just farming in the meantime.
And Terrorblade actually brings us the items back out. He's like, yes, master, let me bring you your items.
That's something you can always do, no matter what your pick. Got a click war for the Lotus. I don't think Pantomime was looking at it. I think you got to like look at the Lotus to avoid
turn
the
rate
turn
there.
rate. Yeah.
It's unfortunate, that the old lore of Terrorblade is gone. Otherwise, this would be an interesting lane of 2 brothers.
We can still pretend.
Yeah, we can still pretend. I mean, look at this set on Terrorblade. Maybe they are related. I don't know. None of this makes sense anymore.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Lane's starting to tip to the Radiant pretty quickly. Liga definitely want to go game 3.
Yeah. Invoker is starting to maybe put some damage into the Tiny just because he gets his levels. And again, 5.9 damage per level is a lot. Tiny also having 0 armor is very little. Good rotation from the Skywrath, though, as they want to just put more pressure on this Invoker, it would seem. They brought the Gyro in, so he's going to at least get the bottom water rune if he wants.
A lot of times Invokers don't even really want it.
Don't
They
even
just want
bother.
their opponent to not have it. So yeah, looks like that's what they decided there. Gyrocopter, go ahead and take it. Places an observer ward right on top of an enemy observer ward. I wonder if they were paying attention and saw that.
Oh wow, I didn't even see that. I was looking for it on the map and I was like, where? But yeah, you
they're
can't even see the
so
difference.
overlapped.
We haven't really even talked about top lane, but Naga Siren versus Centaur War Runner. Dude, item dropping a Wraith Band like that to stick in front of the enemy hero is very bold. That being said, Skywrath Mage going to take a lot of damage here. Still
Bottom
made it.
lane? He's trying to
Oh,
fight
wait a
this,
minute.
but Anti-Mage can blink over.
Gyro is doing a lot of damage with these 2 points in the Rocket Barrage. He will go down as the reflection slows him up enough. So well played there. But top lane, they do manage to find the kill onto the Skywrath. Yeah, he was getting kind of low. Crystal Maiden had found a couple nice plays on him. Still had the Blood Grenade available, so nice kill.
So if Anti-Mage
Bottom
hits a
lane.
Battle Fury timing at a pretty decent time, he'll farm just about as fast as the Naga. But Naga... Oh, wait, Terrorblade?
Yeah, that's a
Pay
nice
the price.
Anti-Mage, you might want to not keep taking damage there, honestly. He does have a Lotus to play around, so he could, like, Lotus into a Spear here, and Ramses could absolutely die. Oh, God! He did it! He did it to him!
Yeah, tips. I don't know why. Ramsey should have seen that, I feel like. Maybe underestimating the amount of damage that God's Rebuke can do, but he does have 3 points in it, so that's a lot. And he has 2 bracers, an extra gauntlet, and a Blades of Attack.
I think it's the Blades of Attack. I mean, it was only level 2 God's Rebuke at the time. I definitely did not think it would kill Ramses. I thought he needed at least 1 more auto attack, but that would... The variance on that ability could have been like within a couple of damage to actually get the kill. It would have been very close.
Tiny rotation.
Spear
tosses
off the
gyro
mark,
back.
but yeah, nice rotation from the Tiny. But here comes the Invoker, and you blinked
Early
in. You're
Stampede.
gonna get the cooldown off. Yeah, great Stampede, actually.
Dire are scanning.
Skywrath is going to try to steal that Wisdom Rune. I think Invoker's fast enough.
I think he's privy, but he does not have a stun. Dude, Skywrath Mage is gonna get this. This is really nice.
Great steal. And they're going to secure their own as well.
There's
Oh,
no way
is he
gonna
gonna get out as
cold
well?
Snap, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So, Invoker gets a kill for his troubles at least, but stealing the Wisdom Rune away, fantastic, as they managed to secure their own, of course, on the Centaur. So, Crystal Maiden struggling on the XP now after all of this. So with the lanes going how they are, Centaur top of the net worth, Naga Siren not too far behind, and basically the rest of the 5 cores all within just like 200 gold of each other. Who does this like really favor?
Right now, I'm not fully sure. What I'm looking to see is like how much more pressure they put on the Anti-Mage. 8-minute rune. Good Tornado.
Oh,
Gonna grab
that's a
himself the
good
haste.
rune as well. The Tiny in a lot of
So
trouble.
much damage.
Yeah, there's even more as he's got a Rocket Barrage just in case. And Sweet and Strong, obviously, he wants to give that kill on over to the Invoker, but
Oh yeah,
that's now your
wants
first
to.
2 earn stacks. Yeah, quote unquote wants to.
Oh, I swear,
I-
Chira, I was trying.
You made me press the Rocket Barrage.
Now, okay, so great kill on that Tiny. Definitely going to help out after the slightly rough start Invoker had with all the rotations going on. Looks like they're back to being about even. But I'm curious how much pressure this Anti-Mage will face, because if he hits that Battle Fury at a decent time, I think he'll be able to keep up with the Naga in farm. But without that Battle Fury, he obviously farms very poorly. Centaur, great kill if they get him.
Oh,
Just going to
doesn't have
force
mana
the
for the
Stampede.
Yeah, it doesn't have mana for the tornado. That was
I
very
can't believe
close.
that EMP didn't burn off enough, actually. Did he have?
Yeah.
He didn't use a wand.
No, it burned him to like almost the exact amount of mana for Stampede. Because, well, mid lane tornado off the mark, but you still got Cold Snap and a Vessel or an Urn. And Scarth Mage not a super tanky hero, so this Invoker, honestly, from Junior has been really good today. So we'll see how he can transition this. He is going to go for that early Vessel. He's about what, 500 gold away.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yep.
attack.
Yeah, I forgot even what I was saying. The Anti-Mage. Okay, look, he can't farm without the Battle Fury. Naga can farm without anything, just like nature the hero. So the longer you delay that Battle Fury on Anti-Mage, it's like an exponential difference. So that's kind of what I'm looking to. Or it was. Now this Invoker's been going around and getting like kills back and forth. So that's definitely good for them. I'd love to see it go towards that Anti-Mage a bit. I've seen this before. Shield Rune can be dispelled with a tornado once the silence ends.
He's saving the tornado for that tiny, and there's going to be the EMP as well. It connects, pops down on top of that
Good ice
Scarth
wall.
Mage. And dude, just the damage from these supports are honestly overwhelming. He's looking for the Frostbite. He's
Sunstrike?
got on the Sunstrike,
Nice.
grabs the kill. Your level 6 Terrorblade. I mean, he's got a Sunder, but you don't want to use it
Sunder
when you're
heal
the
him?
one at full HP. They're chasing, but now you got to be careful. The Cold Snap's caught your Centaur. You bring in the Mars as well. Do you Sunder your boy? You're going to try a quick pick now as Sweet and Strong will help take down that Terrorblade, and it might just be another kill for the side of one win. That was like, was that all 5 or 6 deaths in the mid, 5 deaths in the mid lane? Obviously not the Anti-Mage, but my
It was a
God.
lot. I think we cycled through everyone. And Chira Jr., obviously, very experienced Invoker player. Like, the tornado lift time changes, and he still had the Sunstrike perfectly timed to land as soon as the guy dropped. So, I mean, yeah, great series of events there for them. And Naga, she's getting rich, right? We're seeing what I'm talking about, that farming difference where she just naturally farms fast. And Anti-Mage is at least getting some space during all this, but it's still going to be a couple minutes before that Battle Fury really comes online.
Watching Invoker just tornado EMP heroes, and then you're like, well, I guess I'm going to pop all 3 of my bottle charges, a Clarity, and my Arcane Ring, and
Has fallen.
hope that I can cast spells again.
Till I get hit by another EMP.
Yeah.
All right,
Mars
12-minute
here.
runes. Are we going to repeat? Because I feel like 8 minutes and 10 minutes, the same thing. They fight for it. One win kills them.
Your
Coming.
Gyro is level 6 now, man. There is no way you fight for runes anymore. Like, that call down will destroy you.
Yeah, that's why that Wisdom rune steal was so good, but doesn't seem to have paid off for them in the end. Because the levels on the abilities on Gyro, it scales so well, like that Rocket Barrage. Even
Yeah.
with being under leveled, had enough damage to do so much. They're
Yeah,
looking
that was
at
really sick.
Centaur top.
Invis. I mean, he
Just
does
follow
have
him.
a Stampede. And Ensnare. Do we have it? We do. That is going to be a very nice Freezing Field. Trying to go in and cancel it, but the Vessel comes through from the Invoker. And Chira Jr. grabs himself another kill as he is queuing up that Midas. You now have the 2 top net worth. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they are looking for the Mars here, and a nice Mana Void nearly kills him, but the Arena
way!
Spear comes out at the very end to help secure this. Sunder out from the Terrorblade. Your Anti-Mage has left this fight. And it will be a quick 2 kills turned around on as Sweet and Strong trying to get away from his own reflection. He will survive. Nagasar
One
grabs
one's
top
trying to get
tower.
a faster win than their last series.
Yeah, dude. This last pick, or not even last pick Invoker, right? Because it was last pick Anti-Mage, wasn't it?
Tower is under attack.
Yes, I think so.
But
I do want to highlight in that earlier fight, really sick positioning by Crystal Maiden, so that Centaur couldn't stun her.
yeah.
It's really
So
tempting
funny.
to just
She's
go
just, like,
stand
staring
on
at
top
him.
of the heroes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really tempting to just be like right on top, but she's like perfectly close and as close as she can be to maximize damage, but far enough that he can't kill her. Kind of like this Tiny just nukes her. And we finally see that Ancient Seal come into play.
All right, it's time to Song of the Siren and steal the Wisdom Rune and get out of town. All right, that's nice. That feels bad if your Liga team, you managed to get the Crystal Maiden, but that was your kind of blink reveal on your Tiny. And this is the combo we saw last game start to take over, right? The Ancient Seal, Avatos from the Blink Tiny. It is a ton of damage, but you are pretty far behind now. And you gotta find some targets with this. Like, you have to play quick with these two and start getting kills.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Anti-Mage just finishes up his Battle Fury, so the farming speed is going to start picking up. He'll go for the Manta, but Orchid's definitely going to come out first. We'll see if she can grab any kills on that Anti-Mage. You don't always join in once you have the Orchid. It's kind of like still very opportunistic, where it's like, if I'm nearby, I'll join. If not, I'll just keep farming.
Oh my god, what a stun from the Mars, but the turnaround from the Skywrath Mage, they get him! The Sunder's out there to try and save the Terrorblade, of course, but the Tiny in trouble. They've caught the Invoker on a nice stun, and Ramsey's able to stay on top of him. Respect on the run back the other way. They will go ahead and end this fight potentially, but maybe Invoker is not done. They've got a high ground ward here to play around. He's looking for the Skywrath. He gets him on the Vessel. Deafening Blast available. Will disarm the Anti-Mage. But Naga Siren's here. Can she keep him alive? The Mana Void will do him in. Sweet and Strong will help finish up that Centaur. Ends up being basically a 4 for 4, or 4 for 3. An okay fight here from Liga, and honestly some much needed golden experience for Ramses.
Yeah, considering they were behind, I think that's pretty decent for them. The Mars initiation, maybe not expecting so many people to be there. Because he died pretty quickly.
Terrorblade's dead. Gyro has his shard already. Spear will send the Tiny back as the rest of the team's starting to come in here.
I mean,
Dude,
with
they
that
just
shard,
came right back to fight.
Yeah, I think they realized, like, we lost that fight because we kind of, like, the execution wasn't that great. It's not because we're weak. So, like, let's just go back and just be a little bit more careful how we fight. With the shard on the Gyro, he can just rocket a support and then Sunstrike will land on top, and I think it'll just kill them. Like, literally just 2 spells. It's so free from afar. Especially the Skywrath.
Yeah. Invoker might start putting more points in Exhort now that he has his Midas, right? And you don't really ever want more than 4 points in Quas. Like, you kind of just leave it there.
Yeah. Maybe he'll finish Wex, but it looks like he's already put a 2nd point in Exhort, so... I mean, I think it'd be funny to see, so I'm down for more Exhort points. Chira will show us how it's done. He's been playing very well.
Yeah. Well, 6,000 gold lead here for 1 win. We're going to see Tiny and Centaur come through the top gate. I mean, you want your Skywrath Mage for sure. They do not know that the supports are here with them. Respect might be the one that actually just walks into the enemy team. I mean, both teams scanning each other. Terrorblade's going to walk right in, gets a reflection on it too. They do get the Skywrath Mage on the backside, but Invoker's been great. Freezing Field catches everybody. The Arena, again, just trapping this Tiny into place. He's going to go down to the hands of the Naga Siren, but now Junior just kiting out Centaur with a beautifully placed Ice Wall. 4 will fall on the side of Liga team. Nothing seemed to be going their way.
They're playing so well together. I don't know how they knew that rotation was there, but early TPs from the Mars, I guess suspecting what was going on, and it absolutely pays off. Anti-Mage is farming, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
No, there's an Orchid out from the Naga Siren now, and with a Vessel Sunstrike on the money, he is super dead to the Soul Burn. They do have a deep ward placed here. They will get the D ward immediately. Yeah, I mean, he was not expecting the Orchid to come out that fast, right? I think, you know, the Manta on the Naga Siren is quick, but she has the Orchid. She has 3,000 gold extra. Maybe he should have known. I don't know. But on his way to a Heart of Tarask now.
Yeah, he's still like 2 minutes away from the Manta as well, so he's gonna be really careful. Anytime Naga's in the area, he's just gonna have to run.
Oh, Skywrath Mage walks into a Forge Spirit, and that's enough for the Invoker to get himself a kill. Oh, unless Sunstrike?
Sunstrike?
Doesn't even need it. The Naga Siren illusion to find the kill anyway. Song of the Siren comes out. They're looking for the Tiny, but they don't find him. Instead, Crystal Maiden kind of off into her own thing over here. So it's a Terrorblade for a CM, it looks like. As she goes down, but you got to get out of here quick. You actually do not want to lose more, as Cloud does have a Yules. They do manage to get the missile onto Tiny. They know exactly what's going on. The spear is going to hit. The Orchid comes out. The missile connects. And plenty of damage to finish the job.
Dentar's been found,
guess what?
too.
Yep, Invoker's still hunting.
They're playing so fast.
Yeah, they really are. One Win has played an incredible series so far. Up 12,000 gold. A spear comes out. Not ideal, but...
It's okay, the rocket's on him.
Still super dead.
They know he's tracked by the rocket. We're okay, guys. Give him some false sense. Make him think I messed up.
That stomped voice line. Oh, boy. He's not wrong. They might be getting stomped 2 games here. Oh, jeez.
I imagine they'll play it out. This is the tournament life. If they lose, they are out of the qualifiers.
Oh, what a shard, too. Invoker gets his EMP. Bruh.
Oh, I guess, Gyro already bought his. I can't believe Invoker was the 3rd poorest?
He must have been, like, right
man.
side to side with the Mars, I guess?
Yeah,
like,
I can't...
Like, within a couple gold.
This Invoker is 9, 2, and 10. How is he the same as... Or how is he less than the 4, 3, and 12 Mars? I guess Mars has been farming more with the spells. It's easier to just nuke waves than Invoker, but... Alright, actually, that's good. It's better than... Well, Mars Shard is actually pretty good, too, but... I really like the Invoker Shard.
Dude, if you don't have a BKB, this shard is such a problem, legitimately.
It used to be, even if you had the BKB.
Yeah, I was like, Tiny has his soon, but... My goodness. Did it used to pierce BKB?
I think it was a bug, but it kind of did. It's like, if it was working on you, and then you BKB'd, it would continue to work on you. If you were already BKB'd, then you'd be okay, I think.
Centaur trapped in the arena, and in comes the Invoker. You're not making it too far, buddy. Sunstrike does connect, just barely. Dude, what if you got the deny from the troll?
On the small camp? That'd be sick.
Dude, what was that the other day? A Primal Beast with like 4,000 HP got denied by a small camp?
I don't remember.
Oh my god. Bottom lane, Ramses? You might have tipped a little bit too soon. He's out. Tip him back, Ramses. Wait a minute, Sunstrike?
Sunstrike would have been sick. You get 5 tips if you get that Sunstrike kill.
Oh! Unlucky there for the Naga Siren. A little bit of missed micro there, but it's okay. I think she's still pretty happy about her state of the game. Has the Heart of Tarask done, on the way to the Bloodthorn. Mid lane, Anti-Mage is dead anyway.
Tried to get the Manta out.
So, yeah. Remember I said, like, maybe you just start putting all your points in Exort for Sunstrike? Well, it looks like he's done that. Mars, gonna catch the Avatos. Nice Yules to buy him a moment, but I think he's dead. Spirit Vessel's caught him. He's trying to get away. His own reflection. Glimmer Cape. Wait a minute. On the backside, Tiny taking a lot of damage here from this Naga Siren. He's forced to BKB. There's your EMP just holding this Centaur in place. Speak of the arena as well. Invoker, his own BKB as he's trying to chase. Throws that Spirit Vessel and Cold Snap onto the Tiny, but you got a Song of the Siren. You even got an Ice Wall. You got a Spear. They're falling one by one. This is the cleanest I have seen a team play, honestly, in the tournament.
Even cleaner than that other game they won in 20 minutes?
I I don't know how One Win ended up here. It's like Yellow Submarine, you and I have not had a chance to cast, and One Win did, or Yellow Submarine did, I think, win another qualifier recently against Nine Pandas and against One Win and Liga Team, like all these teams. So it's possible that Yellow Submarine is just the better team, but it is hard to see that based on like how handedly they are destroying Liga Team here. He knows that's the real anti-mage. Yules? Oh, spear comes out. Missile? He's in trouble. He's dead. Okay. I don't think they were initially expecting that to just secure the kill, but they will take it. Skywrath Mage gets found. Tiny gets found. He's 8 seconds to a BKB. And the GG comes out. Yeah, I think you GG on that one, no doubt.
Yeah, not quite as fast as their last one, but still pretty good. I think you'll be very happy with One Win, which, yeah, begs the question, how good is Yellow Submarine to beat them? Because you and I have not gotten to see Yellow Submarine play, but they did defeat One Win 2-1 to knock them down here in the lower bracket. One Win is now going to keep moving forward to get their chance at a rematch later on. I don't know if the bracket has been sorted out that far yet, but certainly something to look forward to in the rest of the qualifiers for everyone watching.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a beatdown. Like, game 1 was 35 minutes, game 2, 24 in just under 25 minutes. Like, this was just a massive outplay. This guy's Invoker is legitimately really scary. I mean, 2 games in a row now, we've seen them pick it kind of later into the draft, and it's not a hero that we've seen have a huge impact a lot of the time, but he does really well against a tiny mid lane, and that's after dying. Yeah, at the rune. Gets a really good timed vessel, makes some great rotations. It's cool with how they set up the draft, right? Because you go this Quaswex early, you get a lot of kills, you can have a lot of impact, and then you transition to Exort, and you have 4 ways of setting up these Sunstrikes.
Yeah, One Win looks really good when they're playing these roam potential heroes, faster gameplay, doing things like the games we've gotten to watch them. That is when they've looked the best, even with like a ganking IO. I don't know how they pulled that off, but they made it look good, you know. So they seem to have found a style that is working for them. I think maybe Liga Team still in that process, because for the games we've gotten to see, there's kind of like some question marks from us on the draft a little bit, especially some like carry picks we don't understand. So of course they might have different reads on it. Maybe they feel it's like the execution, but whatever it is, they'll have to keep working on it. Unfortunately, they are knocked out of this now, as you can see in the bracket. So One Win gonna move on. They're gonna play the loser of Yellow Submarine and Nine Pandas, which is going on right now on the mainstream. And then tomorrow you'll see that lower bracket finals into the final match there, because only one team gets to qualify.
Yeah, exactly. Only one team makes it through here for Eastern Europe. And I will say, I think Yellow Submarine did take game 1 in that series over Nine Pandas, but game 2 right now is happening, like you said, over on the mainstream, and is much closer. So we'll see if they will be the ones that, you know, walk away, going straight to the finals, being Yellow Submarine, or if Nine Pandas can somehow reverse sweep this. I think for the most part, it's going to be a very close final day regardless, right? I think those last 2 series are going to be super sick. These 3 teams, Nine Pandas, Yellow Submarine, and of course One Win, are all very good. For those of you who are wondering when we're saying mainstream, where it is, you can see it right here on the stream. It's the ESB_Dota2_EN. There's also the B, C, D, and E streams covering all of these other regions. So I believe right now there is SEA and South America are the other 2 regions that are still playing in these qualifiers.
Yeah, make sure you guys go check them all out. Lots of great Dota being played. All these teams trying to qualify, you've probably heard us say, but in case you just tuned in, trying to qualify to the Swiss round stage next, and then the round robin stage. So there's actually so much Dota. It's really cool. Right now we're seeing them all play in their own regions, of course, but the next one is that international stage, which One Win wants to get back to from the games they played, right? We saw them at Dream League. They didn't have the greatest time, but they showed some good performances. They want to get back, show what they've learned. They want to move on to the next group stage instead of getting knocked out this time.
I think they should have still been pretty proud of what they accomplished, because I think a lot of teams had written them off as being like, Lamau, they're not even going to get one win, like joking on the name, right? But they managed to do fairly well. They took games off the literal best teams at the tournament, teams that got second place at the tournament. So I think they are definitely improving fast. And that's something that you got to be careful of. If you're, not respecting your opponents, they can definitely catch you off guard. But we'll have to see what ends up happening. As for you and me, we're done, baby. That is it. Our tour, I guess, on these qualifiers for the Elite League has come to a close. We have one more day for Eastern Europe, but that will be covered on the main stream, as there is not going to be a need for 2 streams, just 2 more best of 3s that are happening. So I do say, I hope you all have enjoyed the cast. Zach, do you have any final thoughts before we bid everyone adieu?
No, thanks everyone for watching. Hope you guys had a good time with Ricky and I. Always, the Dota was good. I'm sure you guys had a good time with that. That's, us. Hope we were good for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a fun time. I want a big shout out to ESB and Fissure, of course, as they have put together a pretty dang cool tournament. One of the best formats I've seen in a while that I'm super excited to watch through. So hopefully we'll be casting it. Who knows? We'll find out. But until next time, everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. As always, we wish you all a wonderful evening. Have a good night.